am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. There is a light side, and a dark side. There is the will of the Force, and that will is the light. I will do what I must serve the will of the Force. There is only the Force. In the Force, there is peace and justice. There is love, balance, and acceleration. And when I am weak, the Force will give me strength. There is courage, patience, and self-control. And when I fail, I will learn. There is joy, wisdom, and discernment. And when there is emotion, I have truth. There is purpose in all things, even death. Good or bad, it all works for my good, for I am with the Force. I am the wielder of the flame, the holder of the torch, and the keeper of the flame, lighting the way. I am a soldier who marches the narrow light path. I am the guardian of love, balance, and acceleration. I am a soldier of the Force. I am the Grey Jedi. Trust only in the Force.
Hello there. Welcome, G-Force. Go ahead and grab a seat inside the Great Temple. How are you doing? I hope you're all having a great day today. It's showtime. Boom! Let's go! That's rule number 1. Block against the Great Jedi. Yeah. Just better, baby. We're playing a very dangerous game, but I like dangerous. Let's do it! Easy! That's right, another win added to our undefeated streak, guys. Run! Hey, what is up, everybody? How's it going? I hope you guys are all doing well. Let it freak out for a second, that's fine. Alright, so, a little bit of a change of plans. Alright, this stream. Well, same plans, just we're going to be approaching it a little bit differently. So, today we got Star Wars Celebration. This is day 2. And before we actually get into that, let's kick it off with the verse of the day. Priorities first, right? 1 Corinthians 13:4. Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It is not proud. Very good verse. So, here's what's up. It's right now, Star Wars Celebration Day 2 says it's about 35 minutes away. I thought about letting the whole intro play, but you know what? I wanted to be here early this time, that we can get in more Battlefront 2 before we start. So, yesterday we did day 1 a little bit differently. We ended up basically, during the entertaining parts and the news parts, we watched it full screen. Not what you're seeing here in the theater, but actually full screen. And we basically, when it got to the boring parts, we ended up doing Battlefront 2, and then we had Celebration kind of like a little, the corner. You know what I mean? So we heard that, we turned the game on mute, and we're just kind of listening as we're having some fun. So we're going to be doing it a little bit differently today. So up until Star Wars Celebration starts, we're going to be playing some Battlefront 2. And then once Star Wars Celebration begins, I'm going to make it go full screen. And then I'm not going to have commentary during it. And then afterwards, we can do the recap and all the other stuff. So there's a few reasons as to why I'm doing that. But if you guys don't like the way I'm doing it, let me know in the comments this time, all right? Because I got a comment saying they prefer it without commentary, all right? Which normally I'd be like, just go watch the Star Wars Celebration stream. Like, one of the reasons why I'm doing this now is because dumb Disney is taking down their Celebration stuff. Super weird. I don't know why, but they took down day one. Like, the people that are streaming it as well are going to be giving their commentary because that's what's unique to their channel. They got, you know, people that want to know their thoughts on it versus Celebration where you just get just Celebration. But they took it down. So now people are trying to find it without commentary, and people don't have that. Plus, I'd like it without commentary so I can, you know, get clips, put it in my news update and things of that nature. So, anyways, long story short, we're trying something new today. If you liked how I did it yesterday rather than today, let me know in the comments. But other than that, we're going to be rolling. So I have the timer of Star Wars Celebration right to my left here. It's at, it says it's going to start in 33 minutes, but then again, it said that last time, and it worked out fine. They just started it early, though. So I figured I'd be here early, and I figured, you know, why not play a little bit of Showdown before we begin? So let's get into it. I know the stream might be freaking out a couple moments here. That's because I reverted back to my old setup just for today, because of the no commentary part of it. If there's something like super amazing, because I'm still going to be listening to it and watching it and stuff, and I'm still going to be here, I'm going to be able to look at chat and all that other stuff, but it's going to be different. So, like, if it's something crazy, no, I'm still going to save it to the end, because the whole point is for it not to have commentary. I will have a recap at the end still. I'm still going to be taking notes, still be watching chat, all of that good stuff. Can't find any games. Well, you better hurry up. Find me a game. Might help if we actually turn the volume up a little bit too. But it's Happy Friday! Well, Saturday if you're in Japan. How you guys doing? Was your week good? Yeah, the music's fine. Why not? I'm going to get copyrighted anyways. Like I said, this is my old setup with tweaks. So, if the audio is not good, let me know. During the no commentary part, since my mic will be muted, I'll be able to actually test the audio during Star Wars Celebration and make sure it's good over there. But in terms of the game, that's up to you guys. So let me know right now. I don't got everything hooked up. And that news update won't be out today. It'll be out tomorrow. Sorry, my Unreal Engine stuff is giving me a hassle. Not that I need Unreal Engine for that project, but I need to get past a certain point in this Unreal Engine project, and it's been putting me through the ringer today. It's annoying. But we're going to chill. We're going to relax, have a good time watching Star Wars Celebration. I hope you guys end up enjoying it. It says it's going to start in 30 minutes, but like I said, they started early yesterday, so they'll probably start it early again. And once they do start it, then we're shutting down Battlefront 2 and putting it into full screen mode. We're going random, our main.
Our next match brings something new to Takodana. People trying to kill each other without being paid to.
Alright, Phasma, let's get it.
Vader, run!
Oh, Anakin just got choked. Hey, stop 2v1ing. Ow. Oh, they are 2v1. Okay, 2v2. Teammate, where'd you go? I need you. I didn't know they were gonna 2v1 like that. Okay, well, I'm a goner. Yeah.
Shot hat first.
Is it? I gotta check it. Come on, where is it? It's over there. Alright. Sorry if I seem a little unprepared right now. I am. I don't have G3 with me right now. Where are you, G3? Still recharging from last night, huh? Alright, I should probably lock in here.
Too bad.
Alright. If it's live, if the stream is lagging, I will fix it. It'll 100% be good by celebration. Darn it. Gotta do her might. It's bugged out. Alright, let's 2v1 these guys. Let's get it. I parried literally all of them. What in the world? Okay, that's some BS. I parried every single one of those attacks. That is crazy. Is it buffering for you guys? Or is it good?
I'll handle old and ugly.
It's showing on my end that it's good, but...
Stay down.
I have a suspicion that it's not. Wow. Passion and striking didn't go through at all. You guys are bad.
Is over.
Still has a countdown for celebration so far. I think it's my phone that's just messing up. Because I'm trying to play anything right now and it's not. Okay, that's working. Okay, we're still waiting for a celebration. What's up, Game Shark? How's it going, man? Celebration? Question mark? Yep, it's going to be going live, it says, in about 25 minutes. But last time they went a little bit early, so I decided to start the stream early, so that way I'm on time. I have a question for you, Game Shark. Is the stream lagging at all? Or buffering? What's up, Southern? How's it going, man? Sorry, guys, I don't even have the soundboard attached right now. I would say hello there. But hello there. I don't have the Obi-Wan voice. Stream froze? Oh, no. No, no, no! Okay. This is how we're doing it, eh? What in the world? Balance. And acceleration! Is that better? Hold on, we're having some technical difficulties right now. You can still hear me, but this screen is cooked. Okay. Working on it. Why is it doing this? Insane. Is this better? Test? Are we back? Are we back? Test 1, 2. Oh, come on. Work with me. Where's G3 when you need him, man? Are we back? Test 1, 2. Are we back? Are we back? Is the stream running good now? I wasn't live, XT. All good, man. Still. The fact that it was frozen, I mean, that's an issue. Are we good now? I feel no, we're not. We're not good now. Bro. The audio is fine. It's only the video that's laggy. What in the world? So you guys can hear me right now. Are you guys hearing me live? Okay. I want you to type out the number that I tell you right now, okay? 5, 10, 20. If you guys are hearing me, it seems to have cleared at least on my end. No. I don't think it has. It's a good thing I started this early. This is ridiculous. Sorry about this, y'all. So at least put some waiting music on, I suppose, while I try and figure this out. I know you guys hear an echo. I'm fixing it. There. Yeah, I can hear you. It's super delayed then. I mean, I gotta see moving gameplay. Yeah, there should be the timer mouse. Yeah, okay, so it's delayed right now. It's really delayed for whatever reason. Let me figure out what's up. I don't know why it's so delayed right now. It shows up fine on my end right now. I don't understand. G3's fault? I don't know what to do. Alright, what I'm going to do... I can't tell if it's fixed because it's not moving yet. So I'm going to pull up yesterday's stream. And we're going to... Actually, we'll watch the Clone Wars clip. Yeah, let's watch that. That was good. No, it's still delayed. Dude, what? See chat moving a little? Yeah, I know, but right now it's 5:40 as I'm watching this right now. It's 5:40 as I'm talking to you guys. I want you guys to look at what time it is, and when you hear me, put what time it is for you. It's 5:40 on the money. Because I have it up on my phone to look. I don't know why it's so dang delayed, bro. We cannot have this. I don't understand. It's on ultra low latency. What in the world, man? What in the world? I should just restart the computer or something. I'm gonna change something up. It's not lagging on my end? Okay. Alright, well then maybe it's working then. Maybe it's working then. Yeah, okay, it appears. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put up the logo just for a second. I just want to test it before celebration begins here. I know you guys can't hear the audio. We're gonna get that fixed right now. Okay, now I'm gonna take it off. Any lag at all? Are we good? I messed with a couple settings. Hopefully that did it. We good? Was everything flowing? 41 for me. Okay, alright, so it is good. Okay, I think it fixed itself. I don't know why it was starting off all weird and jumboed. Sorry about that, guys. Well, let's go to full screen. And here we are. So we're going to be watching day 2. My ears, was it super loud or something? Yeah, like I said, guys, I don't have the full setup right now. I don't got G3 with me, man. I'm sorry. The beginning part, I'll admit, it's going to be rough around the edges, but once we get going with Star Wars Celebration, it'll be good. It'll be fine. We are solid, but my ears are not. Sorry about that, guys. Once Celebration begins, it says 16 minutes, but they started it early yesterday, like I said, for the billionth time. I'm assuming they're going to start early again. I don't know how early. I guess we can play some Battlefront 2 as we're waiting, but then again, I'm afraid it's going to freak out and do what it was doing. I don't know if I should trust it. I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we chance it or wait? I did change settings, so I think the settings is actually what did it. I don't think it was the game. But I could be wrong. We still got 15 minutes before they say it's going to begin. And then we're turning off Battlefront 2, and we're going to focus on Celebration entirely. I'm going to mute the mic, and we're going to enjoy it. I'll still be here listening to it, doing Celebration and all that good stuff. I just feel like right when I boot up the game and get into a game, they're going to start it. You know? That's the vibe I'm getting. In fact, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back here for a sec. Balance. And acceleration! And I want to make sure everything's on my speaker. Rather than the headset. Since I'm not going to bother with Battlefront 2 again right now. We got in one game at least. We lost. And I don't know how it looks on your guys' end, but all good. Sweet. Okay, it's good for me. Let's get it fixed up for you guys now. Boom. Now we're gonna be good. You're gonna hear a quick echo. I know why it's wrong. There we go. Now we got it going. Now if I unmute it. Yep. There we go. All right. Almost time. Almost time. So how was your guys' week? You guys excited for the weekend now? I mean, Yoda for Battlefront 2 since launch. I'm that Gremlin believer. Yoda since launch, man. Dang. I find him one of the least fun saber users to use, just because he's still fun. Don't get me wrong. I think all of them are fun on their own level, but I have more fun with even like Rey most of the time. I think it's just because of his animations and his swing speed. It's like, dude, be a little faster. Come on. He's so fast in the movies, and then, you know, when it comes to, you know, at least saber fighting, and then in the game, you know, he has to like make his whole body jump in the air. And it feels like everybody can get it in like 2-3 hits by the time I get one hit in, you know? Yoda's parry is too slow. Honestly, I feel like the fastest thing about Yoda is his parry. I think his normal attacks is what kills him, because that parry, for whatever reason, Yoda, it's pretty interesting. He's able to kind of like, when you hold the block down and you press the attack button and you time it, he very quickly jumps up and jumps back down to blocking. So that way they can't get that extra hit in, you know? So it's like you still get the parry attack in, but then you're already on defense by the time they get the next swing in. It doesn't matter who you are. So I think that's one of the cool things about Yoda. But yeah, his slow attack speed, yeah, that is the rough part for sure. Here, let's go full screen so you guys can see the actual like chat and stuff. Yo, what's going on, Derpy? I would say hello there, but we don't got the soundboard working right now at the moment. My glorious king, great Jedi. Well, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm no king. But I'm glad that you enjoyed the channel, my friend. Did you secure the tickets? Not for Star Wars Celebration. We're not going in person, but we are going to be reporting it here at home. Although I did secure the tickets for Revenge of the Sith in theaters. I'm going to go see it in 10 days on April 28th. I'm pumped up for that. I even got the D-box seats, going with some friends. It's going to be great. It's all about the utilization of his right abilities. Yeah, he has really good abilities. I mean, he has the buff, right, that can also get him released from any, like, ragdoll effects, whether that's Vader's choke or Kylo's freeze or anything of that nature. You've got his dashes that go through blocks. That's phenomenal. And even his push isn't bad. Like, yes, it takes a second to come out, and a lot of people can read it. But at the same time, you can make it more powerful by charging it, by just holding down the block button with the force powers, you know? So that's another way you can get people to, you know, not... You can kind of catch them off guard is what I'm saying. You know, you can kind of be unpredictable if you have it charged versus if you're dealing with blasters, then it's a little bit different and you can see it coming from a mile away, because if you don't end up using it, then it drains back down and you're just stuck with your normal push, which really isn't that great. But it's really... I will say his jump attacks are a lot smoother than some of the other heroes. So, like, there's a lot of pros and cons with Yoda. I just tend to find the other heroes more fun, me personally, you know, most of the time. Yo, what's going on, Mandalorian Martin? Hope you're doing well, man. Will you be going to see Revenge of the Sith in theaters? Absolutely. Yep. How many of you guys are going to be doing that? It's my favorite movie of all time. Let's go. I'm excited for it, man. Yes, sir. You think so? I might have to try it again with Yoda due to his animations. He may have different... Kansas and Human Jedi? I don't know what you mean by that, but might have to try it again with Yoda. What, his force push? Or are you talking about his middle ability? Well, it looks like they're not really starting it early. I mean, who knows? It still might do. It's still 9 minutes away, but yesterday they like did it, I think, over 15 minutes early. Yeah, because yeah, it was, because my intro in its entirety is under 15 minutes. So I started the stream at 5:30, so that way I'm talking to you guys before or whatever the time was. I think it was at 7. So I think it was at 6:30 yesterday. And I was wanting to talk to you guys before 6:45, but it already started. I still ended up talking to you guys. It was still like the very, intro part, whatever. But yeah. Any predictions for the panels tonight? No, I mean we definitely have the panel information, but in terms of like announcements, beats me, man. I don't know. I was really only excited about 2 things that we got yesterday, and that was the Darth Maul show, which I think is really cool. I hope they don't mess it up. Got to keep the expectations right, though. You know what I mean? And then the other one is that Clone Wars clip, which is more discouraging more than anything, because it's like we'll never get that. You know what I mean? That's what we were going to be getting when George Lucas was in charge, not Disney. So, I mean, it'd be what it be. Not today, but tomorrow. Believe it or not, I'm actually a little excited for Fortnite. Not necessarily in terms of the Fortnite game, but Fortnite's like a platform now. It's not how it was. And they've been hinting like quite a bit about, them being there for Star Wars Celebration tomorrow. And if you guys, I don't know if you guys remember this, but I covered it in some past news update. And Disney and Epic Games, they got into a partnership. And I bet you what's going to get revealed tomorrow is going to be their first project, or at least what they were referring to when they made that announcement months back, So I am curious. I don't want to like set the expectations a little too high and then get disappointed, but I am interested to see what it could be, because the potential is insane. It really is. It really is, man. With the power of Unreal, it doesn't have to be cartoony. You know what I mean? They can make it super realistic. There's super realistic things in Fortnite. You just have to go find them, right? I mean, this might have been closer to a year ago. I don't know. But I remember when they first added UEFN for people to create their own games and stuff in Fortnite, someone basically made Call of Duty within Fortnite. Like I said, Fortnite isn't what it used to be. It's a platform now. It's insane. You can't really say that about any other game, but it really is. Like, if I made my own game, I could get it into Fortnite, and you guys could play it. That's how crazy it is. Like, it's great. It's great. It's overall very good. No, it's not all like, I know a lot of people when they think Fortnite, it's just that cartoony battle royale or save the world experience, and it's like it's not just that anymore. It's much more than that. Oh, his parry window. Yeah. I'm going the 27th for Revenge of the Sith. Nice, man. I hope you enjoyed that. That sounds great. I predict they will release Ahsoka footage exclusive to the panel that will be leaked online. LOL. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. Yep. Yep. I was looking for any of the Darth Maul stuff, and I haven't found anything leaked online yet, but I'm sure it's going to come. We just got to wait. We just got to be a little bit patient. It'll leak. And I won't be able to show it to you guys because I'll get copyrighted. They'll strike me down, and then I won't be able to post for a while. But, and then 3 strikes, then I lose my channel, and we don't want that. But I'll definitely leave you guys the links. If I find anything in the news update that's going to come out on Monday recapping everything, I'll be sure to, if I find anything, to leave those links in the description so you guys can see that. I still remember that last year, dude. All the the stuff that was coming out about even before that, like even that one year before Mando Season 3 came out. I remember when that was a big thing. And they had a trailer and they leaked that. I remember seeing a YouTube video. I'm like, whew, your channel's going to get deleted soon, boy. But appreciate you. You know, sometimes you'll get those channels. It'll just sacrifice their channel. Like, they're fine with it. Whatever, you know. Like, I out of the blue, I saw a channel like a few months ago. Maybe it was like 4 or 5 months ago. I don't know. I remember it happening this year, though. Or within a year. Not necessarily saying 2025. But someone posted the whole, like, Avengers 4 Endgame movie. And it was, like, lasting pretty long. I'm like, how do you even get past a copyright bot? I can barely get through some edits. I kid you not. I got a warning of, like, a copyright strike before with an edit. Fair use. Not actually violating copyright and stuff. It was insane. With something of, like, Book of Boba Fett. But these guys can get away with, like, putting up movies. I don't understand that. I don't understand the inconsistency of the YouTube bot. But, you know, Mall trailer got leaked today. I'll have to look into that. Yeah, I want to see that, man. Hopefully they have some better announcements today. Well, they're definitely not starting it early. That's for sure. Oh. Less than 3 minutes away. Let's go. I think Ahsoka Season 2 will be the last live-action Star Wars series for a while. I don't think they'll announce any more shows, but it would be nice to hear about a Skeleton Crew Season 2. Honestly, if they were going to do a Season 2 with any of their shows, I hope it would be Skeleton Crew. I don't think any of the other shows even deserve it, or really something even I'd want, to be honest. I don't think I'd watch any Season 2 of anything they've got. But yeah. Yup. You guys excited? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. In fact, why don't we look up the panels real quick while we're waiting. Let's take a look. Drag it over here. Boom. All right. So we're looking for the 19th because that's what it is in Japan. So we've got Andor. All right. Then we've got Ahsoka. Then we've got the Master Class working in the Star Wars Art Department, Stars of Star Wars, screening the Siege of Mandalore. I mean, we won't be able to see that, but, you know, hey, not a bad episode, man. Bit Reactor. Okay, yeah, we got the more information coming for the Bit Reactor Star Wars game. We know the name of it. I already forgot the name of it, though. They just announced that, like, this week. We got the Star Wars cosplay showcase, and that's it. So it looks like it's going to end a little bit earlier, which makes sense because it's starting a little bit earlier. So waiting for Star Wars. Come on, Star Wars! No, I'm just playing. Take your time. Take your time. We'll be patient. We want you to put it on a show. We want to see this. But like I said, guys, once it starts, I'll shut up. I'll let it go full screen. I'll let it do its thing. And then at the very end, I'll recap it and go from there. And if you guys like how I did it today more than yesterday, or if you liked what I did yesterday more than today, let me know in the comments after we're done, because you still got a whole nother day of Star Wars Celebration for tomorrow. Oh, I'm also going to pull it up on my phone here just to make sure. Because sometimes you got to refresh, you know? But nope. So far, so good. I guess I technically could have played a couple more games of Battlefront 2. I really did have a feeling, though. You know, I bet you I could have got the stream started. I could probably start it right now. All I got to do is start booting up Battlefront 2, and then it'll start. That's how it works, man. At least with me. I cannot wait for that Maul series. It might give us flashbacks of him being discovered by Sidious in the immediate aftermath of TPM and how we got those spider legs. Whitwer could play Sidious. Yeah, man. I mean, he did that in Clone Wars. He did a good job. I bet you they are going to do some flashbacks. They probably won't spend a whole lot of time doing flashbacks, but I could definitely see a few episodes of flashbacks. The only concern I have is them trying to... What's the word? Trying to tie it to the sequel trilogy. I hope they don't. They said a year after Clone Wars, so they've got a shot not to, but then again, they mentioned it's around the Bad Batch time, and they still made the Bad Batch connect to the sequel trilogy. Somehow, some way, they love doing that. So, I hope not. I hope they don't ruin Darth Maul either. I wonder if they're going to take the route with Darth Talon, which was like George Lucas's original sequel trilogy idea, which they should have just went with. I mean, basically it was supposed to be Maul and Darth Talon as the main villains for the sequel trilogy, which would have been great because that doesn't undo what Anakin did, you know, and it's more of an underworld sort of area, but you've got a previous Sith Lord that, you know, obviously can use the Force and is a Force wielder, you know, so he's going to be dangerous. And I mean, you got Luke and his entire... I mean, oh my. Don't even get me started on what it could have been. Whew! Sheesh. That's going to turn into a rant real quick. I want to see Vader versus Maul battle. Yeah, man. I mean, they also had a Legend comic on that. It was pretty sick. Yeah, man. It was crazy. Because Maul has the speed over Vader, but Vader's more powerful, you know? I remember seeing one comic. I know there's a few of them, I'm sure. But, oh, and we're ready. Let's go. All right, let's unmute this. Oh, it should probably help if I turn on the actual volume for myself. Once it starts, then I'll shut up. Can you guys hear the music or whatever? You guys are getting something, right? Some sort of audio? Are you guys hearing music? Let me see. Oh, no. What are you guys hearing? I don't even know what you guys are hearing. I meant to do this. Oh, wait. My... Why is there an echo? Oh, I know. There we go. Sorry about that. I know you guys still hear an echo. See how it went off, though, for a second? Yeah, let me just trim my end down. I'll mute my end. Just for right now, and then once we get started, then I'm going to shut up. And then we'll enjoy Star Wars Celebration. Like I said, I'll still be here. I'll be listening to it. It's on the speaker, as you guys were able to just hear. I'll be here looking at chat and all that good stuff. I'm going to be jotting down all the information, maybe even doing some research during the boring parts, and then at the end, I'll recap. Just want to make sure we're still live. Yep. Sweet. What are you guys excited for? We looked at some of the panel information. You guys excited for anything in particular? And how's the volume? Is it good? Can you guys hear the music and everything all good? We should play Battlefront 2 sometimes. Well, I mean, we're going to have a big Battlefront 2 stream over on this channel on Wednesday. We're going to be doing Star Wars Hunters on Sunday, as long as there's not going to be a Star Wars Celebration stream.
Here we go.
All right, we're rolling. I don't
got a very
right.
good feeling about
I'm shutting
this.
up.
General, count me in. This is the way.
It's time to celebrate, Star Wars fans. Star Wars Celebration 2025 is here, and we're ready to party.
May the Force be with you!
After 17 years, Star Wars Celebration has returned to Japan. But Star Wars' connection to Japanese culture didn't start at Celebration. It all began with George Lucas finding inspiration for the characters, look, and feel of A New Hope in samurai films, releasing the mighty Zillo Beast similar to classic monster films like Godzilla in The Clone Wars and The Bad Batch. Our favorite father and son duo of The Mandalorian was influenced by manga and films, and Lucasfilm joined forces with some of the biggest anime studios across Japan with Star Wars visions. But we're not just here celebrating Star Wars. We're here to celebrate you, the fans. Your passion, creativity, and devotion is what makes Star Wars fans the best in the galaxy.
I love how much you put into it. It means so much to me.
Making me emotional.
Because no matter how you choose to love Star Wars, this fandom is for everyone. And this weekend, we'll be bringing the latest and greatest from a galaxy far, far away to everyone here at the Makahari Messe Convention Center and to you watching at home all over the world.
This is so wizard, Andy.
Panels, special guests, exclusive reveals, and much, much more right here just for you.
This is where the fun begins.
皆さん、準備はいいですか？スター・ウォーズ・セレブレーションライブ2025、いよいよスタートです。To day 2 of Star Wars Celebration Japan Live. I'm Raina Scully.
And I'm Kristen Baber. Is everyone ready for day
2? Come on, let's make some more noise. Come on, Japan. Oki and Cookie, are you two ready to create some more amazing vegetable art today?
Okay, I'm kind of thinking about. I'm going to carve this one, and I'd like to ask you to Cookie. I'd like to carve this. Is that right? Okay. And which ingredients should I pick?
どっちがいい?
さつまいもか人参?
さつまいもです。Sweet potato.
Oh, this one. All right. Thank you, buddy. Okay, I'm ready now. Okay.
Love a good
We're ready.
bilingual
All right.
cookie.
Good teamwork. Love to hear it. All right. Hey, where's our friend Cam in the crowd? Who do you have down there, Cam?
Oh, yes! We are out here and ready for more Star Wars! Hi, Star Wars family. It's your hype guy, Cam, out here on the show floor here in Japan with the best fans from around the world joining you at home on StarWars.com. Is everyone ready for day 2? If you were watching us yesterday, you saw the love on this floor. And man, have we brought even more to celebrate with us today. Yeah, they are decked out. I'm not kidding you. Look at this. This is amazing. Hi, what is your name?
I'm Bananakin.
Bananakin. Bananakin. And you are?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh my gosh. This is amazing. I love this. Is a new Star Wars series right here. Where are you two joining us from?
I'm from Hong Kong. Hong Kong.
Hong Kong's in the house. Now, you were telling me ahead of time, this is your first Star Wars celebration, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Oh my gosh. What does it mean for you to have watched it on television before, but to now be here in person? What are you feeling right now?
Since a kid, being here and seeing everything, so excited.
So exciting as well, yeah, because this is beyond just a fandom. This is a family, and we are feeling that love right here on the floor. Look at the smiles. I know you're smiling right here.
You're smiling so much we're keeping it undercover.
Exactly.
I love it. What's your name?
Kang-Yuan,
Kang-Yuan, where are you from?
North California.
Northern California. I love it. I love it. Concealing his identity for his safety. I love that. And look at the wonderful cosplay we got going on over here. Hi, what's your name?
Christina.
Christina, where are you joining us from?
Bay Area, California.
Bay Area.
Yeah.
First time to celebration?
It is my first time. I'm so excited.
I love that you're excited. And our buddy over here, he's taking all the pictures. I love it. What's your name, friend?
My name is Robert.
Robert, you're live around the world. What does this moment mean to you right now?
It means a lot since I've seen the very first Star Wars when it first came out.
You saw the very first Star Wars when it came out?
13.
Get out. That's awesome. And now you're here after the franchise has grown so big. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I'm looking forward to something new, something that's going toward the future, something that expands the stories. They're not always going backwards, but let's go forward.
Let's go forward. You know what? You couldn't have said it any better, because why wait anymore? We're going to go forward and bring so much action to you here live this Saturday at Star Wars Celebration. Ladies, back to you.
Thank you so much, Cam. Kristen, yesterday was amazing. It was insane. To start the show singing happy birthday to Hayden Christensen, the chosen one?
Who could have predicted that?
No one.
Who could have
Not
predicted
one
that?
person.
Not one person. I can't believe my first interview of Star Wars Celebration Japan Live this year, Ryan Gosling. Very casual.
So crazy. Getting to sit down with Godzilla Minus One's director, Takashi Yamazaki. Young me is proud.
I'm proud of you too.
Thank you so much.
And listen, I know you all might even know who Raina's favorite interview was. Interview, yeah. You know what? Favorite moment of yesterday? Maybe meeting
Nubs.
Yeah, it was pretty good. We had a dance party.
My favorite Pooba.
He's just adorable.
We danced real good.
How, Raina? How are we going to top yesterday's activities?
I know we're going to.
You know what?
You're just going to have to watch.
We are, yes. And you all are just going to have to wait and see. But same as yesterday, keep your eyes on all the Star Wars social channels for updates and breakout moments.
Love being on TikTok? Check out the Star Wars TikTok for live interviews.
Who doesn't love being on TikTok, really?
I love me a good TikTok.
And I'm not biased. Find amazing articles and reviews on StarWars.com, a little website that you may know of. Want to see your name on the big screen? Do you? Yeah. See your tweets below in this little ticker.
Tweet it out.
Me.
Hey.
You can't start the day without your favorite co-host.
I knew we were missing someone important during this open, and you know who it was? It was Gil. It was Gil. That's who we're missing, right? Yes, but we're just getting started, Gil. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Is anyone here fans of Rogue One and Andor?
Yes. Yes.
And one more time, and Andor? Who else is excited for Andor Season 2?
Yeah! All right, let's join Tony Gilroy and Diego Luna as they talk all things Cassian Andor. Woo!
With season 1, I wasn't sure what was possible, you know? And then when audiences reacted positively, and people started talking about the show, I was like, this is special, you know? One very important piece of the equation is that we're talking Star Wars and people care.
The reaction to it was just nothing I'd really anticipated.
Let's take them by surprise. Watching it kind of blew my mind. And then the fact that people loved it and could see it for what it is. It's human, it's incredibly truthful, and it just happens to be in a galaxy far, far away.
What is my sacrifice? Kindness, kinship, love. I'm condemned to use the tools of my enemy to defeat them. I burn my decency for someone else's future. I burn my life to make a sunrise that I know I'll never see. What do I sacrifice? Everything!
進行役の DJ 太郎さんとサッシャさんをお迎えしましょう。
All right, everybody, good morning, Star Wars celebration!
おはようございます、Star Wars celebration!
Yeah, we are so excited to be here today to talk about the second season of Andor, a Star Wars story!
Andor!
Yeah! And we just started streaming on Disney Plus on April 22nd.
Yeah, Star Wars fans from Japan. 日本からの人。
日本からの人いますか？ From Japan.
Who's from overseas?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Welcome to Tokyo.
Yes, we are united. Yeah.
Now we have some special guests
Yes.
here to tell us more about the final season.
Woo.
Please welcome executive producer and creator of Andor, a Star Wars story, Tony Gilroy.
Yeah. Woo.
Executive producer and Cassian Andor himself, Diego Luna. Executive producer, Sana Wallenberg. And stars, Genevieve O'Reilly.
Yeah.
Adria Arjona.
Woo.
Denise Gaw.
Yeah.
Kyle Soller. And Alan Tudyk. All right, have a seat, please. Wow.
Wow. It's amazing, huh?
Okay. Would you like to sit down, please, too?
Yes.
So, can you believe the last time you were all together at Celebration was just after the debut of season 1? Tony, can you tell us about how that felt?
I just want to ask one question over here.
Over there?
How many guards on each level?
Woohoo! Yeah.
Bravo.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Yeah, how did you feel?
Oh, man. This is the third one we've done. This already takes the cake. All you people who traveled here, oh my God, bless you, bless you, bless you. What a thing. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. So Diego, look at that picture. What did this moment mean to you?
Oh, it's just, I mean, like many things that just happen in Celebration. Thank you so much for this reception, this love, this energy.
Yeah.
It's so special. There's nothing like this. And everyone watching at home also, a todos los que están viendo en América Latina, en España, saludos. There's, exacto, en México también. Sí, sí, sí. Qué chingón que están aquí. You know, there's 125 countries represented today in this room. That's what Star Wars means, you know? So thank you all for coming. It's beautiful to be part of this, you know? We obviously love the idea of going back to Cassian, but now knowing that it matters so much to you, that Andor has an audience that you're expecting these 2.5 years have been, you know, just a bless for all of us working in something you guys care about. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And Diego, arigato from Japan. Arigato.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Yeah, you know. So from everything we've seen from the final season, and it looks just epic. It's epic. Diego, what can we expect?
It's just, it's so big, you know, in every possible way. There's more adventure and action, the drama. I mean, we're getting close to Rogue One, so everything matters so much. It's emotionally charged. And you have the story of all the characters you met in season 1, plus many new characters you'll meet in the second season.
Wow.
And obviously, because we're heading to start the beginning of Rogue One, many familiar faces also you're expecting. It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be intense. And then when you finish watching this second and last season, go straight to Rogue One because you're gonna see a different film then.
Wow.
Amazing.
That's exciting.
That's exciting, yeah. And Tony, talk to us about what time frame will be seen on screen.
Season 1, we took a whole year.
Okay.
Season 1, we took a whole year to do the whole season. Second season, we're going to do 4 years in the one season. So each 3 episodes will represent 1 year.
1 year.
And we're going to drop them, 3 a week. So it's basically like dropping a movie every week, in essence. And there'll be a jump. It'll be 1 year, 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. And when we land, we only land for a couple days. So they're very, very intense experiences. And we tried to find the most important 3 days, 4 days we could to land on. But yeah, that's how we'll drop.
Wow. Ooh. I'm not good at math, but is that 3
12.
times 4, 12, right?
Yeah.
12 episodes.
12 episodes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Sana, from all the material we've seen so far, it looks like the production this season was or is massive.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Tony doesn't hold back. I think we all know that by now. And going to season 2, we could, of course, had to be wider, larger, and really more ambitious than what we have done before. And I have to say, this time our extraordinary team really outdid themselves. Our production designer, Luke Hull, costume designer, Michael Wilkinson, and all our extraordinary creatives and their teams put their heart and souls into creating all these new worlds to tell this story as we go on. They managed to, the amount of creations really was staggering. We created 140 sets across 7 stages.
Wow.
2 backlots and 24 different locations. 700 costumes just for the principals alone. 152 droids. 152 creatures, sorry. 30 droids. And over 4,100 VFX shots. There's a lot that you can dig into.
Wow, you're good at numbers.
Yeah.
Great.
Good memory.
I should be.
It's a lot of numbers.
Good memory.
Wonderful. So we're going to see a whole new places. That's
Yeah.
cool. Wow. So Tony, the show is called Andor, but you introduced lots of unforgettable characters in season 1, right? What we learned to these characters, what's going to happen to them?
We're going to follow everybody you like, everybody you love. Cassian's at the center of this, but it's a chorus, it's a choir all around him.
Right.
We care about these characters as much as you do, and we will tell every story full out. So it may not be good, it may be good,
it will be.
A lot of different, a lot of different, who your favorite character is, but we go all in on all of them, all the way.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah.
To Rogue One.
Into Rogue One, which takes you into New Hope.
Yeah. Okay. So, Genevieve. Hi. Okay. Genevieve. So, Genevieve, one of the characters who is the most visible in the Resistance in Mon Mothma. And can you tell about where we find her this season?
Well, I would just like to say first, thank you for having us.
Sure.
We're so excited to be here to talk about this. I think we feel like we've been sitting on a little bit of a diamond, and we can't wait to share it with you. So hopefully you like it. I think for Mon Mothma, we start somewhere where Sana was talking about. This season takes us to whole new worlds, whole new people. And so we start in Chandrila, which is Mon Mothma's ancestral home. We start with a wedding. Whoa. And all the complications that brings.
Okay.
And then we drive and we reach. And for Mon Mothma in particular, you really see her have to work and graft under the eyes of the Empire. And we go to some dark places this season. And so she must step out of the shadows and risk everything to speak some truth. That's
cool. Yeah. And obviously, we are thrilled to see Ben Mendelsohn back as a critic, right? And one of the more iconic bodies in Star Wars, but Deborah was pretty formidable in the season 1, right? And Denise, talk to us a little bit about her arc this season.
Oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed, so jet lagged, so emotional. This is incredible to be here. I'm being very un-Dedra and really excited, like a child. I'll try and be really serious. We find out where Dedra comes from in this season, a little bit about maybe what makes her who she is. Things get real strange here.
Oh. Strange.
Yeah. But what's great, I mean, just to be part of this thing, like every character is so fully drawn. I've never been part of such an ensemble. And I don't want to give too much away about it, but yeah, Dedra really shows herself. It was much darker this season. It wasn't so girl boss. It was much more fascist this season. Which is very unlike me, so it's serious acting I'm doing. Yeah, I'm so proud to be here with everyone and part of this thing. It's such a gift. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right. Strange is a strange word, actually.
That's a kind word.
Yeah, okay. Speaking of cereal, what's going on with him and Dedra, Kyle?
Gentleman never tells, does he?
Because she'll kill him.
It's really weird.
Strange,
really, really weird. Yeah, so Cyril is starting out this season feeling pretty good about himself. He's got a little promotion, he's got some new threads, he's on a new planet, he's mixing in with other people, he's flexing the small amount of power that he has in his own little pocket of the Empire. And he is trying to flex this at the same time. And that results in...
It goes super well.
As you can imagine, just a lot of staring, a lot of
a lot of really awkward.
Woo! Woo! Woo!
No touching, no touching.
God, it's the weirdest.
But yeah, it's amazing. It's an amazing relationship to dive into because it's ultimately at the heart of Cyril's arc and, in a way, Dedra's arc. And they really, them coming together and opening themselves up to each other ultimately forces them into extreme situations that they never anticipated. So it's pretty spicy.
Wow.
Wow.
Strange, weird, spicy.
Yeah.
What will go on?
Okay. So Adria, your characters. Your character, Bix, was also there during that riot on Ferrix, and we see her leave the planet. So how is she doing these days, and where do her allegiances lie?
Well, first of all, I'm really trying to be cool, but I'm so overexcited right now. This is insane.
Of course.
This is wild. You know, it's really, I love you. It's so rare that you get to put faces to the reason that you're making all these choices. You know, we had all of you in mind in every single decision throughout the show, so this is very surreal and really exciting. Really exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the question? Bix.
Yes.
My name's Adria. My character's name is Bix. Bix really went through it in season 1. And when we first meet her in season 2, you know, she's left her home. I really believe that, you know, Bix is the most Phyrexian woman there is, and, you know, she's away from home and kind of really trying to reconstruct herself, and what that means for her and how she's sort of gonna cope with everything that happened with Dr. Gorst is very interesting. And then you get to kind of get a sneak peek into this beautiful relationship that starts forming. You know, season 1, everyone's like, what are you guys? Are you guys together? Are you not? Well, I think this season you'll really get to see these two characters come together, which is really beautiful and probably one of my favorite parts.
Wow.
Wow. Nice. Okay, and Alan, how does it feel to be back at K2SO? How'd you feel?
Thank you.
How does it feel?
I'm not going to top that. Let's just move on.
Who loves K2SO?
Oh, come on. Thank you very much, y'all. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
But did you ever think that was going to happen?
Did you ever think it was going to happen? I always held out hope, you know, hope. Such an important part of the show. I really wanted it to happen. I did for a time hold out for my own spin-off, K2 Fast, K2 Furious, which we discussed at D10 a long time ago. But Tony's a better writer, it turns out. And he has made an amazing, amazing show. And we get to see how our two characters meet and the birth of K2SO will be seen this season, which is exciting to see. It was very exciting to do, to be born. Yeah, it's beyond. It's beyond anything I could have hoped. It's such an important, it feels like a very important series. And it's great to be a part of it.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Great to have you back. Welcome back.
Diego, what's your point of view meeting K2SO?
Oh, I missed Alan badly. It was 7 very tough years, man. I was laughing the moment I saw him back in his like very tight wardrobe.
Suit?
I mean, and I saw everything was in the exact same place after 7 years.
Yeah.
No, but it was, I mean, we spend a lot of time in a cockpit, not moving, and he's just like the generous and nicest partner you can have in a scene. It's very difficult, you know? Yes, it's there is nothing like working with someone that is always finding a way to make it more interesting, more fun, and to surprise you. And as an actor, that's beautiful. And I never knew it was going to be so much fun, because when you read the pages, you're interacting with a droid, no? But then Alan comes, and it's just a character that has shape, that has soul, He brought a soul to this character and made it unforgettable, and that's why he deserves just the reception he just got, because he took the character to another level. Yeah. Definitely. And it was nice. Well, no, I'm not going to talk about how he gets born, but it was nice to witness that. And it was nice and awful and nice. I didn't do a video, man, sorry. It's cool to work with someone also so bright and funny,
Right.
With this material that is so deep sometimes, and
Okay, looking really forward to see it.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, now I speak for all the fans here when I say I know we are expected to see what you all are up to. We are counting the days. 3 more days here in Japan.
Yep.
Until April 22nd. Yeah. So.
So this is how we're starting day 2. Okay. Sure.
Hold it for a second, everybody. Now we'll hold. Please, hold for long. Hold the entire day. You're holding court right there in the center, man.
What I'm holding is patience.
Yeah?
And I don't have a lot of it for this.
You're not really excited for this segment?
Our next guest is here all the time. It's not really all that special. I didn't even agree to this interview. I specifically said no. There's nothing.
Star Wars Celebration Tokyo.
No.
Are you ready? Coming to the stage, the only actor to appear in or be involved with every single theatrical Star Wars film.
Knock it off.
He has been, or should have been, involved in every spin-off.
Ridiculous.
Including television series, video games, and radio serials.
It's not about
actor,
him.
Successful author, a man
Is he?
with perfect bone structure. One of the great intellects of our time.
No.
The best looking and only Anthony in Star Wars Celebration.
Ridiculous! That's
Anthony
insulting!
Daniels!
We're not even allowed to have sparklers. We're not even allowed to have pirate. No.
you. What a lovely, oh, thank you. What a lovely welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tokyo. Thank you. It is so good to see you all.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
It was all going so well.
Yeah, it was. I had a great first day.
Have you been to wardrobe?
Have you changed your wardrobe in 10 years?
Don't encourage him.
This guy is the worst.
I can go off again, you know.
You always do.
Yeah, you love me, don't you?
No.
You love me, don't you? I don't care if you don't love me, okay?
I think you do. I think you do.
No, I think you're just jealous of me.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Of what?
Well, have you ever been in a Star Wars film? Because
have you ever been asked to do anything other than a Star Wars film?
Oh, how dare you?
How are your connections in Hollywood these days?
When you have created a character as wonderful as C-3PO, you don't have to do anything else.
That's right. And shout out to George Lucas for creating C-3PO.
Well, George Lucas may have thought of the character in the script, but who made it real? Just saying.
That's right. That's right, you're right. We should also thank the wonderful effects team at ILM, the model builders, the droid builders, the costumers.
This is true. Yeah. And if only the costume we'd been ready on day one of filming. 6 months and it wasn't ready on the first day. It was a nightmare. And talking of nightmares, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you. Please, have a seat. No, you know what's very funny? You and I, actually, the first time we ever worked together, we sat down at lunch and we immediately talked. You had just gotten back from a trip to Japan. And you and your wife were talking about how much you love Japan. So it must be wonderful to be back here.
It is absolutely super to be back again. And I think that may have been when I first met the Japanese C-3PO.
Yeah.
Iwasaki-san.
Yes.
Sodes. Yes. Who does all my, Hiroshi Iwasaki does 3PO in Japanese.
Yes.
And it was so perfect. It was like I could speak Japanese. He's not here, is he?
I don't know if he is,
I don't know.
But...
Well, if we clap loud enough for him, Iwasaki-san, he will hear.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And it's funny, after you told me that story, I went and I found a clip and I listened to it, and he really is. He sounds like you.
He does. I was
like
so impressed. But one of the things about Japanese culture is that everyone is very polite. They understand protocol and etiquette. Something clearly, anyway. You can work on it.
Yeah, by the way, I want to know who got him those sparklers because you're fired. I don't have that power, but I will fire you. Yeah. But we are back in Japan, and it is a very auspicious year. It's 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith.
Ah, yes.
The 20th anniversary of Lucasfilm Animation.
Uh-huh.
Which, of course, you have been very involved with.
I love doing the animation, like Clone Wars, the Yoda Chronicles, all that kind of thing. Yes, Yoda Chronicles. Wow. Because I don't have to wear the suit.
That's
I can just stand in front of, what do you call it, a microphone.
Yes.
Yes.
He's a professional, everyone.
And often I just have the director here on a little screen. I'm in London, they are in California.
Yeah.
There's maybe 6 people there, and just me going, hello, and being C3. Have you been practicing your 3PO?
I'm so bad at 3PO. You know that.
I don't have... Do you want to hear his 3PO?
Yeah.
Stand it. Okay.
Hello, I'm C-3PO, human-cyborg relations. It's it. Well, I don't do it for a job.
Oh. What do you do for a job?
I keep you under control.
And when was the last celebration?
Last celebration was 2 years ago. That was in London, yeah?
Oh, yeah, we let you in. It's
That's
amazing.
right.
Oh, hey, one of the things I like about...
Oh, look, something reminded him of him.
One of the things I like about being in Japan is my book in Japanese.
Oh!
Photo. And of course, yeah. Watashi wa C-3PO.
Yeah. The problem with the book is they can't get the head big enough.
But it's also in English, and I'm very proud it's in Japanese. I'm afraid I can't actually read it, even though I wrote it, but apparently it is beautifully translated. But one of the things that isn't here in the English version, we have a huge index of all the people that I've worked with on Star Wars, and all the famous people.
Oh, I'm probably in there, right? Like, I'm probably in there. Like, we've been working together for like 10 years now. I'm probably in there, right?
Let me look. What's your name?
It's easy for you to remember the first part. The last part is Carboni, C-A-R. C-A-R.
Carboni. That's your name?
Carboni, yeah. Would you believe it? He'll get it. He's aging. He's slowing down.
Begins with a C?
Yes.
Not there. That's really sad. You're not in the movies, and you're not in my book.
Wow.
I mean, how can you get up in the morning?
Most mornings it's easy because I don't think to myself, I have to talk to Anthony Daniels today.
Okay.
But today it was like really hard for me to get up.
And the other thing is, have you not got it? When we're going to meet, I'm going to be beautifully dressed because I respect my audience. You stand up. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Make fun of my Carrie Fisher tribute shirt. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, you set it up. You set up the gag. Go ahead and make fun of it.
Oh, yeah, suddenly she's a gag. Carrie Fisher. Oh, disrespect. Oh, so desu. Oh.
Dang, he's usually too old and slow to turn it around on me like that. I didn't expect it. That was good.
Hey, I like to surprise you.
That was good. Well, I gotta say, talking about this, 20 years of animation, 20 years since Revenge of the Sith, you're still involved in the new projects. There's a lot going on. I mean, there's so many new people coming in.
Oh, it is amazing, and new stories and whatever. And I was so thrilled to be invited to do one scene in Ahsoka.
Yeah.
Anybody see?
Because that's as long as they can take him for. They're like, we'll bring him in, but if he's here for more than 2 hours.
Yeah. I had this just wonderful moment in Ahsoka, just to remind people that Carrie Fisher was now General, I think, Leia.
Yes.
So I brought a message from the Council and General Leia to this huge kind of courtroom thing. It was amazing. It was in Southern California, and I'd arrived from Canada. I was so jet-lagged, and I dressed up in the suit backstage and went into this huge kind of courtroom, big round courtroom. And being California, the sky, it was open to the sky. It was beautiful, and all the scenery like a real courtroom, with furniture and so on, judges up there on a dais. And I spent a day in this costume, talking with real actors and so on, which was different from talking to you, obviously. And then, at the end of the day, somebody flicked a switch backstage, and the courtroom and the sky all just disappeared. I was in a giant television screen. It was...
Yeah, you were shooting on the volume.
It was the volume.
Yeah.
And I'd never been in it before. It was so convincing.
Now, this is normally where I would make fun of you for not being able to tell the difference between the volume and reality, but since I have worn the 3PO mask, you can only see like a pinpoint. And if you landed, went into wardrobe, went straight into the courtroom, you probably just thought it was real.
Thank you for understanding.
Yeah,
you get it.
That's kind of wild, though, to think that the volume, like ILM has done such magic that they could turn off the room and you're like, oh, I thought I was there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And of course, the next day they turned it on.
Yeah.
But then I knew the magic.
It's
so
got to
it was
be
fun.
better than being strapped to a gurney in
In the desert,
Tunisia.
yeah. Because all you've got to do is put sand on the floor and put film up on the wall, and you are back in Tunisia. Much better to do it in the volume.
Yeah.
The other thing I did, I think last year now, was did anybody, when I was here before in Japan, see Star Wars in concert? Yeah? Yeah?
Yeah.
Where I told the story of episodes 1 to 6 with the Tokyo Symphony Orchestra.
Oh, that must have been wonderful.
It was magic. But now, a few months ago, I did it again with the Los Angeles Philharmonic.
Oh, wow.
And this time...
I didn't get your invite.
What?
I didn't know you were in town. You didn't call.
Why would I? It's like... I have friends. But
Yeah, he's got friends. That's something that people with
friends say. It was a
friends say.
symphony orchestra. It was, you wouldn't have dressed nicely, But the thing about this new SWIC, Star Wars in Concert, is I told the story from 1 to 9, not 1 to 6. And do you know, I have to tell you, it was because we had to work on the script 7, 8, and 9 and condense it. And it was the first time I truly understood what was happening in episode 9. It's like... On the set, I was like, whoa, bewildered, Suddenly, whoa, sorry, we had to redo the scene. The Emperor's alive again. Who knew that?
Well, so, I mean, listen, it's right there in the line. Somehow Palpatine has returned. That's, it's right
somehow.
there. No, but there were a lot of, as I understand it, you all explored different directions that could have gone and different storylines that could have happened in it before everything landed in the way it landed. So it must have been kind of interesting because when you're on set, you're like, oh, we had 3 different ways this could have gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little confusing, but in the end, and curiously, it was my favorite film to work on, episode 9. And part of the reason was 3PO had some of the best lines.
I've told you this before, I think Rise of Skywalker is best 3PO movie. You have such amazing scenes in Rise of Skywalker. Did y'all like that?
Yeah.
Oh.
And my favorite was telling the crew, the heroes there, 3PO, what does this say? Well, it is against my programming to translate from the Sith. And I boasted for all these films about how I can translate 6 million forms of communication. And suddenly, no, I can't do that.
Well, let me tell you something. As somebody who's known you for 10 years, you don't tend to mention your weaknesses up front either. I am not surprised that 3PO hit that.
Yeah. You know, 3PO is a very sensitive person.
I do know 3PO.
I mean, he's almost a person. He's so sensitive.
I know, and I always have a little bit of 3PO with me. Not Anthony Dano's, but there's never a day that I'm not wearing something 3PO related. This is my 3PO watch.
That's a little creepy.
You can have it.
Just
you
saying.
can only have. You can have it one of 2 ways, man. Either I don't like you or I'm a fan. What do you want? What do you want?
What do I want? Do I want him to like me? Do I want him as a fan? Okay.
Y'all are not on my side here. That's wild.
Okay. You know what? Do I do this?
Put me in the appendix. Write my name in the index.
Should I?
Put me in the index.
Should I write his name? Should I write? How do you spell it?
It's Anthony.
Oh, yeah.
And then Carboni. C-A-R.
Shall I just put?
You put whatever you can handle.
All right. To Anthony.
Yep.
What?
Does anybody have any suggestions?
You've got a fan here. It's ridiculous. What would I put?
I
To
got
Anthony with force. What? Oh, no. Should I put with love? No. What would I do? What? Okay, I'm going to put with love.
Can you believe that he sits 30 yards away all weekend and charges for this?
Yeah. Okay. And I've signed it Anthony, the real one.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm gonna put 2 kisses. Can we go to close up here somewhere? Give me a camera.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, look at that. Is this a good idea? Yes, it is. There you are. It is a token of my love.
Thank you. I love you. You know that. You know that. I do want to say, begrudgingly,
I'm going to sit down.
Your
Why?
legacy in Star Wars is huge. 3PO is my favorite character. I've said it before. A lot of people, 3PO is their favorite character. And every year, when you and I have our discussions on stage, or before we have our discussions, I get so many people reaching out to me online to talk about it. And I had somebody reach out to me with a particular, I believe it was on Threads, somebody posted to me, protect Anthony Daniels at all costs. He's a national treasure. Seriously, wrap him in bubble wrap and keep him safe. Yeah. And I thought that's good for two reasons. Number one, he is very old and brittle. And number two, if we wrapped him in bubble wrap, it might suffocate him. So let's go ahead and give it a shot. Can we get some bubble wrap out here for Mr. Daniels? Let's go ahead and get our national treasure into the archives, shall we?
Are you serious?
Yeah, let's keep you safe, bud.
You are
Come
serious.
on. Thank you, Lionel. You just come right up here, sir.
Should I do
You'd help
this?
me out, Lionel. Yeah.
Is
If
this-
you could just, just hold on to this and spin around like the beautiful dancer you are.
I can't
There you
believe
go.
I'm
Keep
doing
going.
this. Oh, I
Keep
got- wait,
going.
wait.
There we go. That's perfect.
is it-
Yep. I think we got it. I think we got it.
Is this how I can go to this 50th celebration?
That's right.
Are we going to do that?
We're making sure that Anthony Daniels safely makes it to the 50th anniversary of Star Wars Celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, he's perfectly fine, Mr. Anthony Daniels. Come on, nope, come on with me, bud. Come on, time to put you on the archives.
Okay.
You're gonna be with all the props.
Help me.
No, we're gonna keep you with the sabers. We're gonna keep you with the costumes. Come on over here to Oki. There you go. Oki made you a beautiful 3PO.
Oh, he did too.
Be careful. No. Just the plate. Yeah, bring that with you. What are you doing here? Anthony Daniels, everybody. I'm going to talk to security. Make sure you're on the do not allow list for next year. That's right. You fell right into my trap. Get out of here. We have so much more coming from Star Wars Celebration, and it's all better than this. Stay tuned.
Hey guys, I'm on the Star Wars Celebration live floor at the Blitzway booth, staring at this extremely menacing and very gorgeous Anakin Skywalker statue. Denny Kim, can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Hello, my name is Denny Kim, and this is Blitzway. And I'll talk about this was actually our first Star Wars series for our company. So it's very meaningful, and we have some gimmicks for it. First of all, it's a rooted hair, and all hand-painted by our artist. And it has a moving eye gimmick, which it's a first proto, so we can't show you right now, maybe next time online. And we have real leather, and pretty much it's called the Black Label because it's the highest quality of our brand.
He looks phenomenal. That's wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Star Wars Celebration exclusives?
We actually have 2 more new products. It's our first reveal. It's the Obi-Wan Ben Kenobi from the episode 4. It's the copy of the scene where he meets the Darth Vader for a long time. And the second one is from the Mandalorian, the Luke Skywalker, where he first appears to save the Grogu. And that's very exciting scene, right? So that's why we picked 2 of the statues.
Excellent choices. So, Denny Kim, I know you have a little bit more to show us, and I know that it's a little bit cuter. Can you tell us more about the SML series?
Okay, SML series are a figure company called the Sticky Monster Lab from South Korea. It was started by different artists and creators together, and found its own distinctive universe. And it's the first Star Wars series for the celebration. And we have some exclusive for the Star Wars celebration. It's C-3PO, R2-D2, and Stormtroopers, and etc. You'll probably have to come by to look how cute they are.
Absolutely. For everyone that's here today, definitely swing by the Blitzway booth. And for everybody else watching at home, stay tuned. We have so much more Star Wars Live going on.
Celebration Live stage. Love a good action figure. And our friends over at Hasbro, Chris and Hope, have joined us because they always deliver something amazing for me. Here to show off some items and reveal something very cool.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get into it, shall we?
Yeah.
I think we should talk toys.
Why don't we start with the stuff we revealed yesterday?
Quick
Just a
recap.
couple of the pieces, but they're pretty cool.
They're pretty cool. Now, I know I'm supposed to start with Cal Kestis because he's the star. Any Jedi Fallen Order fans in the audience? Yeah. I know that's true, but Turgle.
Yeah.
We love the Turgle.
He's really the star of this show.
He's the star of my heart.
Yes.
So let's run through it. You revealed these yesterday on the panel.
We did, along with a bunch of other stuff for Vintage Collection and Black Series.
Yeah.
We also have Cal here, Mullet Cal.
Mullet
as
Cal.
we've been talking about
Your
him. Yeah.
request has been answered.
Yes.
Yes. You didn't know you wanted him, but now you do.
I knew I wanted him, Chris. I
Me
always
too.
knew.
I also
Yeah.
knew. This
Yeah.
is my preferred Cal.
Yeah. Are you not getting my
Preferred
emails?
Right.
I've been requesting this.
I must be filtering for Mullet.
You
I
must
don't
be.
know. Yes.
You must
Mullet
be.
only. Handle
or
for
for Kristen,
mustache.
whichever.
We also have Scuba Stev here that comes with him.
Yes.
Great character from the game.
We love Scuba Stev.
And of course, Turgle. So.
Turgle! We had a fun chant at the panel. Everyone was going, Turgle, 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 Turgle. It was great.
He deserves it. I love
He
it. And
does.
the swappable head for Cal
Yes.
Kestis.
Swappable head,
If you're not
lots-
into the
Multiple
mullet. I don't
heads.
know who among you is not into the Cal Kestis mullet, but just in case, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Just
can
in
clean him up
case.
for the.
You can
for the-
clean him up.
Yeah,
Switch
for
it up.
business.
All right.
Business on one head, party on the other.
Exactly.
Yes. Now, I know he's not here on this table, but wasn't there a sweet little baby Bantha also on that list?
There was
Yeah.
a sweet baby
Yeah.
Bantha.
Is he already in my bag backstage, perhaps? Is that why he's not on this
There's
table?
only one here, and he's
Yeah,
in the
he's
display
in my
case
bag.
over at our booth.
And he's
but,
silky soft.
Yeah,
He's so
lots of
soft.
great hair. The team did an amazing job just
Yeah.
integrating all of that stuff. Teeth.
Yes.
Creepiest of Banthas. Yes, it's amazing.
Hey, he's a cutie. No creepy.
He's got white teeth. It's horrible.
I
But
love
yeah,
it so
he's over there, so come check him out.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Along with all the other reveals, the exclusive
Yes.
of Ronin and the droid.
Yes.
Yeah, we've
and
got a lot
some
of
really
cool stuff.
beautiful stuff.
The
this year,
Hasbro
so.
booth is one of my favorite places to visit, not just because I get to say hi. That's part of it.
That's the fun
but
part.
also because you always do these amazing installations. You know, it's always
you.
some kind of beautiful build. Toys. I always spend money when I go to your booth. Like,
Oh,
Yeah.
it just
thank
it
you.
falls right out of my bank account. It's fine.
it's
I'm
always
so
fun.
excited every time you reveal things. And
Speaking of reveals.
speaking of reveals,
yeah.
All right,
What's
the last
under
reveal
the
for
more?
Hasbro of
One more
Celebration.
reveal.
We have a new helmet for everybody.
It's
All right.
time.
Everybody ready?
All right. Death
All right.
Trooper. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
That
for everybody
is-
back
yeah,
here.
take a
Look at
look
that.
over
Yeah.
Fantastic. So this beautiful Death Trooper helmet.
Yes.
It is. It's amazing. I mean, this is a
It
helmet that
is.
we've wanted to do since we first saw them in Rogue One.
Yes.
And
I've been
And-
asking you to do it since I first saw them in Rogue One.
You
Thank you
asked?
again for answering my email.
Yes.
eventually, we get around to every one of your requests.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, this one's special. This
yeah.
one comes from the heart. I feel like a lot of people have been asking for this one, so we're happy to deliver it.
And just the details. I hope we can get in close, but there's these
Yeah.
beautiful details. The weathering. It looks like it's seen some things. It's a little lived in,
Yeah.
So
perhaps.
subtle weathering. I think
Yeah.
that's part of what
Fresh from
I
the
think
Ursa
we try to
homestead.
do to make them feel real
Right.
from the universe is get that weathering not heavy, not overhand,
Right.
just the right amount. And I
Yeah.
think this
not
one
damaged.
really shows that off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope, do you want to do the honors on the feature of this helmet?
Yeah,
Oh,
tell us, Hope.
Okay, so we have some fun lighting features going on this guy. Do you mind, since you're closer, do you mind button pressing for me?
Okay.
So we have these lovely, are we working? Yeah, we're on. These beautiful green, glowing, beautiful lights on the bottom. So
Amazing.
that's a fun sort of, if you're cosplaying in the dark. And yeah, of course, we have the spectra sensor on the side, so lots of really fun light up features here. I just love the green against the black. It looks just so cool.
So sick. I love it.
Yes.
Love it so much.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And then, of course, like all our Black Series helmets,
Yep.
it has a full interior in it.
Yep,
and an
adjustable
headband.
interior.
They're comfortable to
Great
wear.
details.
Fits
Yeah.
all noggins.
It fits all noggins. It should say that on the box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really
Oh,
should.
It's about to
There we
fit this noggin.
Yeah, let's
Here it
go.
Yes.
Back in action.
Beautiful.
Looking good.
All
You've
right.
never looked better, Chris.
All right. When will this be available for all of our noggins?
Do you want to dive into details, or would you like me to?
Go for it.
Okay, yeah, so this one is going to be up for pre-order on the 18th, so today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time for the US. And then I believe same for Japan today as well.
Yeah.
Beautiful. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first. Thank you so much, Chris and Hope, for joining us. You always bring me some fun stuff.
Oh, thank you.
Can I not put this in my pocket? This
I
turtle.
know.
Is he-
We need a
is
pocket-sized one.
He's a pocket-sized turtle. All right.
Yes.
But we love you. Thank you so much. I promise I won't really steal from you. You know where to find me.
Yeah,
But thank
we
you so
got
much
you.
for stopping in. And we have even more Star Wars Celebration Live just for you. So don't miss it.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
With everything happening in the galaxy, StarWars.com is the only place online that is all Star Wars, all the time.
Yes, 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 yes.
From exclusive reveals and breaking news to interviews with Star Wars luminaries, StarWars.com is the #1 destination for the saga we all love. And with an ever-evolving databank of Star Wars information from all eras, crafts, and quizzes, you'll never run out of Star Wars to explore. StarWars.com.
Star Wars: The Old Republic has delighted adventurers who have wanted to live out their own Star Wars story for 13 years. But the team at Broadsword has put together a trip down memory lane to show the stories that got us to this point, as well as a sneak peek on where the story's headed next. Take a look.
Professional. I love it. So good.
Set 3,000 years before the stories of Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, Star Wars: The Old Republic is an epic story-driven Star Wars experience in a massive, explorable galaxy. With 8 unique origin story paths and hundreds of story choices across dozens of planets, which path will you choose first? Will you fight to protect the Republic or support the rise of the Sith Empire? Will you seek justice or vengeance? Will you find love? Will you fall to the dark side or follow the path of the light? We're thrilled to be here to celebrate how far this game has come in the last 13 years, as well as the new and exciting experiences we're still building each year. We've added many chapters to the epic story saga, new and improved gameplay systems, unique gear, seasonal events, dynamic encounters, and more. This is a living, breathing galaxy, filled with countless details to explore. And you don't have to do it alone. Make allies or enemies in co-op story experiences, PvP matches, starfighter battles, and large group encounters. In addition to new content, we have continued to enhance the game with modernization in environments, lighting, characters, and technical performance, and countless quality of life improvements across the game. In our current story, Legacy of the Sith, the infamous Darth Malgus has set his sights on the demise of both the Republic and the Empire. Intertwined in Malgus's plans are the Twi'lek siblings Sahar and Rakan Katine, one a former Padawan who has lost her way, the other a protege to the rogue Mandalorian Hedda Cole. And as with all stories in the Old Republic, at the center of all of this is you. Through all the twists and turns, the allies and the enemies, your choices will determine what comes next for the galaxy. We want to give a heartfelt thank you to everyone who has shared and continues to share their love for this game. From all the developers that have built these experiences, to the actors that breathe life into our stories, to the players who have found home and community in our worlds. We are still here 13 years later because of your love, passion, and enthusiasm for Star Wars: The Old Republic. Thank you, and may the Force be with you.
Our paths are not destined. They are forged. Shaped by ambition and fear. The desire for power. The need for control. The price of obedience. We allowed corrupt doctrines to dictate the paths before us. No longer. A change is coming to the galaxy, forged from pain and rage and sacrifice. My chains are broken, and now I will break them all.
Helping to celebrate 50 years of industrial light and magic, we have Lucasfilm's very own Senior Vice President of Creative Innovation, Digital Production, and Technology, a very succinct title. Give a warm welcome to Rob Brado.
amazing.
Right? It's just, there's nothing like Star Wars Celebration, am I
Yeah,
right?
this is just like a normal day in the office, except there's like 50,000 more people. So it's
Sure.
good to see everyone here.
And no community lunch, no bagel day.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
Other amazing things, though, other amazing food and snacks. But Rob, welcome to the Star Wars Celebration live stage. You've had a low-key celebration, right? Nothing too crazy going on yesterday. No release of a whole documentary series about the history of ILM or anything.
Now, did anybody see Light and Magic Season 2 panel yesterday? Anything? It's super fun.
So fun. Such an amazing crew. There's so much brilliance on that stage. It's a little staggering. I don't know how you deal with it every day at work.
Well,
you are also brilliant, my friend.
I mean, for those of you who saw the panel, or if you didn't, the other amazing thing is also the humility. Like we're talking in my opinion, these are the people who help create visual effects, the kind of storytelling we love in Star Wars. And they're all so humble about their talent. They all shared very personal stories on Light and Magic Season 2 about their feeling of imposter syndrome, their feeling that they weren't possibly the right people to like bring Yoda to life in that incredible Jedi fight in the original prequels. And those kind of stories getting to be shared in a really heartfelt way. I mean, these are the people I get to work with. I feel very, very fortunate, very grateful.
Yeah, no, and it's one of my favorite things about Star Wars, Lucasfilm, ILM. It's just so many lovely, relatable people. Everybody is just there. They want to do their best. They're so excited to further the craft. There's so much innovation and knowledge in our offices. It's truly, I think I used the word before, but I'm going to say it again. It is staggering. It is awe-inspiring. Walked by John Knoll earlier. That never gets old.
I know. And these are people that are not afraid to take risks, try new things,
Absolutely.
right? We're going to have a panel tomorrow afternoon, Light and Magic, or no, Industrial Light and Magic 50 years. And we're going to have some people on that panel who even changed careers later in their career. So it's going to be, I think it's going to be fun to hear some of the stories that we don't always get to talk about.
Absolutely. And so you mentioned it, but 50 years of Industrial Light and Magic, 5 decades, 5-0. Pretty fantastic. But what are some of your favorite memories from working at ILM?
I mean, as soon as I had a lunch meeting with John Knoll when I was getting interviewed, and he's like, would you ever want to work on a Star Wars film? And of course, it was a no-brainer. I was immediately in, getting to work with the people who created this.
I gotta ask, wait, when he asked that question, are you like, play it cool, play it cool? Yeah, maybe that's fine. Or were you just like flop sweat?
I just was, I was like, you don't even have to pay me. Yes, I want to work on Star Wars. That would be incredible.
You don't even have to pay me. It's fine.
It was,
fine, I'll do it for snacks.
It is an amazing place. And like you were highlighting, such talented people, but also people who are willing to share everything they know about the craft. So I have to say, I've been now with Lucasfilm and ILM for the last 11 years, and every day I'm learning new things from amazing people around the studio. It's really fun.
Absolutely. If only there was like a whole book about the first 50 years of ILM that we could all enjoy that history lesson.
Yes. Has anyone here collected any of the Industrial Light and Magic books? There's a 25th anniversary. I see a few collectors. There's going to be a new book just announced yesterday, the 50-year anniversary of Industrial Light and Magic. And this book is chock full from year 1 to the most recent work, some of the things you're seeing around the show today. So I've seen the previews of it. It is going to be incredible. So keep an eye on that. It'll be, I think, available for pre-order pretty soon. And it is full of stories, full of amazing stories and images, that some of which you've never seen before.
I'm sure it has just amazing depth of knowledge. And you and I both have written books, so we know firsthand how hard it is to do that part of the job. Just amazing. I can't believe they got it all in a single volume, honestly.
I mean, it's going to be a thick book. It's going to be a big coffee table book. If you have the 25-year anniversary book, this goes really well with it. It's just as big, if not bigger. But it also goes back to the beginning. It's not just about the last 25 years. It's the whole 50-year history. So if you know anything about making books, when you're trying to get these images that have never been seen before and get permission to put them in a book, it's a big, big job. But there's hundreds of beautiful images in this book. It's going to be, if you're a collector, if you're a fan of Industrial Light and Magic, I recommend it.
That sounds phenomenal. I can't wait to get my hands on it, my grabby hands. But I love talking about the past. I love talking about all the accomplishments so far, but I want to turn our eyes towards the future as well, and talk to you for a minute about visual effects, ILM, always at the forefront of that innovation. What excites you about this continued evolution of special effects, visual effects, and what's on the horizon?
Yeah, as we think about what tools artists are using next, the landscape is changing. If you're paying attention in both visual storytelling, in technology, there's a lot of change right now on the horizon. And at ILM and at Lucasfilm, we're really interested in staying on the cutting edge. This is both in terms of giving artists more efficient and streamlined tools, because if any of you are artists, you want to spend as much time on the art and as little time on all the technical details as possible. And there are new tools, there are new techniques that our artists are finding and inventing, that it's a really interesting time in visual storytelling, in tools for visual storytellers. So we're pretty excited about that. And you're going to see a lot out of ILM in the near future in this area about the new kind of things we're breaking into.
And in the distant past, ILM also launched a podcast that I'm a big fan of, Lighter Darker. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, it's so much fun. ILM has a podcast. It's called Lighter Darker, the Industrial Light and Magic podcast. And I got to say, we're really finding our groove. We're about a year in. It is so much fun. We talk with filmmakers. We talk about the craft of visual storytelling. So most recently, we just had Bryce Dallas Howard, who is anybody a fan of Bryce Dallas Howard here? She's
absolutely.
She's amazing. She just recently directed, well, numerous episodes of both Mandalorian and a couple of my favorite episodes of Book of Boba Fett. She's just so talented.
And Skeleton Crew.
And Skeleton Crew,
yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, you can't keep Bryce Dallas Howard away from directing Star Wars. And we wouldn't want to.
And her episodes are so great. So if you're interested at all in, well, if you're interested in Bryce, you got to listen to the latest episode, because she's on that episode and she's fantastic. And she shares some stories that I don't think she'd had another place to share some of these things that happened on. She talked a little bit about the Book of Boba Fett, her episode of that show, a bunch of different stories. So yeah, Lighter Darker, the ILM podcast. We'd love it if you want to subscribe and take a listen. It's super fun. Oh, and also, one more thing about the podcast. If you're interested, tomorrow at the ILM panel, this is the 50th anniversary panel, we're actually going to record the next episode of the podcast live on that panel. So if you come to the panel, your voice will be in the background cheering on the crew. We're going to have legends from ILM, 5 or 6 of them, 6 legends from ILM on that panel. You're going to get to hear some never-before-heard stories on that panel. So
you can be in the room where
join
it
the panel, join the podcast.
I love it. All right, and you know, we haven't talked that much about Star Wars, and since it is Star Wars Celebration, I would be remiss if I did not bring up my beloved Star Wars. Yesterday, we learned about Star Wars Starfighter. Yeah, me too. We are so excited for The Mandalorian. Grogu coming back into theaters, bringing us back to theaters for the first time since 2019 in next year, in 2026. But what future Star Wars project are you most excited about, Rob?
Oh, I mean, Star Wars Starfighter is so exciting for me. And for us to have movies lined up that are in production is very, very exciting. The fact that they announced yesterday, we are in production in the fall on Star Wars Starfighter, and we're in post-production on Mando and Grogu. As many of you saw, we got a short glimpse of that film yesterday. So it's really fun to have multiple movies in production, and Sean and his team are so talented. I think you got a sense of it yesterday on the stages, like hearing what they're doing, crafting that story. I'm super excited about that film, and it's really fun to have. We've got, you know, the world that we know of Mando and Grogu. It's going to be super fun, but the world that we don't know in Star Wars Starfighter, so many new things to get used to. It's going to be really fun.
Yeah, and just like ILM pushing innovation forward for special effects, I love that we're pushing the Star Wars timeline forward a little bit. We're going ahead of the sequel trilogy and just seeing what happens next, what comes next.
Exactly, what happens after Episode 9, outside of the Skywalker saga, right? Standalone is going to be really, really fun.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I hear you have one more surprise for our friends here. One more thing you want to talk about?
This does seem like a group that likes T-shirts.
Are you a group that likes T-shirts? Same.
So we've never done this before. You know, we usually do crew shirts, and it's usually just for ILM crew, right? You have to work at ILM to get crew shirts. For the first time ever, we're doing crew shirts on Amazon. You can get the ILM 50th shirt if you want it. Well, I might have a couple here for this crowd, but if you're... if you're not within throwing distance, you too can get one of these shirts on Amazon. And I noticed lots of colors, lots of different things. You just, I think there's a QR code they can put up, but I'm sure you can search for Industrial Light and Magic T-shirt on Amazon. And yeah, multiple ways to get this, but I think a couple of lucky people here might get one.
Yeah, all right. I don't know if we can toss them or put them into a T-shirt cannon, perhaps.
I think we're throwing them
I think perhaps it's safest to toss.
Okay, here we go. Let's see what we can do.
All right, go for it, Rob.
Anybody interested in an ILM 50th shirt? Oh, that was a good throw.
Amazing. All right, but if you weren't one of the lucky folks who just caught that, you can scan the QR code now right below us and pick up your own on the shop. But thank you so much for stopping by the stage to talk with us. Always a pleasure. We're just at the beginning of day 2 of Star Wars Celebration Live, so you know there's a lot more coming. Stay tuned.
Hey everyone, I'm at the Jewelry Brands booth with Chris. How are you doing today?
Good, how you doing?
I'm good, and I see some incredible jewelry and merch. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Sure, so we have a Mandalorian set, a Bo-Katan set, some Star Wars rings, and come by and get our exclusives. We got a 4-pin set, we have Leia, only a couple hundred made of Leia in English and Japanese, Luke in English and Japanese, and a cute little 2-pin set of Han and Leia. I love you, I know.
That is fantastic. I love it. Oh, and I see some Beskar over here as well.
Yeah, this is our Mando Beskar set. It's got the cog metal Grogu's necklace and a little Beskar pin. And then also we have the Kyber crystal from Andor and Grogu's signet that the armorer made him. And pins, keychains, and everything else jewelry-wise. Come by Jewelry Brands and say hello.
I am especially loving Thrawn's ranking badge. It looks incredible.
It's wearable. It's got magnets on the back, so you can wear it inside your shirt, and it's wearable.
That's amazing. Can I see it? Well, it's heavy too. Oh my gosh, it's so heavy. Fantastic. If you're here with us today, come by the booth and check out all this incredible merch. I myself am gonna get a bunch of earrings because they're just too fantastic. And for everybody else watching at home, stay tuned for more Star Wars Celebration Live.
We are having so much fun here at Star Wars Celebration Live here in Japan. And you probably have seen here on our Navarro set our amazing Star Wars carving sensation sensei. It's Oki with Cookie right here.
Hello, everyone.
Oki, I've been looking at the ticker at the bottom of the screen, and so many folks are wanting to know, how can I learn to carve amazing Star Wars creations out of vegetables, just like Sensei Oki?
Okay, do you have insurance for
Oh my gosh. So these look really sharp. Are these scalpels?
Yes, this is a kind of for vegetable carving knife.
Yeah.
From our ancestors. Like we've been doing this for 1,000 years. From
1,000 years?
Long time ago. Yes. We have it's called mukimono. Let's try it.
Let's try this. Okay.
Yes.
So, what can I help carve as well with you?
Okay. So I have mock-up.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is?
I do. I love the little droid. Love this.
Yes. So we are going to carve his first experience for a mouse droid. Is that right?
Okay. Yeah. So break it down for us. So what's step one?
Step one. Hold like this. Just like pencil. Yes.
Just like a pencil.
Yes,
just like that.
And we go. So he has a kind of antenna or something like that.
Yes.
For okay, I don't. All right.
I'm gonna do this so everyone can watch. Go ahead. You show me.
So this is going forward, right?
Going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and
yeah, we're trying to go forward. Okay, we're going forward. We got it.
Okay. So cut some line here.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. And
nice
cut
job.
off from here, like this.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know?
And take a little
Like
notch
this.
out. Hey!
Oh, that's good. That's good for first time. Yes.
Not bad for
Not
being a
bad at
notch
all.
above the
yes.
rest.
And one more line from here.
Yeah.
And same depth.
Same depth.
Yes,
okay.
like this.
Same depth. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And going this way and cut off.
Wow.
So the antenna is coming out.
Oh, so the antenna's coming out.
Yes.
Okay.
Like this.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Okay.
Yes. It's kind of big, so.
It's a weird mouse droid.
How's that?
Yes, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
My wife would be so proud. I can't cook a
all
thing.
Okay. So go this way.
Okay.
All right. And the
Turning it around.
doing same thing.
So is this step 3 now? Step 3. Okay.
Like cut here.
Cut down. Yeah.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And like
Amazing.
this. Just like doing the other side.
Just like we did the other side.
Yes.
No,
Oh,
it takes
that's
a lot of precision, Oki, doesn't it? It takes steady hands.
Yes,
This?
exactly. So I'm kind of shaking in front of people.
Oh, you don't need to be. He's doing a great job, right, everybody? Come on.
Oh my gosh.
You're the expert, bro.
Oki is doing great. We can't really say the same for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so same depth.
Same
like
depth
this.
again. I
Yes.
see what you're doing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like going this way.
Uh-huh.
And
Come on,
you.
Cam. You can
Oh,
do
I can do this. Gil, I know you're
antenna.
cheering me on. Thanks, buddy.
Yes.
Oh, I see. We're going in.
That one's a little bigger, so
My name's Cookie.
takes time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and Cookie, thank you for cheering me on as well.
You're welcome. I got no respect around here.
I'm giving you all the respect, Cookie. Don't you
All
worry.
right. Don't lose a finger, Cam.
I won't lose a finger, I promise. How's
That's
that
good,
looking?
That's good. That's very good.
Yes.
Very nice. Yes.
Oh, it almost looks like a mouse droid.
So the upside down.
So how long did it take you just to get this good at carving?
I've been carving for almost, including everything.
Yeah.
Maybe I've been doing for maybe 34 years or something.
34 years.
Yes. But I've been doing Star Wars vegetable carving.
Yeah.
And so I've been in this fight since I was 26 years old.
And you're 28 now. You look so good.
Oh, thank you very much. No.
So
I'm
we got a notch.
53 now.
Oh, that's fantastic, my friend. So we got the notch. We got the antennas.
Yes, you
Same
have
as you.
antennas. So we
Fantastic.
gotta go tires.
Oh, we gotta do tires?
So, yes. So.
Oh my gosh.
Upside down.
Upside down.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I
And
see. Okay.
it's more complicated, but going this way.
Oh, okay.
Cut.
Doing a little cut there. Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
I
that's
see.
good.
Yeah.
And the same thing, like going this way.
Going
and
this
cut
way.
off.
Uh-huh.
Cylinders.
Wow.
Highly complex.
You know what this is? It's very therapeutic. You know,
What do you say?
it's very like calming, like you know.
Yeah, maybe.
It's very
yes.
calming to do
Yes.
this.
Mildly terrifying
You
that
can
you
say
think
that.
anything
Okay.
involving knives is
And-
therapeutic.
It's true. It's true.
And the other side.
Other side.
Yes.
Oh, other way now. Okay,
Yes.
I see.
So cut this, right?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What do you guys think so far? How's this looking? How's it looking?
That's very good, actually.
Yeah?
Yes.
Actually, you sound a little surprised, Oki. I'm surprised too.
Sorry, that's true.
Okay, so do the same thing to get another
Yes,
one of the tires,
right.
right? Okay.
So we have to go flat, the middle part.
The middle
we
part?
don't need this, so
we don't?
cut off. Be
No.
careful with the fingers, like this.
You make that look so easy, Oki. My gosh. You're just like, just go for it. All right, here we go.
That's
Get
why
rid of-
he's the master.
He is the master. My gosh.
Yes.
Now, Oki, I want to know, do you carve anything besides just vegetables?
Anything?
Yeah. What else do you carve besides carrots?
I like vegetable carving, and also I carve like here for like champagne cork.
Wait.
Like
you do champagne cork?
Yes.
Look at this. Wow.
With color 3POs or something like that.
Amazing. Look how creative that is.
Yeah, actually, I have a lot like Ahsoka, and I'm glad I'm carrying this like Darth Vader or so on.
My goodness, what else? You have so much down there.
I have 12 of this today, but I'm not sure I didn't use it or I used one also.
Amazing.
I just carrying.
Now, if anyone wants to try this at home, what would you say the easiest vegetable to start with is?
Good questions.
Thanks.
Yes, very nice.
The
this
first
one.
time for everything.
Sweet potato. Okay.
A sweet potato is the easiest?
It's very hard.
Yeah.
And easy to watch, like if you use daikon radish, do you know daikon?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Radish, you said?
That is, yes, radish. So that is so kind of too white and clear.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit soft.
A little bit soft.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a good one to start with.
Yeah, no, it's too soft.
Too soft. So you want to start with the sweet potato.
So like this, dangerous,
Oh, it's too dangerous. Yeah.
Sometimes.
That's why you gave me
so
something
this one
a little
better
stronger.
with if you're doing this for, I suggest you to using gloves.
Using gloves.
Yes.
Now you're telling me to wear gloves?
Yes. But
so I'll just do this. I'll just be very,
I'm
very,
a
very
strict
careful.
teacher.
I love it.
Okay.
Have you been teaching a long time? Do you teach others to do this?
I sometimes, yes.
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Do you find that it's easier to teach people or droids how to cook?
Oh,
and carve?
droids.
Yeah.
Droids, definitely,
We
right?
were fighting yesterday.
You were?
Yes, but it's getting better relationship. So getting better. Maybe tomorrow is much better. I'm not sure.
All together, we're better
Yeah.
together.
We are best friends, or we're going to be.
It's going to be, absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, so that's the secret. Okay,
Kampai.
just have a little swig, a little sake in
All right.
between. Is that what we're doing here?
Maybe later.
Maybe later. Maybe later. Okay, so how do we wrap it up here? So what step are we on?
So we like to keep only this four shapes. This is for tires, right?
Well, yours look like tires. Mine looks like I don't know what it looks like. But keep going.
So cut this way, same depth.
Yeah.
And same depth.
Uh-huh. Oh, I see what we're doing. Okay, we're going to get the actual tires
to
out.
peel off like this.
Just like that. Okay. Look at this. How do you think it's looking, everybody? How's it looking?
Like this. That's good. Oh, great.
Oh,
nice.
look.
Nice.
Two tires.
So close.
Yes.
So close.
And
all the way around, we do the same thing?
Yes.
This is real easy to do
thing.
because it's pretty, repetitive here. To make just the two antennas and the two tires. And you two can have the best culinary Star Wars get-together with your neighbors, right? For a movie watching night.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think that would be amazing.
I have to do that. Okay.
Look at that. Yeah.
Maybe that's...
Hey, Cookie, what do you think of this? I mean, it's not as precise as I'm sure you would do.
I mean, it's pretty okay for your first vegetable, but I think maybe let's keep going and we'll see how it goes next time.
Next time.
Next time. Okay. That's good. How do we wrap it up? How do we wrap it up there, my friend?
Wrap it up. How do you...
Yeah, so what's next?
What's next? That's it.
Or is that it? Look, everybody, I did it!
Yes. Great.
Good job, Cam.
Now, are we getting a side-by-side here? Let's get a little side-by-side. Look at that. Come on.
Everybody,
Well, I can tell who's
thank
who's.
you.
Very good.
Thanks, Oki.
It's very good for the first time, yes.
I appreciate that, and we so appreciate all of the work you are doing here. Aren't we impressed with all of his work, my friends?
Yes,
Thank you
absolutely.
very much. もうね、ほんまにここにおるような人じゃないんですよ、僕も本当に。ほんまに。
Well, it's
overwhelming.
Oh, we're so glad to have you here. Cookie, thank you so much for helping me along and really, keeping me honest.
You're very welcome. I do my best, and yes, this is very overwhelming. 私は本当にそのことができない。
It can be overwhelming, but it can be a lot of fun. Am I right, everyone? Well, so much more fun is going to continue right here with Star Wars Celebration live in Japan. Stay with us. Thanks, Oki.
Thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Hey guys, I am on the show floor at the Rancho Obi-Wan booth, which is so exciting. I've always wanted to go, and I'm here with Anne to tell us a little bit more about everything that's going on here.
Hi, Anne. Hi, Raina. Thanks for stopping by. We are so excited to be here at Celebration Japan. Rancho Obi-Wan is the creation of Steve Sansweet, who is the head of Lucasfilm Fan Relations, and he was a fan of Star Wars since 1976. He built up a huge collection, and he's housing that in a museum, a private museum called Rancho Obi-Wan. To encourage folks to stop by, we're doing some fan art. Rancho is all about the force of imagination, and we love fan art. So we want to showcase fan art here in the booth. All of these sketch cards, we're going to go to Row and become part of the permanent Rancho Obi-Wan collection.
That's fantastic. You just mentioned a little bit about the future. What can we look forward to with Rancho Obi-Wan? Is it going to expand?
Right. So we really want to preserve the legacy that Steve has created in Rancho Obi-Wan. And so our new project is to combine 4 of the world's largest Star Wars collections. So it would be Steve Sansweet's, Gus Lopez, Duncan Jenkins, Lisa Stevens, and Vic Wertz. Their 4 collections will combine to make one public-facing museum that folks can come and visit anytime. And we're going to call that the Saga Museum of Star Wars Memorabilia.
That is such a perfect name. I absolutely love that. Wow, I am so excited when I hear about the community coming together and preserving everything it is to be a Star Wars fan. Absolutely. I love that. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
And to everybody back at home, keep watching Star Wars Celebration.
came with you to be part of something. The Empire cannot win. It's a different kind of mission. If it goes up in flames, it will burn very brightly.
But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win. We have to. We must stand together. We will be crushed.
Resistance is absurd.
It's a weapon. They're building a weapon. The monster will come for us all.
Revolution is not for the saying. You're right here, and you're ready to fight. There's a future here for those who dare. Welcome to the rebellion.
Coming to you from my favorite area of the entire show floor, the Kids Corner. Edward, how are you doing?
Doing great. Super excited to see all the fans, so can't wish for anything else. It's been great.
Absolutely. This is like a dream come true. Being in the Kids Corner is making me miss my kids so badly. Tell me exactly what she's missing.
Oh my God, so many things. For all 3 days of the event, we'll have our favorite Pooba from Young Jedi Adventures right behind us. They'll be making an appearance 2 times a day for all 3 days. We'll also be having rotational kids content from Lego Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy, as well as Fun with Nubs, our Lego shorts, and then also our Star Wars Lo-Fi. And then we have our Lego Build Workshop all around for kids to be able to build whatever they like and then display it for the rest of the convention to see. And we also have a display area for crafts and activities, and they'll be able to pin up all their drawings and illustrations from their day and then show for the rest of the convention.
I love that so much. All right, where can I get me one of these lightsabers?
Oh, right when you enter, we'll be giving away lightsaber balloons, so make sure you get yours.
Yes! Yeah. I want one now. Can I have one now?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh, let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Racing. It is truly a dangerous sport.
Saw you working on your pod last night. Can it race?
Yeah, winning races is sort of my thing.
The Force is more powerful than you can possibly imagine. Follow me, and I will instruct you in its ways.
Incredible, Captain. How are you doing that?
Hey, kid, question for you. How are you with top secret stuff?
friends over at ILM who brought us such greats as Vader Immortal, a Star Wars VR series, and Star Wars Tales from Galaxy's Edge, probably my favorite thing in VR, recently announced their new upcoming mixed reality experience. Here to tell us more about Star Wars Beyond Victory is director Jose Perez III and executive producer Alyssa Finley. Welcome to the celebration.
Thank you.
So I've loved everything you've done since Vader Immortal, and of course Tales from the Galaxy's Edge has been so fun. Tell us a little bit about Beyond Victory and how it's different.
So Beyond Victory is a mixed reality experience, and we have 3 different modes that we have in this. So we have an adventure mode where you get to play as Volo Bolas, who's an up-and-coming pod racer, and gets taken under the
I'm sorry, pod racing?
Did you say pod racing? Yes, I did.
Ooh!
If I say it again, do we get more? Just pod racing?
Now watch what gets the most applause. Now this is pod racing.
I was going to get there, but you beat me to it. That's fine. That's fine. Well, wait a minute. One of the characters in there, this might get some applause, that takes Volo under their wing is Sebulba. Huh?
Now, wait a minute. You're telling me that we are getting trained by Sebulba?
It's been like 22 years since that horrible accident that jerk kid, did back then, and so now it's a new world.
Honestly, unfair. He cheated.
Who, Sebulba or Anakin?
Anakin. Not allowed to use the Force, come on.
Interesting theory. So we have 3 different modes in it. So we've got like a cool story adventure mode where you get to go through and really get to experience like kind of full-on virtual reality and some mixed reality. And then we have an arcade mode where you get to drive around pod racers on this cool holo table. And we have a thing that we're not showing too much of yet, which is called Playset, where you actually get to play with some really cool virtual action figures in our future world that we live in.
Amazing. So this up-and-coming pod racer, tell us about Volo Bolas and what they're about.
Volo is a kid who's growing up under the reign of the Empire. He's having a hard time. They're having a hard time, and they are trying to figure out what to do. So they're working for a garage, fixing pod racers, and one day Sebulba walks in and is like, "Hey, you need a mentor?" So
Wow.
Opportunity knocks, right?
That is a uniquely generous moment from Sebulba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems a little shady, maybe.
Seems maybe like there's something else going on there.
Might be.
Okay.
Volo's pretty naive, and is dealing with a lot of grief in the story. We have a free comic book at the MetaQuest booth if you go over there that you can check out and see that. And so that grief and that naivety? That's a word.
Yeah.
Naivete is something that definitely comes into play when Sebulba shows up and starts helping them along their journey.
Yeah. Now, you said, this has been 22 years, so that puts us roughly in the era of Solo, a Star Wars story.
Yeah.
Tell me what made you set it right around there, and why is kind of name-checking Solo an important thing for this?
I think it's really more about the reign of the Empire, and that's the era that we're in. And so it's just that idea of you've got these everyday people that are struggling, being oppressed by this horrible empire, and have a garage that's falling apart. And so, all of these things come together to have this kid that can get swept away with some people that, might not be the best, and see how that all turns out.
Okay. And now when you say mixed reality, for people who are unfamiliar, what does mixed reality mean, and how is that different from sort of traditional VR?
So when you're in VR and you're in the world, you are there. You, Darth Vader, together, maybe.
I tried to hold his hand.
I know.
I have feedback for you as developers. If you can make it in the next Vader, if you do another Vader Immortal, if I could just hold his hand, that'd be great.
So in Beyond Victory, we do use...
They ignored it.
She
That's
just
fine.
ignored it.
Yeah,
No,
they was
I'm
like,
with
no,
you.
I'm filing that away for sure. Yeah.
So you're saying you want us to make the Darth Vader hand-holding simulator next? The people have spoken.
The people have spoken.
The people have spoken.
Yeah, take notes. I see you all down there. Take some notes. Write them down.
I have one job.
Okay.
to make that for you.
Thank you. No, but so the mixed reality thing.
So when you're in full VR, and we do have full VR in Beyond Victory, we use it for the biggest cutscenes, the biggest moments. You're in there. You see everything. You are living in that world. When you're in mixed reality, we let you have this thing called a holo table. It's basically a play space. You can make it the size you want it to be. You can see your action figures walking around your living room, but you can also see the world. You can see everybody else. You can see your dog.
Right.
So it integrates the play into your space in a way that I think is really powerful and lets us really play with some storytelling in ways we haven't done before.
Well, I think what was interesting to me is when I kind of looked at it, the holotable thing is great because it really is like if you grew up with kind of slot cars or remote control cars or something like that, you have this like space that you can make as big or as small as you want to race those things around on. But you also have ways, and this I think is so important, other people can see what's going on. It's not just you in this helmet playing by yourself. And you have ways for like other people to stand around and see this table too.
Yeah, you can like cast to a screen, so while you're sitting there playing with these virtual toys and this virtual holo table, other people can kind of see and experience that. It's one of the reasons we call it a play set. For me, it's like when I think about this project is when I was a kid in the 80s, you know, you'd like go to the movie, you'd get this really cool story, then you'd hit up the arcade, you'd do some arcade stuff, then you'd go home and play with your toys and get ready to go back to the movie again.
Right.
And it's just taking that same concept and like how do you do that in this weird future world? And being ILM, you know, it's always about like how do we push on this stuff and try to do something we've never done before. And so, yeah.
It's really fascinating. It does have an almost party game mode to it. I saw that there are like people over at your booth that are like screaming and shouting when people are pulling off cool things in the pod. And that's just not something that you can get. Like VR is great for a million things, but it's very cool to be able to be in a room with other people and not feel like you're closed off.
Yeah. Well, and the arcade mode has like a leaderboard and stuff, and so it's like people are trying to get to first and you're trying to get the high score, and there's always a lot of excitement when you're like, I'm about to win, and that one pod racer goes and just like zips past you. So yeah.
Amazing. So if people want to get their hands on this and they're here at Celebration, where can they do that?
Hall 4, booth 20-5. And we do have a free Celebration exclusive comic book if you come by.
There you go. If you want a pod racing comic, that's where to go get it. And then do we know when everybody else is going to be able to get their hands on this?
One of these days.
One of these days, baby.
Still working on it.
Hold on. This stuff takes a while. You know what I mean? It looks amazing. I cannot wait to jump in and check out this new high-paced experience. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please stop by the ILM MetaQuest booth if you're here to get a closer look. I appreciate you all coming by. This looks awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I want to mention again.
Hi again, friends. It's me on the show floor here at the Audio Technica booth with Keigoさん。お時間をいただきありがとうございます。オーディオテクニカのことをちょっとご紹介してください。
はい、我々オーディオテクニカは、日本のオーディオブランドです。で1962年に設立されまして、最初はレコードの針の製造から始まった会社なんですけれども、今だとヘッドホンであったり、プロフェッショナル用のマイクロフォン、マイクだったり、ターンテーブル等々も今手掛けているブランドになっています。で今回はスター・ウォーズセレブレーションというところでちょっとご一緒させていただくので、もろもろご紹介させていただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いいたします。Star Wars Celebration Live での限定商品のご紹介をお願いします。
はい、今回ご紹介させていただくのはこちらのヘッドホンになっています。これは木で作られたヘッドホンなんですけれども、蒔絵という技法が用いられています。これは日本の伝統的な技法で、約1000年以上前にからずっと伝わる日本の伝統的な技法です。それをヘッドホンに用いて、なおかつそれをダース・ベイダー、スター・ウォーズの世界とフュージョンさせたっていう今回の特別な製品になってます。で何が特別かというと、今回、この会場で10台のみの販売になってます。で実際にこう見ていただくとですね、いろんな角度から見ていただくといろんな表情があるっていうのを実際に体感していただく素晴らしい機会かなと思っております。あと右側と左側で違う絵が使われてるんですけれども、こちら今映っている赤い方っていうのは革新的な蒔絵の技法、そして反対側は古典的伝統的な蒔絵の技法を使った商品になっています。これを実際に楽しめるのはこの機会だけなので、ぜひブースに足を運んでいただいてご覧になってください。
では限定品のヘッドフォンのルックスだけではなく、 オーディオのこともちょっと説明してください。
はい、私たちはもちろんオーディオブランドですので、音にもこだわりを持って今回、製品を作らせていただいています。今回の製品の専用のチューニングを行っておりまして、その際にチューニングするとき、いろんな曲を使うんですけど、今回はスター・ウォーズの楽曲を使用したチューニングになってます。でその音をこの中の、ダース・ベイダーの瞑想室メディテーションルームを模したこの部屋の中で実際に楽しむことができます。この部屋は少し暗くなって本当に音だけにフォーカスできるような空間になってますので、ぜひブースに来られた方は体験してみてください。
体験してみたいですでは次にワイヤレスヘッドフォンの方をご紹介ください。
はい、今回もう一つの商品としてワイヤレスイヤホン、こちら4種類をご用意させていただいています。こちらは会場限定ではないんですけれども、こちら会場の先行発売ということで一般の方よりも先に手に入れることができます。で今回キャラクターがこちら4種類、当然人気のダース・ベイダー R2D2 に加えて最新のマンダロリアン、グローグ2種類ご用意がございます。でこのブースに来ていただくと4種類の音全てが楽しめます。でこの音っていうのがそれぞれキャラクターごとに違う音が入ってまして、なおかつ劇場と同じサウンドを今回搭載しているということで、これも今までにない製品かと思っております。こちらで試せるので、もしよかったらまたお越しください。
That is incredible. I'm in Star Wars. If you guys are on the show floor this weekend, you absolutely have to check out the Auto Technica booth. I cannot wait to try them myself. Thank you so much for showing us everything.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Representative of Naboo, a Jedi, Grogu's rescuer, and recently even a Sith Lego minifigure. Seriously, he is the best at everything. Give a big welcome to Ahmed Best.
Everything's gonna be all right, kid.
Happy Saturday celebration.
Day 2, we made it.
Love you, thank you. You guys are the best.
Oh, I see a lot of goos in the audience, a lot of little Grogus, a lot of little rescued
Grogus.
younglings.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
It's my guy. Wow. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I've had dreams that started like this. I was definitely less clothed, though.
Amazing.
Try to make that real a little later. What's happening?
Oh, Ahmed, it is so good to see you. We're so happy to have you here on the live stage.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's great to be here. It's great to be here amongst the family of Star Wars fans. The community.
And you have been a part of that family for many years now.
Yeah,
Many
for a
years.
lot of years. For
Yes.
a lot of years.
Yes. I'm going to say just 20 plus because it is
Yes.
the 20th of Revenge of the Sith.
It is, yes.
And of course, we all know you as Jar Jar from The Phantom Menace. But
Yes.
you also were in Revenge of the Sith.
I was, yes.
Yes. Do you
Right
want
on.
to share any memories from that specific film?
Yeah, you know, I feel like all of the Star Wars trilogies, we are all, it's like a weird high school reunion. Every time we see each other, we just kind of all clump together. And, you know, these movies take so long to make because of all the VFX. So we all have to, like, go away for a couple of years and then we come back. So coming back to do Sith was wonderful, just to get to see everybody again. And at that time, like, a lot of the guesswork for Jar Jar was already figured out. So I had to do a lot less. So it was actually really weird for me to just like be there and be the actor, and I didn't have to like run around ILM back and forth all day long.
You're like, this is too easy. I'm not
Yeah,
even
it was
doing any
a little. I was like,
jacks
wait,
or
where's all of the people that are supposed to surround me and take all of these pictures?
no backflips, no nothing.
No back. I was just Senator Binks by then.
That's right. You were very dignified in
I was
Revenge
very
of the Sith.
bureaucratic.
Yes. All right. Besides Jar Jar Binks, I mean, we could talk about Jar Jar all day.
Yes,
We could chant
can.
about Jar Jar all day. And we love Jar Jar. But more recently, you've also stepped into the Jedi robes as Master Kelleran Beck.
Yes. That was fun.
Another absolute favorite for this crowd. I can hear it.
Yes, yes.
Tell me a little bit about being on the ground to help build that character where he first appeared in Jedi Temple Challenge.
Yeah, Jedi Temple Challenge was this very wonderful show that we did back before, the lockdowns for COVID.
Yeah.
And it was wonderful because it was a kid show, and I had always dreamed about being a talk show host. That's like one of my secret fantasies. Like, I've always wanted to be a talk show host.
You can come up here and be a talk
And
show host.
then I wanted to be like a game show host, right? Because I grew up in kind of like the golden age of game shows. And so when I was approached to do Jedi Temple Challenge, I jumped at it and I loved it. And they were just like, and you get to create your own Jedi. And that's like my wheelhouse, because the Jedis have always been my favorites. And I've always wanted to be a Jedi because of I grew up a martial artist. I've been doing martial arts all my life. And I always wanted to do like martial arts in Star Wars. And so when they were just like, oh, you get to be a Jedi and you get to create your Jedi, I jumped at the chance. And so I created Kelleran Beck. And I created Kelleran Beck to be like really layered as a character with a backstory. But my biggest thing about Kelleran was there have been a lot of reluctant Jedi teachers in Star Wars, right? Like Obi-Wan was a bit of a reluctant teacher to teach Luke. Yoda was reluctant to teach Luke as well.
I think that's a Luke problem, honestly.
Yeah, it might be. It might be something about Luke. He was just a tough student. He was too old. And but also just like in Phantom, right? There was always this thing about teaching Anakin, right? So the Jedi kind of came off this, so it's like, I don't know. I wanted Kelleran to be like really excited about being a teacher. I am a teacher. I love teachers, and teachers were always, to me, superheroes.
Shout out to teachers.
Right? And I've always revered teachers as superheroes. Here are these people who come in every day and they take care of your children and they educate your children. And I wanted Kelleran to be an honor to all of the teachers because I believe that teachers need a superhero. So I really wanted to make sure that he wasn't a reluctant teacher. And anytime he saw a new Padawan come in, that was his calling. Like, even though he could probably beat everybody in the Jedi Temple, really bringing up and raising Jedis was his passion in life. And so that's what I brought to Jedi Temple Challenge. And that's why I loved that show.
And I remember seeing you on set and just how obviously viscerally happy you were in those Jedi robes.
I loved it. I loved every minute of it. But what was really exciting, being in a Star Wars movie is like nothing that you could imagine. It's like a really special thing. And when you walk onto a Star Wars set, it's unbelievable. Because here's this thing that you dream about doing. You never think that you would do it. And then you're there, and then you walk on, and it's this world, and the world is there. And I must have looked ridiculous on day one of Phantom Menace because there's this mouth hanging open like I can't believe I'm here. When we did Jedi Temple Challenge, those sets were so good that every time a young person walked onto that set, you saw that same look. And they were just like, I can't believe I was in Star Wars. And it touched me so much that it was just that joy was infectious. Oh. And I was just really happy to see these young people step onto this set and have that kind of excitement.
Yeah, no, it's just a brilliant set. love that we stepped into a game show and
Yeah.
tried something new. And then it seems like it's a relatively short production cycle for a game show. So almost as soon as you put on the robes, that season had been filmed.
Yeah.
You were on to the next thing.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
then Kelleran Beck wasn't done with you yet.
No,
And you
no.
weren't done with Kelleran.
I was not done with Kelleran Beck. So Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni called me.
We know them.
It's a couple of upstarts. I don't know if you know those guys. One of these days they'll make something of themselves, those two. So they called me, and I've known Filoni for a long time because of Clone Wars. I did Clone Wars with Filoni. And Jon Favreau I had never met before, but I was such a huge fan, like from Swingers to Iron Man to all of the stuff that he's ever done. Like I was a huge fan. I even like that movie. Did you ever see that movie where he played like a gangster / bouncer? I think it was called like Maid or something like that. But it was like this obscure movie that nobody liked. It was like him and Vince Vaughn. I loved it. So I was a big fan of Jon Favreau. So when I got the call, they were like, you want to talk? And I was like, yes, I definitely want to talk. So I went to their office, and they were just like, yeah, we want you to be in season 3 of Mando. And I was like, great, like what am I gonna do? And they were just like, we want you to save baby Grogu. And then I was like, it's about time.
There's no more important job.
Yeah.
I feel like in the galaxy than saving baby Grogu during Order 66.
It was pretty great. I mean, the question mark of baby Grogu, who saved him and how did he get to Mando, had always been like lurking. And even I had that question. And then there were all of these fan theories going on. And then when I got the call, I was just like, really? You want me to do this? And they were like, yeah. And we want you to have like the coolest 5 minutes in Mandalorian history. And I was like, I'm in, let's go.
Yeah. Amazing. And just recently we learned, I think just yesterday actually, that Master Kelleran Beck is going to have a Marvel comic moment pretty soon.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That one is super special. I grew up a Marvel Comics fan. That was my comic book. I mean, it was like 10 titles a week, Marvel Comics. I just loved it, and I love them all. I really love how Marvel just ties all of the comics together in this universe. And when I heard that Kelleran was going to be a part of Marvel, I was like, here is a character that I created, came out of my head, and resonated so much with the fans that Marvel Comics felt it was good to have him as a character in their books. And now it's like, everything that I imagined in my childhood is coming true. I honestly, it's really, I can't believe it.
Yeah. No, and I love that for you because you deserve all of the greatest things. We're trying to get through your whole resume, and I can't even do it all because I know we skipped at least one character from Attack of the Clones. But most recently, you also got to make another headcanon dream of mine and a lot of other folks come true by voicing Darth Jar Jar.
Yeah. So that was a thing. That one, I always liked this Darth Jar Jar theory.
Same.
That was going around. You know what the funniest thing is? Like, people come up to me and go, have you heard this Darth Jar Jar? And it's like, how could I not have heard? It's everywhere. But I usually say, no, tell me about it. What is this thing? But I always wanted to explore this whole Darth Jar Jar thing, right? And so when Rebuild the Galaxy came about, I was just like, oh, this is just absolutely perfect. This is the best way to like explore Darth Jar Jar and really like start talking about him. And so I was really excited to be a part of it. And I got to do a whole bunch of like comedy ad-libbing while we were doing it, which is like my thing. I just loved it. It was wonderful.
Is there a line that you remember you improv that's in the
Yeah,
season?
a lot of them. I
Oh, yeah?
like, but the I am the Phantom Menace. I've always been the Phantom Menace was totally improv, and it's
Love
something that I've been meaning to say for over 20 years.
That's great. And when we last saw Darth Jar Jar,
Yeah.
things didn't seem to end so well for poor guy.
Yeah. I was very despondent about that. Yeah, I mean, Darth Jar Jar came in and made such an entrance and then had a great fight and then all of a sudden crushed. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Does that mean I'm out of a job?
I feel like, having just gone through your resume, you'll never be out of a job. I think there's always going to be some amazing new thing for you on the horizon. I hope, especially in the Star Wars galaxy. But I think we actually have a message here to show the fans.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look.
Can we
What's
roll
the
it?
message? Let's see.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. It's Dan Hernandez. And I'm Benji Sammet. We're the showrunners, writers, and executive producers of LEGO Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy. We've been asked, what's next for Sig, Yessi, and Jedi Bob? Will there be more Darth Jar Jar? Star Wars Celebration fans were excited to announce that their story will continue.
As a lifelong LEGO builder, I wanted to reveal the all-new title, Brick by Brick. Take a look.
Yes!
Yes!
Rebuild the Galaxy Season 2.
Pieces of the past. What could that mean? So Sig Riebling and Darth Dev are back for Pieces of the Past.
Yes.
What can you tell us about this, Ahmed? I feel like you're keeping a lot of secrets from me here.
I cannot confirm nor deny what Secrets of the Past is going to be for the next season, but you will definitely see some familiar faces. There will be some characters that you know and love.
All right, keep your
in
secrets.
Rebuild the Galaxy.
I believe we also brought along a new poster to share. Is that right?
Yes, yes, there's a new poster.
Let's see it.
There it is.
Ooh, all right. All right. There's a lot going on. We've got...
There's a Chewie there.
There's a giant Chewie, brick-built Chewie. Jackson. Where are my Jackson fans at?
Jackson, yeah.
All right, yes. Sig has an orange lightsaber, I see. That's amazing. And I'm sorry, is that a Brickhead's Ahsoka?
I do believe that is a Brickhead's Ahsoka.
What?
And I do believe that there is going to be somebody returning to the Star Wars animated world as Brickhead's Ahsoka.
Someone we know? Someone we love?
I think it's someone we both know and love. Shall we bring them out? Ladies and gentlemen, and Star Wars fans from around the world, our Brickhead's Ahsoka is Ashley Eckstein. Come on out, Ashley. It's like a Clone Wars reunion.
I know it is. It is. Oh, thank you. I love you too. I have to tell you, I was backstage. I was so nervous.
Oh no, why?
You know what? When I got the call that I was going to be returning as Ahsoka, I cried.
Yeah.
I've missed her so much. Thank you. I've missed you all so much. And this has really been a dream come true. I am such a huge fan of LEGO. Such a huge fan. I have so many of these Ahsoka brickheads, and now I get to voice her.
Oh, Ashley, you're going to make me cry if you start crying, so it's going to domino.
Everybody stop crying.
Everybody's going to start
We're
crying if
all
Ashley starts
crying.
crying. That's what's going to happen. But Ashley, we love you. We're so
Thank
happy to
you.
have you back here. We're so happy to have you on the live stage. What can you tell us about coming back to voice Brickhead's Ahsoka?
She was so much fun. I had so much fun in the studio with the Lucasfilm animation team and Dan and Benji. It's such a fun story. Obviously, there's no spoilers here. But you know what I love about Ahsoka's storyline in this? And it's such a good representation of Ahsoka because, you know, last time I think I was on this stage, I talked about how Ahsoka lives in all of us. And we've really made Ahsoka's story our own story. We've experienced Star Wars for an entire generation through Ahsoka's eyes. And I think we've all played with Ahsoka. Like, we've literally created our own story through Ahsoka. And that's what this story is about. But you know what? There's so much heart in Brickhead Ahsoka, and we're all going to relate to her. Ahsoka lives in all of us. You're going to love it.
Oh, I cannot wait.
Thank you. Hi.
And Ashley, you mentioned working with Dan and Benji on Rebuild the Galaxy. Do you have any favorite memories from being in the recording booth for this one?
You know, I got to just have fun. I think, you know, you were talking about this, how you were ad-libbing. It really is a mix of me as Ashley and Ahsoka. Because what a lot of people might not know, I was cast as Ahsoka to be myself. So especially Clone Wars Ahsoka is me. I mean, Dave and Henry, and they just said, just be yourself. Use your own voice, your own personality. And Dan and Benji did the same. They were like, just bring yourself to this Ahsoka. What would you say? How would you say it? And we had so much fun. It was like going back to 2006 when I first started recording Ahsoka, and I was able to step right in, step back into her boots, and just have the best time.
She never leaves you.
For sure.
She doesn't. She's a piece of my heart and soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan and Benji are just two of the most open, generous creators of anything Star Wars, and they are huge Star Wars nerds. Like, they love everything about it. They know everything about it, and they're one of us, you know, which makes working with them just so wonderful.
Absolutely. All right, this is such a love fest. I hate to break it up here, but I have to ask I gotta ask a question. Darth Jar Jar has a red lightsaber. Ahsoka has her lightsabers. Who would win in a lightsaber match between Darth Jar Jar and Brickhead's Ahsoka? Oh, we're crowdsourcing. I think,
I don't know if we can answer this question unless you. I mean, Ashley believes she has an answer.
Well, you know what? Since we're building our own galaxy here.
Yeah, we'll rebuild the galaxy.
They wouldn't fight. They would team up.
They would team up, Ashley?
Yes.
Yeah. No losers.
Is Darth Jar Jar going good, or is
Brickhead's
Ahsoka going bad?
Might break good. Who knows? And turn into a Force ghost.
Hey, this is our own canon here. We're going to leave the storyline to Dan and Benji. But Ahmed and Ashley, we would team up.
Definitely.
I believe it. And I love Rebuild the Galaxy because it's just a mixed up, crazy storyline. It's just like playing with your Lego at home, and just so much fun to continue with Star Wars Rebuild the Galaxy Pieces of the Past. I can't wait. It's coming out on September 19th. Thank you both so much for stopping by. This was such a delight.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, don't go away. We're building more Star Wars Celebration Live brick by brick, and you won't want to miss it.
I came with you to be part of something. The Empire cannot win. It's a different kind of mission. If it goes up in flames, it will burn very brightly.
But if I'm giving up everything, I want to win. We have to. We must stand together. We will be crushed.
Resistance is absurd.
It's a weapon. They're building a weapon. The monster will come for us all.
Revolution is not for the saying. You're right here, and you're ready to fight. There's a future here for those who dare. Welcome to the rebellion.
Methodical, polished, ambitious, and sharply dressed. These two are making moves within the Empire and share one goal: take down Cassian Andor. Terrifying on the screen, but absolutely delightful in real life. Please welcome Denise Goff and Kyle Soller. My goodness, it's wonderful to have you back at Celebration.
Oh my God, thank you so much. This is so overwhelming.
It's big this year, huh?
Yeah.
You took it up to
and
11.
it's in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't do things by halves. This is intense.
No, we
This is
certainly
amazing.
do not.
Yeah.
We certainly do not. Do you know how mad Tony would be if we did things by halves?
Well, exactly. We don't want to let him down.
So I
He's the
believe-
original emperor.
Yeah, so I believe the last time we spoke, you know, the first season had premiered. People had seen things. But now this, you know, you're talking about how kind of nervous you are. It's because now you guys are here with something to show off that isn't out yet.
Yeah.
And what's that energy like?
I mean,
it's
a lot.
It's a lot, yeah.
But the thing is, Genevieve was saying earlier, we do feel like we're sitting on a diamond. I can't wait to show people what has been made and just really hope that everybody loves it as much as we do. Because we really do love it,
Yeah,
right?
it feels incredibly special.
Yeah.
But it also feels like it's moving Star Wars into completely new territory.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, what Tony and Diego have achieved on Rogue One is then just turned up in Season 1. And Season 2 is honestly, when I watched it back, I was hit by a juggernaut sucker punch. I
Yeah.
mean, it's huge.
It's
huge.
really good that it's not all coming out at once, because I did it 12 hours in a row. And that was a lot.
That
I
feels
think
like it would be an intense binge watch.
It's too much. It's actually too much. Oh my God, Kyle, look, somebody has a towel
Whoa,
with you
that's
on
a
it.
Kyle towel.
Oh my God.
And they got Kyle
and Kyle
fans.
heads, yes.
I'm
Somebody
gonna
gave
need
me
one of
them.
those.
Listen, we could meet up with Kyle afterwards because he'd like to take that home.
Oh my God, that's
so
incredible.
good.
It's completely
Who's got
normal.
things of me? Thank you very much.
Well, I do want to talk about this because so many great characters in Andor. It's such a wonderful. I think one of the things that is wonderful about it is such a character-centered, character-first piece.
Yeah.
And your two characters were big breakouts for people, and are.
Don't know what that says about you guys. So much.
Well, that's the thing. It's not normally characters that we feel very complicated about, right?
Yeah.
We look at the Empire, we look at Imperials, and sometimes we love them because they're kind of Machiavellian and larger than life, and sometimes we hate them. But it's very rare to feel sorry for an Imperial officer.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that's going to change, I think.
You can forget about that right now.
Yeah, totally. But you'll get some nice.
I get some feels.
Love. Yeah,
Cyril gets some feels.
Yeah.
But
well, he's just trying. He's
No.
just trying to impress his mom, really.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, he loves his mother.
He loves his mom. And how bad can he
He's a
be
good
if
boy.
he loves his mom?
He's a good boy.
Really. Can I say something? This isn't on the cards, but it's very interesting for me. Is it fair to say that your two characters are just like the ickiest couple in Star Wars? Just like so icky.
There's a funky weird.
Yeah.
I think there's a new term we need to come up with in the dictionary. Yeah, weird,
Like
funky
weird.
They're really
Funky weird.
funkily weird,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, individually, I'm kind of like, I hate them in measures. I feel badly for them in measures. And then every time they're together, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Too much.
Yeah, but I think us too, like when there's a scene that we were shown the other day where they're somewhere together and they're just sort of looking at each other, and even as actors, we're like, what are they doing? Like he does the weirdest things, like his eyes, he does all this kind of talking with his eyes, but then the smile, it's some weird smile that you give her. But we weirded each other out.
Yeah.
It was really good.
We had a silent competition. It was just kind of like, what can I bring to it today that'll make you break?
There was a lot of laughing.
There was a lot of breaking.
Well, I mean, there has to be because you two are such lovely people. You're people. You know what I mean? You're humans at the end of the day. And your two characters are just like really almost trying to outdo each other in how bad they can get.
Yeah.
You know? And so I imagine you have to break.
Yeah, we broke a lot. I just think he's so, honestly, I just think he's so brilliant. There's times when, especially in this season, he does there's some really insane twists, and he'd be coming
Name 3 of
towards
them.
me. I can't, I'm not allowed. Tony is literally backstage.
Tony will fire
But he
you.
does things that I can't help but be like, oh my God, look at what Kyle's doing. so there's I get to be an audience, and in the character, it's just, it's great. Getting to work with good people is a real treat.
Oh, then everybody seems like absolutely amazing and just
Yeah.
top of their game. I do want to shout out, by the way, since we're talking about people at the top of their game, Catherine Hunter,
Oh my
who
God.
plays your mother.
Oh my God. I mean, right. I mean, Catherine is not so much of a well-kept secret anymore, but in England, she is a dame.
Yeah, she's a legend.
I mean, she's a living legend.
Yeah.
And what she achieves with Edie is, I think, nothing short of magnificent. And then when you plop Edie into Cyril and Dedra's hermetically sealed, weirdo, funky apartment, and she just swans in and blows the place up with her
God,
weirdness.
it's so
That scene of this dinner party from hell was probably
It's
one
so
of the
good.
top 3 things.
Yeah, for sure.
This season.
And it's early on, so it's before things get super dark, you get to see the kind of weird domestic meet the mother-in-law scene. And she comes in entirely dressed in color, and Dedra is like, what is going on?
She's spilling
She
her stuff
touches-
everywhere.
yeah.
She's eating everything.
Yeah.
She's dripping stuff everywhere, and she's just like,
brilliant.
deal with it.
Yeah, it's so good.
You've inherited me now.
Yeah,
It's
but
so good.
Dedra figures it out.
Yeah. And I mean, Dedra's sort of journey too. Like, if Cyril's sort of both characters have this thing that is both their ambition and the thing that is holding them back, right? Cyril's mother he wants his mother to love him, but she is clearly just a destructive force in his life.
Yeah.
And for Dedra, that's the Empire.
Yeah, totally. And also, what you're seeing is like someone who's indoctrinated. Dedra has been brainwashed from a very young age that the Empire is the one true power, and she can't see outside of that. And actually, it's quite tragic because to live that way, neither of these characters have an example of love or intimacy in the way that, Cassian has Marva in the first season, literally telling him what love is and showing him what love is. Neither of these people have access to that. And so I think you really see the effect of growing up that way. And poor Dedra, she can't have intimacy or love or any of it, but she still does awful things and must be punished.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is she does not have a model of any sort of right and wrong other than good for the Empire, bad for the Empire.
Yeah.
And something that was very interesting to watch you play with Dedra in season 1 was this thing of like, she is smarter than most of the people in the room. She is more dedicated than most of the people in the room. You see a lot of
like
these
me.
Yeah.
No offense, anyone.
Yeah. But you see a lot of that, like, the Empire in Andor is definitely depicted in a way that is unique to sort of newer Star Wars, which is most people are just there for a paycheck.
Yeah, exactly. And they wear they're messy and they sit like this. And Dedra's like a pure, thoroughbred Empire.
True believer.
True believer.
Yeah.
And it's what makes her so dangerous. Like, I do think this season gets much darker, In the first season, it was really
good, because the first season, too light, too fun.
Too light, too
phony,
fun.
Too,
right?
yeah,
Too funny.
it was honestly cartoonish.
Especially all the torture and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, just not scary enough. But I do think, in the first season, I got to play with the idea, like, everybody fell for her as the girl boss,
Yes.
It's like, oh my God, she's a woman in a man's world and all of that. And then suddenly she's torturing Bix. And it's like, oh no, what have I put my faith in?
It's like, yeah, she's a bigger monster in a monster's world, really.
Exactly. And it's really good to play with the idea of, like, whatever you identify as being, it doesn't really matter. If you're a fascist, you're a fascist. And that level, right?
Wow.
I wasn't expecting that. But it's true, and I think that it's really great by making her female initially in season 1, it's like you got to trick people, and now, but in season 2, she shows what it means when you live inside a system and refuse to see outside the system, and you refuse to walk amongst the other. So the other become the enemy, and you can't live that way. If you live that way, you deny yourself all the things that, make us human. So poor Dedra, I think, oh, this is amazing. You should follow me around. This is brilliant. Wow. Thank you.
But yeah, I mean, you're touching on something now, everybody applauding. Andor does have some strong things to say. There are through lines here that are applicable to people's lives and to lives in society. I mean, what has the series meant to you as you've been working on it?
Oh man, exactly that. I mean, I think it opened me up to the gift of Star Wars, actually. It's been telling this story for almost 50 years, and it's a story that we've been wrestling with since we came onto this fucking planet, which is, how do we live together harmoniously? Can we do that? How do we exert power over one another? How do we love? How do we sacrifice? What does it mean? And Andor, man, just takes that to a whole new level. And it isn't just applicable to now. You could show it 100 years ago, you could show it 100 years from now. It would resonate even more deeply because it's so universal. It's so potent to our human experience. And because it is so dark, and so much darkness happens in season 2, you're broken open to actually confronting yourself, going, there has to be another way. And I
it's
think
like an empathy gym. Fiction is an empathy gym. It's where we can find a way to empathize that is maybe feels a bit safer than if you're watching pure, like, the news or whatever. You know, if you have great storytelling, it can open you up to all sorts of new things. And I do think that unfortunately, we seem to be doing the same things. In the human race keeps doing the same stuff, which means Andor would be as relevant 100 years ago as it will be, unfortunately, maybe 100 years from now. Like, hopefully we can just learn empathy.
Yes.
It's going to get us out of many holes.
And I do wonder, I mean, this project has been, you know, you talk to anybody who's involved with it, this project has been so touching and unique for everybody who's worked on it. It's been very touching and unique for everybody who's watched it. I know I've loved it. How does it feel knowing that season 2 is sort of the end of this story?
It feels right. It really feels right because Tony and the team and Diego have crafted, man, the perfect run-up to Rogue One. I mean, and I think it's going to change everybody's experience of the original trilogy. You get the ultimate backstory and the inner machinations of the Empire like you've never seen before. You get the very beginning of the rebellion and how that's being built. And this beautiful, horrible story of sacrifice leading to a story made 50 years ago that you could watch that trilogy and just have a whole new experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really sad to be, it's only actually here that I've realized, oh God, this is our last hurrah together.
Yeah.
But I feel like to have been allowed to do 2 seasons of this rather than, I mean, if it had gone on too long or outstayed its welcome, it's better to end at a point where everybody is really involved with us, you know?
Yeah.
That feels good.
Well, I got to tell you, it is bittersweet for me as a fan, but I love everybody's service to the story and to these characters in this project.
We love it so much.
It has been so wonderful to watch. It's been wonderful to watch the two of you, and we're so excited to get more Andor. Everybody, Kyle and Denise, tell me that we say hi. Give it up one more time for these two. Don't take your eyes away from the screen because we have even more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
The revolution's coming alive.
This day has finally come. This is do or die.
I'm thinking like a soldier.
Think like a leader.
Andor Season 2, streaming April 22nd, only on Disney+.
first met this dynamic duo back in 2016, one knows a thing or two about making 10 men feel like 100, and the second will be there for you because Cassian said he had to. You know them, you love them. Give a rebellious applause for Diego Luna and Alan Tudyk! It is.
Hola, hola. That's nice, eh? Incredible.
Wow.
¡Qué increíble! Sí. This is insane.
Can you feel the love?
The love, the energy. Wow. So cool. I was told yesterday that it was very special room, but this is unbelievable.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
It's all for you two.
Is this hibachi? What is this?
This is our
Very
arbors.
nice.
Yeah.
Great.
All right. So welcome back to Star Wars Celebration.
Thank
What's
you.
it like being back?
This is like, I mean, it doesn't feel like going back because you cannot get used to this, you know? Every time I go through celebration, I go back saying like, what was that? This is something, this is impossible. And belonging to this community, to this family, means a lot. You know, it's been 10 years and I'm not getting used to this. This is unique, special, and I thank you all for the love you have for what we do.
It's a glorious fever dream. How about you, Ellen? What's it like for you being back at Star Wars Celebration?
Yar. This is amazing. This is different from anything I've experienced. I mean, I've been to a lot of cons, and we went to some Disney. We did some stuff, but this is great. This is different. This feels different. I mean, you guys can hear how much enthusiasm is happening here. When it's pointed at you, it's pretty powerful.
It is.
It's moving.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you. I will see you now.
All right.
This is the best solution to jet lag. No? I don't feel it anymore. I feel like
Awake now.
pretty awake.
So Andor Season 2 will finally show the fated meeting of Cassian and K2.
Yeah.
What was it like for you to be working back together after Rogue One?
For me, it was like so special. I was telling Alan like how important for me it is to finish this way, you know, to deliver this second season, this final season, sitting down next to him. This all started with him 11 years ago. You know, we were partners in a crazy film, at least for me, a revolution in my life. Many things happened since then, you know, and I experienced that with Alan. I feel that close to him, and making sure, you know, that we get to the moment where Rogue One starts, you know. Yes, it's a... I don't know, I've never been asked to approach my work this way, you know, storytelling this way, knowing what the end is, having shot the end with, like, I mean, 10 years now, right? But we shot a whole film about the end of the story. And now, you know, building all the backstory means so much, you know? It's like revisiting 10 years also of my life, you know, my personal life, because the revolution Cassian is going through, I went through that with this project and with this character.
That's wonderful. And Alan, what was it like for you? Is it almost like you've never left, or is it kind of like a whirlwind getting back together?
It was great. When I got my stilts, you know, I wore stilts so the K2 was 7-1, and I had to put stickers on my boots, a bunch of little things on there that were really happening at that time in my life. Con man stickers, all these things from, God bless you. And they were all there. It was all the same scuffs I remembered putting back on my equipment. And also on my trailer door, on your trailer door, they have your name, but they never put your real name. They put a code name. So just in case you're on location, people can't walk by and go, oh my gosh, it's Sigourney Weaver, is right in there. And my code name when I got to set was Old Pal. Right? Come on.
That's to break your heart.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
So when I got to set, right when I got there, like, and here's your trailer, there's Old Pal was on there. So it was great. Fantastic.
That's sweet. That they put a lot of thought. Mine was Carlos. And I go like, come on, I mean, it's like, oh, how are they gonna call the Mexican actor? I don't know. I'm sure it's not Carlos, right? No. I was like, thank you. You really thought of it. ¿Qué pasó? It's just, I mean, it's so nice to see you all here. You know, I was told I said that in the panel, but there's 125 nationalities represented today in this convention. 125. That's how big this community is. That's the reach of Star Wars. It's incredible, no?
That's incredible. You almost forget you're in Japan with all those people.
Right,
yeah.
right.
Alan, going back a little bit to bringing back K2, did you approach him differently in season 2 of Andor as opposed to how you approached him in Rogue One?
I guess, like Diego was saying, we had created the characters before, so we knew their ending. So it was about remembering what we had there. And, you know,
Trying not to spoil.
No, I know, that's the tricky thing. I think the main thing for K2 is Cassian. As long as he cares about Cassian, then that's really the foundation for the character. There was a scene in Rogue One that never made it in the movie where, I think it was just in a script, we didn't even shoot it. We were getting off of some U-wing or something, and there was some other general there who said, droid, grab the bags, get these boxes, and put them over there. And I said, no. And I walked away and followed Cassian. And that was one of the biggest bases, I just based the character on that moment, which never even ended up in the movie, that if Cassian had said to do it, I would have done it. Maybe begrudgingly, I would have said, why? I don't want to, but okay, I'll do it. And
always complaining, exactly.
Yeah, always complaining, yeah.
He would do it.
Always, yeah. But, so that was the main foundation.
Do you think K2's sassiness and sarcasm is already built in, or do you think it grew after meeting Cassian?
Oh, it grew. Okay, there's a thing that people don't know. When you watch it, Diego is Cassian is very serious, but he's not serious as a person at all. So, yeah, he's that. And so he's a bigger smartass than K2. So when they yelled action, I got to keep it going. I get to keep that. I was playing off of Diego, so that's where it came from. I mean, it was part of it. He was a little petulant kid. Why don't I get a blaster? And they do. This is terrible. You know, he was always complaining. But his smart-assness came from Diego, I think, a lot of it.
That's great. I remember you once called K2 an anti-C3PO, which makes so much sense now.
Yeah.
And Diego, how has your relationship with the character of Cassian evolved and changed from Rogue One to Andor Season 2?
I mean, dramatically, definitely. I think Rogue One is a film about an event, right? And we built characters for that event. We arrived as actors with a backstory and knowing who our characters were. But the film is not exactly about that. There's a lot of mystery around these characters. And Andor allowed us to tell the story of who they are, what's behind the decisions they made, you know? It's like approaching a historical event or a historical character, right? We all know what he did, you know? We all know what he's capable of. We know the big sacrifice he made, but we don't know why. What is he leaving behind? And this story is about that. And I like establishing a parallel between Cassian and myself because I built a family, I built a community through Andor, you know? Yes. And a community of people I admire, I learned from. We went through rough times, you know. We went through the pandemic together, you know. We were living in London while home was really far away. So all of that transformation, all of that journey that I took, it does make me a different person today. And all of that I could use for Cassian, you know. I learned a lot about the community. I learned a lot about that decision he makes, that sacrifice he makes. It's because he belongs now, you know. And we get to see through this second season, what is he leaving behind and what is he fighting for, you know. I think I keep saying this, behind a revolution, there is pain, there is, you know, anger, injustice, a lot of loss, but there's also something very romantic behind every revolution, and it's love, you know? It's love, belonging, it's family, and that's what Cassian is fighting for. Yes, Viva Mexico, sí.
It's beautiful.
And I did build a family. I made strong connections in this process, and I today belong to a community. Yeah.
You absolutely do, absolutely.
And I got to wear really cool outfits also. You'll see the second season, I mean, oh my God, get ready.
An amazing
Get
bonus.
ready.
I wore the same sort of body panty.
I wish there was a picture to show.
Thank goodness there isn't. Don't show it if you have it.
Speaking of, do you have any fun memories from set that you'd like to share? That means there's too many.
I mean, I have so many. Most of the ones where laughter was involved, Alan was involved, you know?
I can imagine,
because
yes.
he blames me, but his humor is just so sharp. And
yeah.
yes.
So my favorite thing when we were doing Rogue One is I wore the stilts, but if it was a dangerous place, either it was on sand that I couldn't walk in stilts, or if we were on that in Jordan, we went all the way to Jordan and we shot on a cliff. They said, you can't wear the stilts, you have to wear this stupid backpack that has a cardboard K2 head on it with a telescoping thing on it. And we hadn't been working but just a few days when we went to Jordan. And Diego came up to me and said, Alan, I'm sorry, you know, you have to take off that stupid backpack. The entire crew is depressed. They thought they were on a big budget movie, it was gonna be a hit, and then you walk out with this crap.
It did feel like a school, like, you know, a school short, you know?
Yeah, it was pretty sad. I mean, it was really just a piece of cardboard so that they could look up at that. I remember that. That was very fun. And all of this stuff we did, we went to, I mean, back then we were going different places, but
you know, I'll tell you one because you can go and actually watch it, which I suggest you do after finishing season 2. Go watch Rogue One. You'll see it from a different perspective, definitely.
in chronological order.
There's a slap in Rogue One, and if you're obviously everyone's looking at him and the slap, but if you look at me, you can tell I'm laughing. You can tell they didn't edit it out. I'm like, I'm covering my face, and you can tell it's not the character. No,
it's you, genuinely you.
It's the actor being very unprofessional. Yes.
Yeah, I've signed that picture before, and you can see your hand is covering up this much, and that part of your mouth is going up into a smile, and it's not a smiley moment. We're about to go to jail.
What do you think you two will miss most about your characters, knowing that season 2 is the end of Andor's story?
I mean, you wanna get us crying and everything here? I mean, is that
A little
kind of
bit,
show?
yeah.
Is this like? I mean, you know what? It's easy to say I'm gonna miss the character. I'm gonna miss this universe. I'm gonna miss the freedom we had. You know, we had complete freedom on this show, like and the trust of Lucasfilm, of Disney, and I think I appreciate that a lot. But if something I have to say, I'm gonna miss this community. I'm gonna miss the everyday going to work and knowing we are working for an audience like you know, knowing that we are telling a story that is gonna end in your hands, in your hearts, hopefully. It's been a blast, the whole process, the everyday, you know, the everyday of working also with people, not just that I admire, but that I can learn so much from and that care so much for what they do. It's been a very special journey, and I'm gonna miss this family, yeah.
I love you, as you know. Return my calls, you son of a bitch. I have to say, one of the things I'm going to miss is the storytelling. There's a lot of darkness in this story, a lot of difficulty in Andor and in Rogue One. They're fighting against, it seems, impossible odds. And to be the part of the story that is hope, to get to play the part of the person who is courageous and who is betting on hope, is a great character to get to play, and is a great part of the story to get to be a part of. And it's a real gift, and yeah, I think that's the stories we need now for sure, and it's great to be able to be in.
That's wonderful.
You know, one thing that I mean, and this is the right place to talk about him and what he brought and the tools he gave us. One thing this show does is that pays respect to one perspective, you know? There's someone behind this show, and there's a point of view that is celebrated in this show, which is Tony Gilroy's, you know? And when I spoke about the freedom, it means a lot, and I think it's a great example to the rest of the industry, you know? We can't lose these projects that celebrate the perspective of a filmmaker, of a voice, you know? Yeah. And this is one of those, you know? So yes, I've been lucky to work with that material, and that great writing brings everything else, you know, into the mix.
Well said. So, just finally, what are 3 words you would describe to the fans out here, out everywhere, to get them excited for season 2 of Andor? 3 words. Only 3.
3 words. Oh shit! It's difficult to. Oh, damn. You're thinking, right? Should I, I'll take it?
I'll do my first.
Okay, go for it.
3 words?
Ping pong back and forth, yeah.
May the Force.
Oh.
Doesn't really.
No, it's
not as good, just 3.
And you just said 3, so you lost your opportunity.
Yeah.
Now you can have another one since it's the final season.
Be with you. Those are my other 3.
That's it.
Right off the top of the dome. Thank you.
I'm gonna say. I'm tempted to say them in Spanish.
You could say it in Spanish. Absolutely. Go with what your heart says.
Está bien chingona. You agree, right? Do you agree?
What are the words? Do they translate into 3 words as well, or would it take a lot of words to say it?
No, it does translate, but I don't know if I'm allowed to say.
Oh.
In Spanish, you can get away with it.
Yeah, right. No, that's good.
I said
that's
it
good.
already, right? And,
he's a true rebel.
Nothing happened. We're still here.
No, it's truly, that's good.
No, I just want to say thank you, gracias.
Yeah.
Arigato.
Thank you two so much for this. This was so exciting. You got everybody so amped up.
Brilliant.
Can't wait to see how Cassian and K2 meet up in season 2 of Andor. Besties at home, don't go away because we have even more Star Wars Celebration live for you.
Diego just gives you the instant gravitas. We never would have got involved in the show in the first place if it wasn't for him.
I came with you to be part of something. I give you everything!
In the first season, we make sure Cassian seemed like a normal guy. But in season 2, he takes his place as a leader of the rebellion.
The Empire cannot win.
Diego is the perfect lead. His performance is as wonderfully gritty and nuanced as the show. I am in awe of how he does it so subtly, charismatically, and so beautifully. This season is going to be extraordinary. Cassian's story, which is the emergence of the leader, is fulfilled.
Cassian is very personal to me, and I feel very proud of being part of his story.
We are only a handful of days away from season 2 of Andor. Who else can't wait? Our next guests know a lot about the next season. Let's see what we can get out of them. Welcome to the stage, Tony Gilroy, Genevieve O'Reilly, and Adria Arjona.
Hi, everyone.
Oh my God.
Wow.
This is bigger than the one in London.
Yeah.
This is more intense. Wow.
Fans as far as the eye can see, quite literally. It's just a sea of Andor adorers, people who love this show, people who are so excited for season 2. Can't wait. And thank you so much for all three of you being here. We're so excited to welcome you to Star Wars Celebration. Welcome you back to Star Wars Celebration, in fact. Tell me, what is it that makes Star Wars Celebration so special that earlier this morning you wanted to share the first episode of season 2 with this crowd?
You know, Diego and we had this experience last time we came, and you could see today when everybody walked out on the stage. We've been on a junket now for a couple weeks. We're pretty battle tested and kind of not jaded, but we're ready for anything. Everybody kind of we all took a hit when we walk out there because I mean this is the down payment on our show. Everybody here is an investor in this show. I mean really. You are the reason that the show gets made. I mean, and when not that you forget about it, but when you're confronted with it, like it's just like, it's a mind blower. Everybody on that stage was just, it's like a mirror to what you're doing.
Because we're all together on set. We're all together each day. But it's you who it's made for, so it's wonderful to be here with you now.
I mean, it sounds like a T-shirt, but it's really for real. It's legit. It's really legit. It's you can feel the passion in the room, and that's how we get to do this.
I mean, we sort of got emotional a little bit ago, and I mean, I just think I'm not cool enough. It is so exciting to be here, and I don't want to hide it. I don't want to hide it. I also hear a lot of Spanish. I've heard a lot of hola, so hola, ¿cómo están?
All three three of you separately are more than cool enough, first of all, number one. But all together, it's a little bit, the coolness factor on this stage is a little breathtaking. Am I right? Yeah. Speaking of breathtaking, Genevieve, Audrey, you look gorgeous today.
Thank you.
Tony, you too. You look gorgeous today. I'd be remiss.
I'm trying to point out, though, that I do have...
I mean...
Ferrex lives.
You're a man after my own heart. I love a theme T-shirt moment. I know we can't say a lot about season 2 right now, but one of the things that everyone keeps commenting on is the amazing costume design from Michael Wilkinson returning again for season 2. So one of the things I think maybe we can talk about a little bit today are those amazing costumes. I'm going to start with you, Genevieve, because Mon Mothma is a style icon. She has been since day one.
Well, that's thanks to these guys allowing for us to explore that, but it's definitely the artistry of Michael Wilkinson. You must have seen a few of them in episode 1 this morning. You must see some of the costumes in that. And then there are more and more, and they get more and more beautiful. It's like wearing pieces of architecture. There's some really special ones coming.
That was just enough information, and yet, no spoilers.
I know, I almost said something, and
But
then
they know
I stopped
there's a wedding
myself.
coming. I mean, there's no secret. There's a I mean, it's a 3-day wedding. We're going to get to the wedding. And the clothes get crazier all the way through.
Is it fair to say if Mon Mothma at work is already so regal, that Mon Mothma for a wedding is just going to be next level?
I mean, it is next level, and it's more breathtaking than I could have ever hoped for. And that's down to Michael and his team. I mean, it's extraordinary. The designs were extraordinary, but he also allows for color and movement. I'm sure you've seen in the trailer that Mon Mothma gets to have some moves this season.
There's a dance moment, I think. Yeah, nice. Audria, how about for you?
Biggs. You know, Biggs season 1 starts with this beautiful sort of workwear, and because of everything that she goes through, you know, she is more and more and more sort of disheveled as the season progresses. So I was really excited to get back to Mina Rao and get back in the workwear and find sort of her strength. Michael's incredible. I've never done a season 2 of anything. So I've never come back to a character, right? And I think through costume, it was so easy to sort of, the second I put the costume back on, the second I put those boots on, I was like, and she's back. I'm here. And it was all thanks to Michael.
I always love to ask this question, but did you keep anything from the wardrobe?
I did.
What did you keep?
I did.
What did you keep?
I'm so sorry. It's the boots that I wear. My last scene in the show, I am wearing a pair of boots, and Michael had the beautiful gift to tell me that the boots belonged to me. And I had a really interesting decision to make. I was like, do I sort of frame these boots? Do I put them up and I just never wear them again? And I was like, no, I'm gonna wear them, and I'm gonna walk in Bix's shoes, you know? Over and over again. They're here with me. I have those boots tattooed to my feet. I don't take them off, and I don't plan on taking them off. I'm like, I just want to keep walking in Bix's shoes.
Beautiful. Genevieve, I feel like by your reaction, you did not take anything from set.
I did not. I feel silly. I really feel like I should have taken something.
Jewelry.
But I definitely can't be wearing her clothes around. I mean, her shoes weren't that comfortable. So, but no, I want to go back and smack myself.
Tony, how about you? Do you save mementos, tokens from working on Andor?
No, I mean, I have a basement full of swag from years and years and years of all the other movies, and it's kind of a joke. I keep it all down there, and there was one thing I wanted from season 1. I have one of the instruments from the band in Ferrex. You know, That was such a huge, it was such a huge endeavor on everybody's part, and the instruments were so badass. And so I have like a French horn, one of the French horns, but I haven't hung it up yet. It's not one of these days I will, but yeah. But no, I'm not a swag monkey. No, there's some people who just like, oh my God, they're just all the time. There's actors who are just like, oh yeah, and directors who should remain nameless. I want the drapes. They, yeah, exactly. But now
I'm gonna start doing that. You can get away with that.
Tony Gilroy can
You get away with what you
anything.
get away with, right?
The man created Andor. He can do whatever he wants.
I know. Today.
Yeah, today for the next couple weeks. Tony, I want to talk a little bit about the writing in Andor. You and I talk about this every single time I see you because I'm such a fan of your brilliance and your monologues in particular. Andor season 1 had some really powerful monologues from Stellan Skarsgård as Luthen, from Fiona Shaw as Marva Andor, in that finale where you stole the instrument from that scene. What can fans expect from season 2 in terms of beautiful monologues?
I mean, I was a little peeved about how Perrin came off after season 1. I thought he was really easy to dismiss. And, not that he's my spirit animal, but like, I was like, wow, the guy really has a point of view. And so it was really important. Alistair, I promised him that we would, we'd let him explain himself. And he explains himself coming up in an early episode. And actually, if you watch closely, their marriage is so complicated. I think people will really understand in season 2 that it's a lot more complicated than they thought. It's a very sophisticated, they've been married when they're 15, arranged marriage, imagine what that's like. And they have a couple scenes that really deepen our understanding of it. But then he gets to give a speech at the wedding. And then if you notice, there's a shot where she's listening. There's a reaction shot. And you could see how they were when they were 15. You could see how they felt about it, that it was probably pretty exciting back then.
It was pretty special for Alistair and for Tony to gift that to Alistair because it just, with so much of his writing, it's really about relationship. It's about intricacy of how you manage relationship and who they are with. And there's some really beautiful intermarriage scenes in this, and then there is, for Mon Mothma, mother-daughter scenes, but also seeing Alistair as Perrin get to stand up for himself. I think it's worth watching.
Someone has to make the case for hedonism, in the show. So he does.
All right. That's quite a teaser. Audrey and Genevieve, we touched upon it a little bit, but Andor is such a character-based story. It's so much about these intertwined storylines, all of these very quiet moments, these people who are very much affected by something that's happening in the wider galaxy. Can you talk a little bit about what you've learned from playing Bix, from playing Mon, and what you carry with you still today? Andor season 2, you're done with production, but what sticks with you? What stays in your heart besides those boots, Audria?
Actually, a lot. This show for me has been such a school. Again, I've never spent so much time with a character, so I was someone when I started, and definitely someone very different when I finished the show. I think, and this is, and it's weird because Tony's sitting right here, but I'm just going to talk about you, Tony. Tony was probably one of the first people in this industry to see something in me that I hadn't even seen for myself, and it's true. It's true. And he believed in me and sort of gave me this opportunity. And in the course of 5 minutes, because that's how long my audition took, and he was like, "Welcome to Star Wars, kid." Famous last words. And here I am. He challenged me with every single scene in season 1 and in season 2. Man, did you really put me through it. It was every scene just got more complex and more complex. So I learned so much just from the experience, and then from Bix. Bix has gone through a lot, but she was never a victim. She handled every situation she handles with so much dignity. And I learned that from her. I learned a lot of dignity from Biggs.
Beautiful, well said.
And I'm just going to jump on the back of that and just say that Tony and his team of writers have written for Mon Mothma in a way that she's never been written for before. I think certainly in season 1, but after season 2, you will know her in a way that I could have only hoped for, both for myself as an actor and for her as a character. And I think actually what Tony and his team did was write a bunch of brilliant women, different ages, different ethnicities, and interconnected women. Like they wrote for a whole cast of women, and we're here grateful for that. I think if you say what I take with me from Mon Mothma, I think dignity is a lovely word. I think at the center of our piece, the center of season 2 in particular, is really an examination of what courage is and what courage takes, and the courage of every individual and the courage of us collectively. So I'm going to take her courage with me.
We could all use a little of Mon Mothma's courage, I think. I'm curious, when you're on set and you don't have scenes together, are you spending time, do you have any moments in between to watch each other working, to just get to be kind of a fly on the wall in those moments?
You have not been on an Andor set. It is no joke. We don't take any moment for granted or any scene lightly. I'm not even socializing. I'm so focused on, on the scene that it's in front of me. And it's a big moving show, right? So there's a lot of things happening at the same time, and everyone just has their one job, which is to deliver in that one specific scene. But I mean, we all love each other, and we are constantly applauding each other and supporting each other. In the hair and makeup trailer, if I run into you, it's like, oh my God, I just get to hug you and squeeze you for a second and be like, kill it. Okay, you kill it too. And then you go right back to work.
Yeah, the only time Adria and I ever really cross over is in the hair and makeup trailer in the mornings. And we'll sit together and we'll yap while people work away. And then we go off in very different directions with very different hairstyles.
Very different hairstyles.
Love it.
But yet today we're the same.
I know, very weird.
We channeled.
Tony, as we just saw with our last guests, Diego and Alan, we have some characters from Rogue One returning for season 2. I hear a couple of woos. I thought that was going to get a bigger reaction. It's Diego Luna, man, and Alan Tudyk. What was it like for you bringing them back into Andor together and reuniting Cassian and K2SO?
I know that all of the people in this room waited a very, very long time for this to happen. I know. And I know that Alan waited a long time for this to happen. But I had my reasons, and I promised Alan in the beginning, I said, look, it's got to come late. K2 is an amazing character, an absolutely amazing character, but he's really hard to carry around and tell a story with sometimes. He's really visible, and if you notice in Rogue how many times he has to stay behind in the car to wait, he's a tough. So I said, look, when we do it, I promise you it'll be worth it. Let us get there. So everybody's been really patient. We shall see. We put a lot of work into it and a lot of thought into it. I hope that this crowd is happy in episode 8 when it drops. I mean, and then when he's there. He's really there.
All right, before we let you go, and Adria, I promised you a T-shirt cannon at the end of this, so
yes.
we are going to get
She has
there.
wanted to shoot the cannon.
I really want to do it.
But before we do that,
Yeah.
do you have anything that you want to say, a special message to these fans that are gathered here today, just a few days before this premiere?
I mean, I think, because we've been out talking about the show for a couple weeks now, and you find out what your show is really about when you go out and sell it, or your movie. You really do. Sometimes you work. And I think the safest answer, the non-ideological answer about what the show is about community and the destruction of community. And the Empire, above all, is trying to destroy community. You see it everywhere. Every planets and cities and groups and whatever. And we felt, the irony is you feel our community growing on the show as we're making a show about that. Coming here today, you realize what this is. I mean, this is a really important, significant community. It has all kinds of divisions within it and everything else. But if there's any hope for all of it, it's in community. And that, I think that's where we've really come at the end of it. I know Diego feels the same way. I think we all do. That's finally what our show is in its most natural form is about. Now let's shoot the cannon. Let's blow some shit up, man.
All right. Well, congratulations to all of you, to the whole team, cast, crew. It is an amazing second season. I can't wait for everyone to discover it. And it is always an absolute pleasure chatting with all of you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for stopping
Thank
by.
you.
And there is more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
Thank you. Gracias.
all first met this Padawan learner all the way back in 2008, and since then, she has grown from animation to live-action self-titled series. Let's join Dave Filoni along with some very special guests for a look back at the first season of Ahsoka.
We can't wait for this show!
I'm so happy this day is finally here.
There's a lot of Ahsoka love today. Buckle up.
How are we feeling right now?
It's gonna be amazing.
Great start to a series.
Zarya is so compelling. She is on fire and she knows her stuff. She's in it.
There she is. There's our queen. She looks great. Oh my god. It's young Ahsoka.
This is blowing my mind.
Yes.
This episode, it's so good. I don't even know what to say. I don't want to blink. Oh my God.
Let's go, Ahsoka.
Wow. Long live the Empire. That was so dope.
Rosario Dawson killed it.
She's perfect.
Best Star Wars we've ever seen.
進行役のサッシャさんをお迎えしましょう。
Star Wars fans, Star Wars ファンの皆さん、ようこそお越しくださいました。Welcome to the celebration stage. Thank you. Are you having fun? Sorry, is there nobody in this room? Are you having fun? Nice. Okay, I want to hear a little bit from the Japanese fans. 日本のファンの皆さん、元気ですか? Japanese fan, okay, and fans from overseas. Japanese fans. Great. So this afternoon we are going to take a look back at the first season of the live-action series, Ahsoka. And I'm so excited to tell you that we have the expert joining us for this conversation. Please welcome creator, writer, and showrunner, Dave Filoni. Executive producer, Jon Favreau. And Ahsoka herself, Rosario Dawson. All right, welcome to Japan. Welcome to Tokyo. Please take a seat. Yeah. Great atmosphere, isn't it?
Incredible.
Incredible, right? So before we speak about the series Ahsoka, I'd like to talk about the character Ahsoka because I think she is one of the most compelling heroes in the Star Wars saga. Do you agree with that? So many of us have followed her since her debut in the incredible animated series Star Wars: The Clone Wars. And we watched her grow up, right? So Dave, I understand you were very inspired by Miyazaki's work when creating Ahsoka. Can you tell a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I come from animation. That was the first medium I did, and one of my favorite animated films is Princess Mononoke. And to honor that great film, one of the reasons why Ahsoka has 2 wolf fangs on her cheeks is because San and Mononoke did. So you'll catch little things like that throughout. Obviously, I worked for years to get Ahsoka to ride a wolf. And finally, I got you riding one, which was kind of it's selfish, I know, but I can't help it. I just love that image. And please, I'm going to plug, he doesn't need it, but if you haven't seen Princess Mononoke, please watch it. It's just phenomenal. And support, support Japanese animation. There's nothing like it. It's inspired. If you've seen Visions, our wonderful animated series, there's so many great creatives in the world, and they're doing a wonderful job. And keeps all of us inspired as well, so thanks to them.
Glad to have you here in Japan.
Yeah, I love it here. They all know I love it here.
Great. And John, you and Dave have been working together for almost a decade, you know? Wow. In the live action only, you mean? Yeah. So how did you and Dave start talking about bringing Ahsoka to live action?
Well, after the first season of Mandalorian, we were figuring out what to do for the next storyline, the next timeline stretch. And we thought there would be an opportunity to start introducing other characters that had been established in other media. And the idea that Dave could start bringing to the live action screen characters that he's been knowing well over the course of, at the point it was already a decade, yeah? With George. And of course, first and foremost, his favorite character, Ahsoka. And the notion was, let's do an episode where we feature her, find the right person, find the right aesthetic, and Dave directed and wrote that episode. And it sort of served as a de facto pilot for us to see if this was something that could work. And if anybody of you have seen the episode, The Jedi, in season 2 of The Mandalorian, you saw Dave bring that reality to life. And it's much different finding casting somebody in live action. And so the idea of figuring out who would be the perfect choice. And we arrived at Rosario, and there was a phone call, probably a strange, cryptic message to call us. And then Dave did the talking. But I think even the campaign for her to be in it started even before then.
It came to my attention because you were involved online on social media, and Trace Kenobi brought your name to me, and I was like, oh yeah, she would be a good Ahsoka. That was my thought. And then it was years, though, before I actually was able to make it happen. And when I told John, when I said, well, I'd like to have Ahsoka be in Mando, he said, well, who do you think would play it? I said, well, I think Rosario Dawson wants to do it. And you were like, I know Rosario. And I was like, well, then let's talk to her. And then we did. And then here you are. And now you're Ahsoka. It kind of went just like that.
Rosario, you remember that moment?
Yes, yes, I do. Very, very well. As a matter of fact, it was on Skype, I think, or something we were on. And I remember going, okay, this is for real. They're really talking to me. And there was art that you were showing me that you had drawn of Ahsoka, who I love and had seen, grow and develop over years, that now looked like me. You had drawn my face into her, and she was wearing something different and new than we had seen her before. And I remember being so grateful the Wi-Fi was really bad, because we had to take the screen off in order for the phone call to go through, because then I just was like muting myself and jumping up and down and freaking out in my house, and just couldn't believe, that this could be real, that this post that I had done saying Ahsoka lives, not only does she live, but she lives in a timeline where it makes sense for me to represent this next adventure with her. Incredible.
I see the photo up there. That was perhaps one of the most surreal moments for me working with you on the show when George showed up the day you were directing the fight.
Yeah, he always comes by to see how I'm doing. And that's no pressure whatsoever.
How was it for you? Was it?
I just remember you breaking the internet with the picture, the blurry picture you posted of him holding Grogu, and knowing I was cut out. I was like right to the side, right there, and it was just a secret. Just witnessing, yeah, it was amazing.
Funny on that shot of all of us, we're in the volume, but it looks like we're outside, which is kind of cool. And that's the day that we were shooting you fighting Diana Lee and Asanto on that walkway.
Wow.
And we had one day to shoot that fight. And George showed up, and I was like, I have one day to shoot this fight. And everybody came down to stage because George was there, because who wouldn't? And George met the baby. All this stuff was happening, and time was just slipping away.
And George would remind you of that fact.
He did remind me of that. He said, I need to get more setups done before lunch. And I said, I sure do. I wonder why. But I love when he comes. I really appreciate it. Obviously, he's been such a big part of everything I've done with Star Wars. He's the reason I'm in Star Wars at all. And to have him mentor and to show up on those days was always very special.
Yeah.
And I carry that with me, and I pass it on to the crew, as John knows. And we try to live by what he taught and follow through. It is a challenge, because I don't know if you know this, George is really good at making Star Wars. So, hard bar.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing this wonderful moment, with us. So, Rosario, like Dave mentioned, your first appearance was Mandalorian, and then Book of Boba Fett. Tell us how it's like playing this character across an entire season and driving your own show.
Oh my goodness. It was so interesting, because I remember when we had that first conversation about the character, it was very much about, let's see if this could work. You know, like we've never, this is a very particular type of character to see actually actualized. And to see what the fan response could be, to see what the physical kind of getting into her could be, to see if it could make sense to transform it. And there was zero promise. It was like, this is the episode, and we can all reconfer afterwards and see how it goes. It could be another guest spot. It could be maybe jumping on another show. It could be your own show, or none of those things whatsoever. It could just be this one-off. And so we treated it as that. And I remember just giving our all. I mean, you know, when you had the picture with little Grogu as well with the moonlight, that was also the exact same room that we shot. All, like everything in the volume, like it was so, I remember just being so moved and talking to everyone in the crew and taking it all in, because everyone who was there had watched some VHS tape make of Star Wars when they were a kid, and were just pinching themselves that they were there. And I felt the exact same way, and was just like, if this never happens again, I am so grateful, A, that this character gets to live on, and that we get to see this adventure in this moment, and how brilliant it was with little Grogu, and this continuation of Yoga's species. Like, it was just so magnificent on so many levels. But to see the fan reaction that allowed us to continue to tell this story has just been an absolute dream come true.
I think one of the complications that people might not think about is that one of the biggest debates we had was, could we even get Ahsoka on screen effectively on a day-to-day basis? Because we have to paint you orange, there are these head tails, how are they gonna flex, how are they gonna move? You know, the first time we did it, the contact lenses, there's no simple element to it, and you have to always be there first, and you're always gonna usually leave there last. And so credit to you for putting up with all of that and being the most positive person on set every day, as you are. You are.
Thank you. I'm always a big, you know, and anyone who's done cosplay of Ahsoka knows how much I credit them, because I know it is not easy, and I have an entire team that helps me to do it every day, and the dedication and love that you show this character showing up in that orange is just so magnificent to me, and the level of detail that you bring to it just blows my mind every time, and it's what I think about when we're sitting in that chair every day getting ready to make some Star Wars.
Great.
Well, everything became true because together, Dave and John, you produced 6 series, 6 seasons across 4 different series. Does your creative process change based on the series, or, you know?
I think it does. We've really given these shows room to be influenced by the creative forces behind any given episode, whether it's the writers or directors. And certainly there was a sense that Dave was really supporting what we were coming up with to bring Mandalorian to the screen and to do anything on the small screen. But when we started to move into the Ahsoka episodes and the episodes that dealt with characters that he had established, like Bo-Katan, and then of course with the show, with Ahsoka, then the creative center of gravity shifted into a continuation in many ways of what Dave and even George had done in animation, because so many people felt connected with what was there. So it was merging the two while maintaining consistency with what we did in live action, but also culminating all of the storylines, the relationships, the characters that had been established over years and that many people grew up with. And there I was trying to support as much as I could what that fruition was.
How's it for you, Dave?
Yeah, that's an elegant way of saying it. It's also like John has some toys and I have some toys, and I'm like, no, you can't play with that toy, but can I borrow that one? And you're like, sure, maybe. You're always more generous than I am. He always gives me trouble because I'm like, no, Ahsoka's not there, John. She's over here. And I put her back in this box.
You could have one lightsaber sometime.
You could have maybe, but we negotiated. You got the dark saber.
Then I see your show, and there's like lightsabers all over the place. Well, I'm the little brother who doesn't get to play with the lightsabers.
Well, John, it takes training, discipline to learn the ways of the Force, and you're a Mandalorian, and that's a little bit dicey.
I get an Ugnaught. What else?
You got an Ugnaught. That was cool, right? Yeah, that was fun.
He gives me the little toys that they don't want to play with anymore.
The peg warmers, John. Those are great. Lots of people love those. That's fine. I get Thrawn. We can mention Thrawn in your show, but he's, you know, it's a different thing. It's a different thing. You have to understand.
But the truth is, we really get to play together the whole time, and it's the collaboration that has been for me, the special part of us bringing where we both came from, our different backgrounds, our different creative process. I've learned to envision things, visualize them beforehand. The creative process in animation, specifically the animation under George's collaboration, is very thoughtful, technical, creative, and you do a lot of the thinking and planning ahead of time. Where I come from, and Rosario also, our background, we started off kind of an independent film around the same time, and there it was much more freewheeling about casting, about finding moments. And bringing those two together, I think, is what gives the personality of what you've seen. And since over those many years, I've learned from Dave, Dave's learned from me, and now we both think the same way, and we've kind of come to a common understanding of how to tell stories.
Right. That leads me to the next question. So with Ahsoka, she has so much legacy in the Star Wars universe. What is your hope for how audiences will connect with her?
Yeah, I think it's the energy. I think it's the power of the character. First and foremost, you're a warrior, but also not this time period, you're a mentor. And also trying to show the struggles that one can have in that role. But yeah, there's no one thing. I try to design every show so that you don't actually have to have seen anything else. I think that what travels with me is the knowledge people have that I've been at Lucasfilm 20 years.
Right.
And so they think you have to see all of this stuff. But if you watch the first season of Ahsoka, it's no different than when you popped into A New Hope and Obi-Wan's mentioning a clone war, and he's mentioning an Anakin Skywalker, and he's mentioning all these things, and I didn't know what that was, and I said, Dad, this is episode 4, why'd you bring me? I want to see episode 1. And it was 1977, he says, there is no episode 1. I'm like, Dad. Of course there is. So, you know, it's a way of telling the story that it's just, you come in the middle of it,
right,
like an old serial, but now, this is going to sound like a plug as is. Thanks to Disney Plus, you can catch up on everything.
Exactly.
Everything.
In order.
You like Andor? Go watch Rogue One. It's going to flow. The Force will flow through you.
Yeah.
Episode to episode, movie to movie, back to episodes. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. So talking about Ahsoka, no one has had more influence on Ahsoka than her Jedi Master, Anakin Skywalker. So this scene where Ahsoka and Anakin face off is such a powerful depiction of the layers of their relationship. Let's take a look.
You lack conviction. Trying to die.
I choose to live.
There's hope for you yet.
Anakin.
All right, Star Wars fans, please help us welcome the chosen one to the stage, Hayden Christensen! Woo! What a moment! So, season 1, everybody dreamed it. Anakin and Ahsoka together in live action. Thank you so much for bringing that to live action. What was it like bringing that to life? Hayden?
It was a dream to get to do. First, just to get to work with these incredible people was a real thrill. But just, the way that they conceived of doing it, I thought was just brilliant. Getting to explore the world between worlds and, yeah. And then have Anakin sort of, take Ahsoka down the yellow brick road of her memories during the Clone Wars. I just thought it was really exciting. And I remember the first time reading the script and texting you and just being like, man, this is amazing. And I thought it came out really well.
How do you feel? Or did you feel? Okay. You both, so Rosario, how was it for you?
It's so incredible. I mean, you were just saying earlier about you making this so that even if folks did not know the history of these characters in the animation, they could feel what moment we were in now. And I remember as well reading it and yes, getting to do the World Between Worlds and getting to work with you, but also seeing you with Ariana and young Ahsoka in the Clone Wars. Like, I remember just how brilliant that was because, you see her in the animation, and for a lot of people, when they first saw her and she's a young, spunky teenager, it's different in an animation than seeing this young, tiny person in the midst of war at such a young age. And it just gives you such a scope for this character. It made me think of the Mandalorian episode and why she was so reticent to be a mentor to Grogu. Like you could see, it gave so much resonance to that moment with when I got to meet Mark Hamill, which was so cool, and Boba Fett, and really what this journey has been with this character. And I loved being able to see you be able to be there and show this other side to this character that I think we get to see in the animation, but is not something people have necessarily felt. And it was just really beautiful. Really beautiful. Yeah. It's us so cool. It's us so cool.
Dave, how was Ariana as young Ahsoka?
She's awesome. I mean, that's a hard one. Yeah, it's just like that. It's weird. I mean, obviously, I've lived with this character for a long time, and I collaborated with Ashley Eckstein on it, and she was always great. I have to mention her. And, but I've drawn that character at that point almost every day for years and years and had such control over the expressions, the action, the pose, everything. And, first with Rosario and then with Ariana, I'm letting go of so much of that control. And that, as an animator, that can be frightening. But then I remember the first line you read, I was watching, I'm like, okay, so that'll be good. And I just let go of it. It was like a very Jedi thing. I just let go of that. And I wasn't worried. And with Ariana, that was one of the most surreal moments when she appeared in the head tails and came up to me, and I'm looking at her and she goes, what do you think? I'm like, wow, that's weird. Because it's like it was real.
Yeah.
And it was like it was something I just seen and then it was real. And she just embodied it. And then she started imitating you all the time, on set, off set, and just watch you guys like that. And I just in the background of a lot of these, I'm like, it's weird. So I don't know, like she was literally just sitting there with all the clones. I don't know what she was talking about. I took this picture, but she was just talking and saying, and go like this, and the clones would look at there, and she'd go like that, and the clones look over there, and I'm like, this is real. And then I start to question my reality, because I'm like, where is this? It's just happening. And they're clones and Ahsoka, and it was well, one of the best days, because I never dreamed of doing live action until I worked with George. I didn't think it was something that was obtainable. But George changed that for me by the way he taught me, and he made it become something that was perhaps obtainable. All I had to do was be brave enough to try something different, something I'd never done, a medium that I didn't know, and break out of my regular thing. And that's when I always say, George would say, dare to be great. You must seize the moment in front of you. Don't wait. Don't wait for a time. Don't think it's going to happen later. Make it happen now if it's something you want to do. And that's what I'd recommend to young people. When you say, what is Ahsoka about? Ahsoka is about hope. She's about training. She's about discipline. But she works hard to make all these things happen. That's what a Jedi is. They give you positivity. They give you optimism. That's what they are in the galaxy. And that's what George gave to me. And hopefully that these shows can give to you. It sounds, you can do what you want to do, but you must focus and train, and the door will open for you if you work hard. So, there you go. And they all work hard, and look where they've gotten.
Thank you so much. I mean, watching these guys doing live action was a really positive thing, but Hayden, was it fun for you to do that? To shoot the scenes?
It was too much fun. Yeah, I just think it's a very compelling period in Anakin's life that we never really got to see in live action. And I remember when we were going to do episode 3, having conversations with George Lucas about, what Anakin was up to in between 2 and 3, and he was talking to me about the Clone Wars and how he was this great warrior and a leader, and I was like, that sounds really cool, George. And then just how well it was presented in the animated world. I was just really excited to get to do that in live action, and as much as I love the sort of traditional Jedi robes that we kind of exclusively wore during the prequels, it was nice to see Anakin with a new look,
It was cool. I don't know if you remember. The first time we met was actually at a celebration. It was that one where John Williams appeared with an entire orchestra, because that's amazing. And we were standing off on the side. There's a picture of us. And that was the first time we were talking. And it was your first one, I think, in a while. And you were like, yeah, this will be interesting. I've been in one. I said, no, man. These people love you. You wait and see. Because I'd seen it through the Clone Wars, from the work you had done, and all the Clone Wars, the prequel kids, and I just knew. And from that moment, I was like, oh, I gotta figure out a way to work with you, because everything I learned about Anakin from George, I wanted to apply. And so many years went by, and then finally I found the way. I had to invent entire dimensions to make it happen, but it happened, and it was awesome. It was just seeing you in that armor, and it was like confirmation of what we'd done, what Matt Lanter and I had worked on, and watched your role, and that did a great job. But always I was like, this will make sense if we did in live action, because Star Wars starts there. Yeah. And then there you were in the armor, and it was just exceptional. Plus, no one swings the lightsaber like you, man. Holy. Woo! I was worried for you. I was worried for Rosario, because you came strong.
Gives me a run for my money, but yeah.
You came strong, though. Once you spin that thing, it's like, uh-oh.
Just remember after the first take, you were like, oh, so you're coming in heavy, huh?
Wow.
This is how we're playing. Okay.
So, talking about the first season, the main themes was Ahsoka and Anakin's, masters and apprentices relationship. So Ahsoka straddles both worlds. How did you approach that dynamic, Rosario?
You know, there were so many moments in Clone Wars that I remember with watching, you know, Ahsoka grapple with what leadership is and how striking and how scary it was and how much you would push her, you know, in those scenes where, you know, the people under her would die. She would make a choice that had really and terrible consequences and the fears that that would bring out in her. And then watching her develop herself and develop that muscle under your tutelage. And, you know, I think it was something I was really struck by because, again, I did not know where this character was going in the live action. So when we were having these scenes interacting with Grogu and how reticent she was to take on the mentorship role with him, it made a lot of sense to me. I completely could get what her fear and her anxiety and her stress and her trauma was from that. And to continue to see it, you know, her kind of helping from afar, still being not able to not help, but still not willing to take on that role herself, you know, in Boba Fett. And it was just something that was such a wonderful surprise that I got to explore. And I remember Dave telling me that Sabine was going to be my Padawan. And it just was such a delicious graduation for her to see that she healed something in that past that allowed her to access this thing, because Ahsoka is so incredible and she has so much to offer and give, not just by herself standing there and taking on whatever consequence to her actions, but in passing on that knowledge, passing on in that tradition. And it's a beautiful tradition, you know, that has in succession with someone like an Anakin who thwarted all kinds of, you know, rules and regulations and pushed back on the status quo. You know, you got to see that, and people's first initial reactions to young Ahsoka was not liking that she was so spunky and, you know, that she had such tenacity and audacity, you know, like they wanted her to fall more in line, but she did not follow that status quo. And so I thought it was so incredibly fitting to have a Mandalorian as my Padawan in Sabine, and seeing that same sort of tradition sort of live on, that I think really resonates with the generation now. That questions authority and questions that, you know, that moment where she leaves the Jedi Order was such a profound one. But now is one I think that we get to explore in a different way, because that Jedi Order and Council is gone, but those teachings are still there. And how do you follow them and become your own leader? And I think it's really, really important to pass on that knowledge and to take on that positionality. And so I'm loving seeing Ahsoka take on that new challenge, because as expert and incredible as she is, it is a totally different journey to pass on. And I think, you know, it makes me look back on Clone Wars all the better, because it's just like, wow, she really gave you a hard time. But you did the same to Obi-Wan. So now it's her turn to try to take the high ground.
Right? So, Dave and Hayden, you already shared us the experience, you know, working with George Lucas on Star Wars. How do you carry those teachings once again with you to these new stories? Dave, starting with Dave.
Well, I think that was one of the interesting things, is that you and I could talk very evenly about working with George and our experience. And you and I both, I think, have the same regard and respect for George, which is so important. And that bond, I think, allowed us to stay faithful to his vision for Anakin, you know, and that was something that was very important to both of us. When even considering putting you on screen as Anakin again, that's a big deal, because, you know, that is George's guy. That is the chosen one, the icon. And I was so grateful to have you there to make sure that we steered and stayed on the right path. And whatever I might have had a gap in knowledge, you had. And whatever you might not have known, I knew about those Clone Wars. And so I think that led us to create a really authentic interpretation of what he was up to. And yeah, I really looked forward to it the whole time, you know, I was in Clone Wars. I was like, it'd be neat to see Hayden do this. And then it was really neat to see you do that. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what your thought on it was, but.
Yeah, for me as well. You know, I think people usually have to work together for a while before they sort of develop a bit of a shorthand. But for us, it was just kind of, you know, from the get-go. because we both went to the school of George Lucas. And so, you know, I knew that you got it and you knew that I got it.
Cool jackets.
And I knew that you got it way better than I got it.
I don't know that that's true because you are it.
For longer than
I
I
don't think I
did.
can get it better than you, but
it just made it really easy. But you know, I always still have George's voice in the back of my head, you know, sort of saying faster, more intense, and just trying to sort of, you know, continuing to work off of the principles that he taught me about the character. But to get to work with you, Dave, was just a real, you know, privilege.
All right, so let's move on. At the end of the first season, Thrawn and Ezra have returned to the known galaxy, and Ahsoka, Sabine, Huyang, and Shin are stranded on Peridia. So, Dave and Rosario, Ahsoka tells Sabine, Ezra is where he needs to be, and so are we. What does that mean?
it means we get season 2.
Yeah!
I mean, you know, I could go into it, but why? You know, you watch the show. You guys know what it means.
Rosario, you want to add something?
Well, we're about to go into it in about a week when we start filming.
Oh, wow. In a week.
Yes.
All right, before I go there, Dave, you shared a very interesting sketch on social media last year, right? That's teasing the Ahsoka and Sabine, maybe following Balin's trail in season 2. This one. Can you tell us anything more about this? A little bit more.
Yeah, so season 2, it was obviously a big challenge in many ways. Obviously, it's challenging technically, but this is the part of today that's a challenge. But it was particularly a big challenge because of losing Rey, who was just the greatest person and such a great spirit on the show. I knew Rey from, you know, working in voice acting with him, and I just always instantly connected with him and thought, when I make live action, I need this guy to portray a powerful Jedi Knight that I'd had in mind. And he did not disappoint in any way. Rey was the most beautiful person on screen and off. He was wonderful to all of us. However big a loss you think it is, it's bigger. And it was a challenge for me to even consider continuing for a while. But I have a great support group with John and Rosario. And I found a way, and I had Rey in my head. And grateful for all the conversations with him about Balin. So I understood what to do. It just took a while to get there. But I'm very confident now that Rey would be happy with the direction that we've chosen. Spoke to his family about it because they were so important to Rey every day that we were working. And so we've continued. Because the character was meant to be important, he's meant to be the parallel to Ahsoka in every way. If there's a light, there's a dark, and Balin is representing a different journey for a Jedi that's lost his way. As much as you represent one that's kind of walked away from the Order, so did he. And that parallel is something that must continue. And yeah, I just kept hearing Rey, and I followed that, and it led us to the idea of bringing someone else in to play the part. In essence, because Rey had performed it so iconically, there's a blueprint for what this character should be. And then I talked with John, and John and I decided that we just needed to find the right person that would not just understand the character, but also understand a bit of what Rey brought to it as well. It's something imperceptible, something just in the eyes, really, to be honest. And I think we both felt very fortunate that things pointed towards, and we met Rory McCann. And so Rory will be taking over the role of Balin. And just so you guys know, and John knows too, speaking to Rory, and he spoke with Rosario. You know, he takes it very seriously. He takes it very to heart. Rory's a big man with a big heart, and he has such respect for Rey and what Rey brought to this that I know his whole focus is not letting Rey down and not letting you guys down. So he really feels it. So you'll love him, and we love him now, and I love what he's taking on because it's a big deal. So the Force is with him, and I know you guys will be too. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, so the season moves on. Season 1 was so imaginative with witches and galaxies. What are you excited for the audiences to experience in season 2, John?
Well, I'm lucky because I get, you know, to be part of it, but really my biggest part is being the first audience member. And I get to hear the ideas, I get to see the doodles. It really all starts with doodles. That picture you saw with George and a black-bearded Dave Filoni with him drawing there. You think he's taking notes, but he's drawing. He's constantly drawing. And that's how he starts, that's the creative process for him, is it flows out of him, and then it becomes, and you know, Dave's got so many talents and gifts and skills, it becomes a script then, and then it becomes a collaborative art. And he keeps, I think what's different that I'm most looking forward to is now he has the voices of this tremendous cast in his head in a way where it's transitioned now away from what it had been into what it is. And all these characters have found their voices. So, I mean, I could go on and on about the visuals, about the worlds, about the sets, about the ships, the fights, all the stuff people come to Star Wars for is all going to be, I'm so looking forward to how this comes to fruition as the first audience member. But really, Star Wars is about family, about people, about relationships. And so for me, as a partner in this process and as somebody who gets to be part of this family too, I'm really looking forward to how these relationships have developed and matured as the characters start to know each other and as they fulfill their arcs that Dave has laid out for them.
Yeah. Wow. So Dave, we all saw Mortis Gods in the season 1 finale. What can we see in season 2?
Well, yeah. We'll see. It's big. It's crazy. There were a lot of like, what you were seeing there, those little models are these miniature versions of sets that we're building. Mm-hmm. And so I'll give you some spoilers. The hangar is the hangar on Home 1. And so we've reconstructed that. It's cool. I've got 2 full-scale X-Wings. I've got an A-Wing. I've got other wings I'm not going to tell you about. So that's really fun to walk around. These 2 sets, you don't even want to know about those. Those aren't, they're really interesting, but you didn't come here for that. So, yeah, we can go by that. I bring the Noti back. We got little old Notis, we got little tiny Notis, and they're in some peril, which is tough. Not everybody's happy about that, but you know. Ooh. Oh yeah, and this is good. We got, I really, it took all of my effort to resist writing the line. It's a trap. Because I'm like, I can't do that. That would be so lame. Because this guy Ken always gets into the trap. Like, you would think he would see it this time. Right? So you're like, there's no way you could trap him again. But Neil Scanlon and I collaborated, and I said, Neil, we need an Akbar that really, I want all the wiggle that the puppet had. I want the rubber finger when it wiggles, things, you know, the Death Star. I want all of that. And so we've got Admiral Akbar back for season 2 in a much bigger way. In fact, because this crowd will get it, he's going to go head-to-head with Thrawn. So there you go.
Whoa!
Right? That's what I want to see. Give him some competition, you know? What's a Death Star compared to the blue guys? So let's go for it. So we're getting that. I don't usually give stuff away. Now.
Wow. Shoot.
I have to pay for the show somehow. So I created these small lost kittens. which we've never seen before. Their legs aren't strong enough to walk, so they roll around.
Oh, that's cute.
These will be in Star Wars Shop next maybe celebration, I hope, so I can start paying Disney back for how much the lovely production I've gotten, which is wonderful. But yeah, Loth kittens, all the rage. They come in several colors. So, yeah, get used to that. And I brought Merle back because he was evidently a big star and I didn't know it. So, Loth cats, who knew? Cool. My dog knew because he didn't like Merle, but that was about it.
We love the Loth balls.
The Loth balls, yeah, the little Loth balls. And you can see the drawing it started with. But yeah, the Mortis guards, that's a thing. So, yeah, we'll see. That's what you watch season 2 when it comes out. You'll get a taste of it, but you get a taste of a lot of things. It's a complicated thing. It was the weirdest day with George when he brought that stuff up. I don't know where he was going with that one. And then I had to figure it out. And it turned out to be pretty compelling episodes, as most stuff George told us is. So, yeah, it's a big mystery. And, the son's there, the father's there, most of the daughter's there. So, yeah, we'll figure that out. It was a good story. I've read it. John's read it. Rosaria's read it. Rosaria's read some of it. I keep rewriting it. But we'll see. We'll get into it.
Can't wait to see it. Well,
yeah, good.
You mentioned Akbar with Thrawn, face to face. So Thrawn at season 1. Yeah, T's leaving and heading to our galaxy. What makes him the right villain for our heroes, David John?
You want me to? Well, starting with Lars, Thrawn is the right villain for this time period for the simple reason of heir to the Empire. If you know the book by Timothy Zahn, and those of us that are old enough to have grown up with that, he is the iconic villain. And the genius of that was that Thrawn's a villain that doesn't have the Force, but holds his own against everybody because of his, Moriarty-like intellect. He's very smart, very tactical, and he's a warrior. He's a great leader of the military, something that we didn't really get to experience a lot in the Star Wars movies. There's one great victory when they take the rebel base on Hoth, Imperial victory, and so you love those Walker guys. They were successful, but everybody else kind of little hit and miss, despite being very precise, evidently. But Thrawn, you think, is something else, and Lars plays him brilliantly. Loved him when we worked with the animation, and I was amazed frankly, I was amazed because I had never worked with Lars in studio on Rebels. He was always remote.
Right.
And so I had no idea how tall he was. And I was like, this is perfect. Because I wanted a very tall, towering Thrawn because he actually looks imposing even next to Balin, who is large. And so, yeah, he's just the right villain for this era of the Empire trying to reform, trying to maintain its integrity and control, and with a cold calculation. Cool. That's Lars. Yeah.
Yeah, so John, every good story has a good villain, from your perspective.
Sorry?
Every good story has a good villain, so what's your perspective?
Oh, yeah, what's great is that this villain has been established already, as Dave pointed out. And you have to write the villain smart. Always a smart villain is always a scary villain. The ones who are just off their rocker, they're fun to watch them chew up the scenery, but at the end of the day, they're not imposing. And a strong villain makes for strong heroes. And so you always have to judge. Usually if you look when you're filmmakers, you look at, if the villain's good, the rest of it's gonna be good. If the villain's wrong, it doesn't matter how good you depict your heroes. And so what's been established in multiple media here is that this guy is one step ahead and doesn't have, as Dave points out, he doesn't have special abilities or anything. He just has his calculations and his strategy. And that puts a lot of pressure on the performer, but also the writer, to make sure that you live up to the cleverness of that character. But if you pull it all together, then the whole thing becomes a puzzle. And so you're watching what's happening in Star Wars, and you're watching all the spaceships and all the explosions and the big production value, which is a big part of the stories that I've read that are coming up for this season. But also, you want to have it be something where the audience is rewarded for leaning in, paying attention, and trying to figure out where it's going. And a villain like Thrawn really affords you that.
Cool, yeah. So, Rosario, what makes you most exciting for season 2? You know, it starts next week, right?
Next week. Yeah, no, I'm just so excited to be with this cast again. You know, it's so interesting as I'm looking at Lars and remembering the last celebration and the reception that he got that literally choked him up and brought tears to his eyes. You know, he's just so incredible and so imposing. That's the same thing with Ivana. Like, they just seem so intense and dark, but they're like the nicest, kindest, most beautiful, like almost ephemeral people. Like, it's magical every single day on set. We're smiling, we're laughing, like all our behind the scenes pictures, it doesn't matter the good guys, the bad guys, the evil, whatever. Everyone is just so happy to be there, and the energy is just so powerful. And it's a lot of work. It's a very intense. There's a lot of bruises. There's a lot of, you know, like, it is very physical. And it's really wonderful to be with people who are just so incredibly professional, so remarkably talented, but just so truly kind. I mean, it starts with you, John and Dave. Like, it just carries over. You know, I've known Hayden since we were teenagers. And the fact that we get to play in this, there's something so magical when we show up on set every day. And we have this resonance in history that is physical, like, is real for us. And I think that's my favorite thing about Star Wars in general, is how real you all make it. You know, this show doesn't exist without you. You make it very real, way beyond fantasy. You live it and breathe it in the way that we show up every single day to do it. And it's just such a pleasure, and it's so rewarding, and it's such a gift. So I'm excited to bring on Rory. I worked with him 20 years ago in a movie. He's a really, really lovely human being, and he does, you said that, it's in the eyes. You know, Ray had this indomitable spirit, just so intense and powerful and so kind. Just such a laugh, such a joy to be around. And Rory has that really incredible balance as well of this intensity and fierceness and just love and passion. And so, you know, just doing the training, because we've been in training for the past few months, and it's been really, really fun. And now we get to really get into it, and we're all beyond excited, because we haven't read all of the episodes, and yes, he does keep rewriting them. But oh my God, is it so
As we
good.
speak.
It's so good. So I'm very excited for what this season brings, because we've laid so much groundwork in the previous season that now we get to, it feels like we just get to play, which is going to be amazing.
And, wow. And Hayden, well, Dave, since he is on stage, can I ask about, you know, coming soon?
Ask away. I'm curious to see what he's going to say.
What can you tell? I mean...
There's not much that I can share, but Anakin will be back for season 2.
Oh gosh.
I kept feeling like I was getting in trouble with that last time, because but you saw there were so many tapes. Like, she's got so many recordings at the least. And he's a Force Ghost, like something, right? No, please, no, yes, maybe. I pleaded.
All right. So thank you so much, Dave, John, Rosario, and Hayden. Thank you so much. What a wonderful time.
Hello there.
The Mandalorian, Ahsoka, and Skeleton Crew are some of the amazing examples of the innovation and magic that ILM brings to the screen. Here to talk about it more is John Knoll. John, you've had a busy year, bud.
Yeah, things are happening.
Yeah, you're working on a lot of great stuff. Everything that's upcoming looks wonderful, but I want to talk about some things that have most recently happened. I was such a huge fan of Skeleton Crew.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we had fun on that.
I was extremely overjoyed as somebody who has been, an ILM fan for years and grew up in that sort of heyday of Amblin children's adventure movies. Tell me what it was like kind of working on that.
Oh, it was great fun. John Watts and Chris Ford were really delightful to work with. The scripts, I was sold immediately. They were really funny. I loved the sense of humor. And then meeting with John Watts, I thought, boy, this is a really smart guy. He's got really good ideas, really nice person.
Hello there.
It seems like this is going to be a very pleasant experience working with him.
Yeah, and you got to do some things that, I don't know, for me, I think they would be extremely fun, which was to explore what a normal suburban town would look like in Star Wars.
Yeah, honestly, that was a little terrifying.
Yeah. The mundane kind of like day-to-day stuff must be some of the hardest stuff to do in a way.
The things that are sort of the slam dunks are sort of weird, exotic environments.
Yeah.
They're very divorced from terrestrial locations. And my big worry reading the script was, is this too terrestrial? Can we give it enough of a exotic look to it to make it acceptable as Star Wars?
Yeah, it was really fun to see very familiar suburban layouts with completely alien architecture. It was lovely to see sort of the story screen and the things that the children would be playing with and using. Can you talk about how you sort of like come up with, along with the art team and everything, how you make those things real?
Yeah, the WIM story pad was definitely a big artistic challenge because John was pretty adamant that he didn't want this to look like an iPad.
Yeah.
It should not look like an electronic device with computer-generated graphics on it. And he wanted something that evoked some of those old mechanical video games. Like, the scrolling racer game or the light gun shark game.
Yes.
Where it was all sort of mechanical, transparent layers projected up onto the screen.
Yeah, it definitely gave that feeling. It gave a bit of a feeling of like a Viewmaster as well, which was fun. Yeah, I loved seeing that. It keeps that sort of like not too many screens in Star Wars. Keep it kind of like its own thing. The bicycle, the speeder bicycle was very fun too.
Yeah, it's the designs were pretty hilarious because we've seen a great many speeder bikes in the Star Wars series, and this was little kids versions of these that were meant to be inspired by little BMX bikes or by the
like banana seats and streamers on the handles and
even Neil's bike was designed to look a little bit like it was one of those big wheel plastic toys that Neil had sort of half outgrown. It was a little small for him.
Grogu is interested. Grogu was looking at your answers. He was popping up. But there he is. The boy is right behind you, and he's been sneaking in. It's not listen, it's not all about you, kid. It's not all about you, kid. The grown-ups are talking right now. Something else that you got to do, I mean, we're always talking about the new technologies and the things that you all are pushing forward, but something that was like really lovely to see for me is that you brought back like motion-controlled miniatures and things like that for the show. Tell us a little bit about that process and how it worked.
Well, that all really ramped up on Mandalorian Season 1 with Jon Favreau really wanting to do some miniature work on it. And some of the miniature work was in just generating the content for the LED volumes, where what we do is build a miniature, photograph that, and then scan it to become digital content for the LED volume. So you could have characters in real time on a miniature set.
That's fascinating.
And when we were doing our first Razor Crest flyby shots, John really felt like, there's something about these bare metal finishes that's really hard to get right, and how to make them readable in space where you don't have a lot of things to reflect.
Yeah.
And he wanted to try building a model and seeing what we could learn from that. And as soon as we decided, yes, we're going to build a model, then it was, well, but we shouldn't just do reference pictures of it. We should try and shoot some elements of it to go in the show.
Yes. Yeah, and I remember you all showing that off a little bit, I believe, when the first Mandalorian trailer dropped, right? You showed a little bit of those flybys.
I think, at Celebration, we showed a little taste of that.
Yeah, I mean, I know that sort of ILM's thing is pushing all of these things forward and like creating new ways to do these things. Is it also kind of fun for you guys and important for you guys to kind of keep that tactile sense of things going?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really done a whole lot of that kind of work, motion control miniatures, for a while. But that was what I was hired at the company originally to do. I was a motion control camera assistant and then an operator.
Yeah.
So this was my comfort zone, something I used to do. And sadly, I'm like one of 3 people are still left at the company that used to do that stuff.
Oh, wow.
So it was a really fun thing to be able to dive back into it. It's like riding a bike, comes right back to you.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the way you all make it mix and fit together so effortlessly, I mean, that's the real magic,
Yeah, I think one of the things that's been really fun about these shows is the mixture of techniques is everything from the oldest of the old to the newest of the new. And, we're comfortable with the techniques, the technology, and so we use just whatever is the right tool for the job.
Yeah, and it's got to be nice, working with Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, who are so entrenched in the history of it. Dave being with the company for 20 years and Jon being such a fan before he came in. What's it like working with them when they also have this sort of encyclopedic mind of like, could we try this? Could we try this old thing you used to do?
Oh, it's fun. It's apparent every day that there's a deep love for Star Wars and for this kind of storytelling. So it's been great fun to be involved with this group.
Yeah. I want to talk about one character that fans have become a really big fan of. I want to talk about SM-33.
Yeah.
The first time I saw SM-33, I fell in love. Just a little space rat crawling out of his eye. I love a weird little guy, John. Tell me all about this weird little guy.
You mean I-Rat?
Yeah.
I-Rat, lovingly known as Snowball.
Yes.
Yeah, he was only going to be in like 5 shots, but we did the first one, and John was so amused by, popping out of the eye and crawling around and jumping onto Neil, and Neil kind of flipping out, that he started thinking, boy, we got to put him in more scenes. So he's dotted now throughout the whole run of the series.
And it's amazing, and it's such a fun thing of like something that could be just a fun visual gag actually informing the character, right? Like there's this weird little I-Rat running around inside this droid that's causing him to like just completely malfunction in these wonderful ways, and it's part of his personality.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little more pointed in earlier versions where someone would ask SM-33 a question, and, he'd have his, can't say I heard a no at, and but often he'd think for a moment, then you'd see a little sort of puff of smoke come out of his head.
I love it. That's so good. I mean, Skeleton Crew, of course, was the latest thing that we've seen from y'all, but you have been working on these sort of these Disney Plus shows and in the volume and with these new technologies for, gosh, about 7 years now, right? I'd love to ask you, what are some things that have changed, you know, going through like The Mandalorian Season 1 to The Mandalorian and Grogu?
Yeah.
In the way that you've been doing things and in the way that, for you, maybe these shows look, that's evolved?
Well, I'd say it hasn't really changed that much. I'd say that Richard Bluff, who supervised the Season 1 of the series, got a lot of things right the first time.
Yeah.
And I worked on that on the ILM side, and the mandate was we were trying to hit feature film level polish on the work, but in general, the work was a little bit less ambitious. You know, that there were fewer big, you know, armies crashing together, and a lot of less of the big bombastic stuff.
Yeah, episodic. You get your weeks that are more character and plot based, and your weeks that are more action based. Yeah.
So the work started off a little bit smaller, but we're still trying to hit that high level of polish. And then when we started in on Season 2, it was apparent that was sort of out the window, and we were doing full feature level complexity.
Yeah.
Like that Crate Dragon scene, that was pretty hard stuff.
That was amazing. The dragon scene in Mando Season 2, that was unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And then in the next episode, we're in that ice cave with all the spiders.
Yes.
And we go onto Trask, and we're dropping the Razor Crest in the water and hauling it out and all of that. And
oh my God, that dock, like port town environment, I think was one of my favorite things that's ever come out of. And it was just such a beautiful, evocative scene.
Yeah, I really had a lot of fun with the Razor Crest, both falling into the water and then being hauled out. And as it was being hauled out, we were going for what we were calling a comical amount of water is draining out.
Yes, absolutely. I was just like, wow, that thing sunk. That was sunk. And so now going into Mandalorian and Grogu, you know, like you're saying, it was feature quality, getting bigger.
Yeah.
What do you do now for something like Mando and Grogu?
Well, we're trying to resist the temptation of just going huge with everything. And so I think you're going to see something that is more in the spirit of what you've seen in these characters so far. It's more a story about the characters and not about big clashes of civilizations.
Yeah. I'm so excited. I can't wait to see it. You guys are always doing absolutely amazing stuff. It really is magic. Thank you so much, John, for being here and all the work you do to make these stories come to life. We have even more from Star Wars Celebration Live coming right out. John Knoll, everybody. I'm here at the Royal Selangor booth. I've got Yun Lee with me. Tell us a little bit about what you've got going on for Celebration.
Oh my good Lord, a lot. Yeah, so we've been working with Star Wars for nearly 10 years now, since the last one in 2015. Good Lord, that's a long time. But you know, the company is old. It's 140 years old this year, and we've been in collectibles for a long time. The thing is, today we've got medallions, of course. These are all show exclusives. The gilt, gold-plated, and the pewter ones. We've got Darth Vader as well. He's big, about this big. And chess set. So we launched the original chess set maybe about 6 years ago. And this one is gilt, so it's a more luxe version.
Okay. So what is that? When you say it's gilt, what does that mean?
That means it's pewter, but we dip it in gold plate. So we dip it in 24 karat gold, and so it looks really bling.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I've actually, from up on the stage, I've seen you have a demo video of, and the chess set comes up, and it's so striking. Like, tell us about the design of the pieces and what characters are in the chess set.
So that took quite a long time. It was a big debate between Lucasfilm and ourselves. It took more or less 24 months to come up with the pieces, the individual pieces on one side versus the other side, and especially the king and queen. I mean, that one is quite tricky. We wanted to have Anakin on one side and Darth Vader, but that really screwed people's minds, right? So, so we had to rethink again.
Yeah.
But now we've got we've got Luke and Leia, which is also a bit strange on one side, and on this side we've got the Emperor and of course Vader, and the rest of the crew. But it was unbelievable. We really enjoyed the whole process. I mean, Lucasfilm has always been very supportive of us. I've been going to the Presidio for a couple of times now, and you know they're always very welcoming, and it's a great product development and design process, creative process.
So we've got the medallions, we've got an amazing Vader, and we've got this chess set. And then you also do a bunch of Star Wars stuff that is not just exclusive for Celebration. You have some other things in the booth.
Yes. So like I said, the relationship is more or less 10 years now. So we've got over 100 items over the last 100 years. Sorry, 10 years. I'm talking about my age now, 140 years.
No?
But no,
you don't
it's...
look a day over 120.
You don't think?
No.
Oh, thank you very much. But the whole idea is to try and work on the original trilogy. So that's 4, 5, and 6. And we got quite a lot of material coming out of that. So trying to work onto the next couple of trilogies was a little bit more challenging.
Yeah.
I'm telling my age now, right? But the thing is, you know, a lot of the time we are again having that discussion with Lucasfilm, and it's a good thing that my design team is much younger than I am, so they understand that whole Jar Jar Binks era, you know. So.
We love it. Listen, if you've got a giant gilt Jar Jar Binks in there right now, come on, do you have one? If you got one.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
I think, yeah, it's going to be on the drawing board pretty soon.
Look at that. And when you do it, you can send me one. I don't need to be credited as creator or originator or anything.
I'll be very happy to.
Yudli, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks for coming over.
Yeah.
Have two of whatever he's having.
How we feeling out there, everybody? How we feeling? I'm gonna come over here to Oki and Cookie right over here. Oki, what have you been working on since last we saw you? What have you been targeting for us? Right now, what are you working on?
here with Tom and the Mando Mercs, and y'all have a beautiful space here in the fan area.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, this is the hidden Mandalorian forge.
Yeah, I was just admiring your forge. It's right behind you here, and I was saying I love that the moment that image appeared, right before Mando season 1, every garrison was like, we gotta have a forge.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I think every Mercs clan out there has one or is building one.
Yeah, and yours looks amazing. You've also got like a bunch of your weapons here. What are people gonna see when they come by?
Well, when they come by, we've got Mandos outside. You come in, you have a nice tour of the arsenal here. You see the forge, and then you get your stamp. You know, we're doing the stamp rally, so everybody loves the stamps.
We love stamps. That's such a Japanese, like, cool thing to do here.
It's very cultural, and we wanted to immerse people in sort of a cultural experience for Asia. So it's great. It works out perfect.
Amazing. So, and I just want to give a shout out to your Mercs here who look wonderful. Merc, what's your name?
I'm Vicky.
Vicky, and you, sir?
Trent.
Trent. Y'all look wonderful. Come by and see these folks and get your stamp. Lovely booth, Tom.
Thank you. This is the way.
This is the way. Our next 3 guests join forces to continue the story of a character we met almost 17 years ago. And we love them to the world between worlds and back for it. Yep, I'm talking about Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau, and Rosario Dawson.
Call me Posters. Your choice.
Very well. A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Wow, wow.
Welcome, welcome. My goodness. My goodness. I gotta say hello to the chief creative now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah, man. Oh, how's it feel to be back at Celebration?
Really good, yeah. I mean, my God, look. Everywhere you see, has it ever been this big? Has it ever been this big? I don't know.
No. I heard this is highest attendance we've had in a while. Yeah, it's big show. Big show. You guys fill seats. What can I say?
And what was I hearing that you were saying the factoid yesterday? Like 78% of the attendees are new?
Are y'all new to Celebration?
Some of y'all are new to Celebration?
Oh my goodness.
That is so cool.
Yeah. Have we been living up to your expectations so far? Oh my goodness, happy to hear it. It's lovely to have the 3 of you back. You know, since Ahsoka, you've continued working together on a couple titles. How's it feel to be coming back and doing these projects together? What keeps you collaborating like this?
Well, Dave has a lot of stories to tell with this character. He's been working with Ahsoka for over a decade, starting off with collaborating when Ahsoka was just a little Padawan with George Lucas. And now seeing all of it come to fruition is really quite a treat. This is they're about to start shooting in, about a week?
A week, yeah, maybe less.
In about a week, and
man,
the sets are all built and the costumes are made, and it's going to be spectacular.
Oh, how are you feeling, Rosario? You getting hyped?
Oh my God, I'm feeling strong. I'm feeling ready. Very excited.
I gotta tell you, Rosario, I you know, like everybody who's a fan of Star Wars, I love the beautiful choreography of the fights and of all the physical work. And I have to say to the three of you, I think the duel between you and Diana Lee Inosanto is maybe one of the top fight scenes in all of Star Wars. What did y'all think about that fight?
It was such a tease in The Mandalorian to fight with her, and I remember her with the staff, and every time she'd come in and that ting before she went into the movement, and you know her history and working with the family of Bruce Lee and all
she's
of
one of the greats.
I mean, it made the entire experience just feel so real and masterful. So to be able to play with her again in Ahsoka was just such a dream come true.
Yeah, and it must have been fun for you as somebody who came up in theater, and you are just an amazing dancer, performer. That must have been an amazing thing to jump into these sort of intense fight scenes too, and use all of that training.
I love getting to this point now where I've been using my left hand to eat with chopsticks now. Because I've become so ambidextrous, it's like secondhand. My daughter's a lefty, and so she would watch me in the beginning, but now it's actually something I gesticulate with my left hand, and anytime I'm doing any training and I do too much with one arm, the other arm wants to kind of come in. I'm so used to doing the stances with both, and I love that because it's, we didn't have that guaranteed. We were getting a second season, and if I could tell anything to myself, it was like, don't stop training, believe, have faith, because getting back into it has just been so intense. But I love that muscle memory that's come in. It's, I really was talking about it. Those first initial fights with Diana, it's going on like 6 years.
You're a Jedi now, baby.
Yeah, it feels really, really good. Yeah, it feels good. And it's nice because, again, Anakin, Hayden's very heavy-handed.
God.
So it was good to have all that practice and rehearsal.
And Hayden, we had Hayden out on the first day, and he was talking about how wonderful it was to be doing this with you because y'all came up together in theater school. You've known each other for a very long time.
Yeah, we knew each other as teenagers. I have to say that's like my favorite Star Wars moment was going and seeing the prequels and seeing him in them, because I had met him as a teenager, seen him in acting class, knew what such a lovely human being he was. So the work he put into coming off as this Darth Lord was incredible. And I remember just thinking like how magical. I could have never imagined that this amazing young man who had come from Canada to do acting class, Scarlett Johansson was in the class just behind us. I met her when she was 10.
What?
And so like to see him on the stage and on the screen, and then to be able to have him come back and play with him, I think it was one of the most incredible moments for Dave to see that we've known each other and there's a history, there's actual photographs of us young, embracing each other and loving on each other. So I think it's really special because that's one part of the aspect that we just do not have to pretend. That relationship is very deeply embedded there, and I'm so grateful he's coming back for the second season.
Amazing. And Dave, this is a character, Anakin is a character that you have been working with since Go at Lucasfilm. We've been talking about the 20th anniversary of Lucasfilm Animation this year, and one of your big jobs and sort of one of your guiding lights of Clone Wars was to show the empathy for Anakin Skywalker. And how has it been to kind of be able to continue that story into live action and keep making these stories about that character?
Yeah, I think a very clear line I draw for myself, though, is that Anakin's story was already told. George did that. I don't have to add anything to that. I don't have to explain anything about it. What George did is what he wanted, and it's perfect. The story I'm telling is about Ahsoka. The reason why Anakin can be in this is because he's relative to her story. But I'm very careful in what I'm doing that I'm not, changing or adjusting anything that George did. I understand a lot of it because I work with George, and we worked together. When we did the Clone Wars, it was very much the goal of saying, well, how was Anakin challenged? How does he get from where he is in 2 to 3? And I had George with me to tell that story. So I was very confident in anything I was doing that he was there to put guardrails on it. Through that, I developed a really good understanding of the character, and I watched George sit there and create dialogue. George would come in, I'd meet him at like 7 in the morning. He's an early guy. Reading the paper, I'd get him up at Big Rock Ranch and then would walk over to the editorial room. And we would spend all day from like 8 in the morning then to like 11 at night editing episodes of the Clone Wars. And we would sit there and rewrite dialogue together, hit pitch dialogue. We'd try it out in the cut, we'd watch it. And I just saw the love that he had for his characters, but I also saw how he crafted it. And so I've kept that through today, but it was a real gift to watch him create these lines. And you're just sitting there and you go, yeah, that's the guy that, right? I mean, every line you know, do or not, there is no try, who's more foolish, the fool follows him, like all of these things that you grew up and it sticks with you. And I saw it happen. And so I just carried that forward and said, this is Anakin, the young man who wanted to be a teacher a bit, who had a responsibility. Her whole goal was, as a youngling, though she didn't know it, was to try to keep him on a path and let him let go of her, that he would learn to let go of attachments by having a student, that Yoda and Obi-Wan thought maybe Anakin will get it then, that she can grow up and take care of herself. Mm-hmm. But he never really fully realizes that in the end because he cares about her so much. That's Anakin's thing. He's compassionate. And he turns that compassion, but he tries to hold on too tight to people around him. And then it turns into anger because he's not trusting people enough. He's not trusting them in their own instincts enough. You know, he's a good person that ends up doing very bad things. And that's something that we've talked a long time about. Like Ahsoka's a good person, but that doesn't mean she's not incapable of doing bad things. We're all capable of that. And so that's the lesson of a Jedi. That was what it means to be a Jedi, to let go and let your selfless persona take over and learn that doing things for other people feels better and is better ultimately than doing things for yourself.
Yes.
That's what Jedi should focus on. Yes.
And in the first season, you really did, I feel like all of the characters did learn a certain amount of that lesson, right? The entire crew was thrown together sort of against their will. You know, you have Ezra, who is trying to take care of things but needed help himself. You know, all of these characters coming back together. How did that feel to kind of like bring those relationships with those other characters to life and sort of go through those lessons?
I mean, I think really incredible. There were so many different pinch me moments that we were having on set, you know, about how perfectly cast everybody was. I mean, Natasha is Sabine.
Yes.
Like, it is really crazy. And, you know, and to have her be someone where we get to see an evolution in their relationship, that was something that we talk about. And I love hearing you say what you're, you know, the dynamic between Ahsoka and Anakin. It's something that she leads with immediately with Sabine. You know, as Sabine is trying so hard to be a Jedi and trying so hard that Hu Yang is also giving her a really hard time about. And, you know, she's trying so hard, but what, you know, Ahsoka has learned and is trying to pass on to her is that you just have to be you. Like, bring who you are to this, you know, and that's something that she had to develop and learn about herself. And I think that's one of the things that's so beautiful about what this, you know, this generation of characters, you know, as rebels, you know, in the animation coming here, this resonates generationally in such a different way as folks who didn't just follow the status quo and follow along in the journey that they were, the path that was just given before them. They're making their very strong individual choices, and they're doing it with attachment, as a family, as friends. You know, and I think it adds a whole other different quality and dimension that I think is incredibly relevant to today and how we see ourselves, and not just going by what we think we're supposed to do, but what we know in our heart we need to do.
Yes.
And that's something that, you know, I think we all grapple with in the choices that we make and the repercussions that can come from that. It's what makes it so alive. You know, and all of us are a part of it. Just take it so seriously because we love these characters. We love the journey that they've been on, and the fact that it continues is absolutely magical. And again, I'm just going to say over and over again, probably, thank you to all the fans. When we couldn't promote the first season, you were there at, you know, premieres around the world. We didn't even get told about it. I watched it on, like, spring up on social media. You know, it's because of you that we get to have this second season. And you all recognize and know that a title, it's not about a title. You don't need the title to be a Jedi. I am no Jedi. Mm-hmm. You are a Jedi in how you choose to be, and all of you live it every single day, and it's been so beautiful being here just before we start filming a week from now and having this energy. I'm going to bring it back to the whole crew and the cast when we start next week.
Amazing. And, you know, something that I do think is wonderful is you are taking familiar characters, we are seeing the way that they've grown, but you did something very interesting at the end of last season. It's always been a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. And now it is galaxies far, far away. There was such a huge shock. And I feel like this is one of those things where you're dropping a pebble in the water and you're waiting to see how it ripples. What made you go to a different galaxy at the end of last season?
I didn't go. Ezra went, and that wasn't my fault. Like, I didn't know. It took a while to find him. I said, what are you doing over there? But it's in certain star charts, so it's not like I made that up. If you pay attention in the movies, you'll actually see it. And so I'm actually referencing something that was there already. It makes sense. I mean, there are other galaxies, so why not? It was a good place to hide him. Everyone kept looking on the map. I'm like, yeah, he's not there. So that was, like, I have to have my own fun with everyone because they have fun with me, and that's fair. I just thought it was interesting because I wanted to show there was something very different. I wanted to change the visual dynamic a bit, and so there's a lot of new things that we'll encounter when we're there. So it serves a purpose. It delves into a deeper thing that I like about Star Wars, which is like when they're in the Yavin Temple, well, whoa, what's that about? What's that building about? What does that mean? How are they inheriting that? Ralph and Corey did a bunch of paintings of like really old things. Star Wars has a rich, deep history where you feel it's been there for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. So I started asking, well, what happened thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago? Are the witches something that preceded the Jedi?
Right.
Is that why they don't like the Jedi? Are they a different culture and the way they look at the Force? Do they interact with it in a different way? And so you start to draw on like real things and how religions come in and destroy other religions and different things, you know, come over top of each other and destroy things. And in a history of a galaxy, of course you would have that. So you start asking yourself to look at all of these relationships in a different way. And being in a different galaxy affords me the ability to really take big swings and not interfere with the galaxy that we know, right?
Right.
And so I can take chances, and you will see things you've never seen before. You will encounter things that you've never seen before. And I find that really exciting. And as much as we're doing that on one side of the story, there's another side of the story that will be very familiar to you as a big, I'll just say what it is because they came all this way and I know what they really want to talk about, which is what's in season 2. So half of it is a really, really big battle. Yeah. There's going to be a war in our Star Wars, like an all-out throwdown on a scale, as best as I can do it, as best as John and I can afford it, because we want that, and Thrawn will be involved. We will see a lot more of him. You'll see a lot more of Ezra. You'll see a lot more of Hera. Is gonna get back into it, and she'll be much more directly part of the action. Because you guys made such a big deal about it, I put a lot more Chopper in, and so, yes, a lot more Chopper. And because of the way you guys are about it, he does some really messed up stuff. I don't know why he does these things, but they all seem to like it. And then because you guys asked for it, and because John's been playing with him so much and I want my toy back, we put Zeb and Ahsoka now. So you get the whole action figure series, the whole play set's available to you in season 2. And it's gonna be a lot of fun. And you have been training really hard. I've been watching. So get ready for that, because it's exciting when we see what you're going to do.
I cannot wait. Is there anything that you would like to say to the fans before we go? I know that you have seen over the last couple years how important this character is and how wonderful Ahsoka is.
I just, it's so interesting, actually being able to experience it firsthand. I remember being at a con many years ago, and Carrie Fisher was there. And it was so beautiful because it was like this whole group of people, and we all wrapped for the night. All the booths were shutting down, and she was sitting in this chair with fans wrapped still around the entire area, like auditorium. And she stayed there with her little dog on her lap, signing for everybody. And I remember just like, it was so palpable to everyone as we were walking around. We kept saying, like, there's nothing like the family of Star Wars. And this energy and the beauty, it was just so beautiful. And for me, I couldn't have ever imagined that in some way, shape, or form, Princess Leia and I would fangirl over each other and have the same moment. But I saw her later that night, and I talked to her about it. And she kind of was like with her dog and kind of like, okay, I'm tired, And I was like, cool, and I walked away, and I went to leave her alone. And I'll never forget this moment. My uncle's a comic book artist, and we were together, and he was inside the hotel. And as I walked through, he was standing inside and his eyes got really big. And I turned around and she came running back in and was like, my assistant just told me who you were and reminded me of like this project that I loved you in, and she just started like gushing, and I remember I started tearing up and just going, this is not the way this is supposed to go. Like, this is just, the adulation is all for you. And I could never, watching Hayden on the big screen, meeting her, getting to work with Mark Hamill, like there's just so many moments that are some of the most precious moments I've ever had in my career. And now as a fan, because I wouldn't be doing this character if it wasn't for the fans. Boss Logic did a picture of me as a fan cast. All of you guys posted it. He saw it. I ended up getting the cast. Like, it just, there's so much about it. When we couldn't promote this show, you promoted it and made it possible for us to have our second season. You bring this world to life every single day. You live it and breathe it. It is not just a fantasy, it is a way of life. And I really, really appreciate the passion and love that you bring to it, because that is what inspires us every single day on set.
Oh my goodness.
So this is your show. Star Wars has always been about all of you. Always, intergenerationally.
That's so wonderful.
So
I know they feel the same way about all of you. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it. Thank you for talking, Ahsoka. We have even more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up. Let's check it out, shall we? Hey, one more round of applause for our...
The art of voice acting is a skill that our next guests are no stranger to. Both with 20 years of experience under their belts, they provide the Japanese dubbing for Ahsoka Tano and Anakin Skywalker in the Ahsoka series. Let's give it up for Daisuke Namikawa and Shizuka Ito.よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
スター・ウォーズ・セレブレーションへのご参加は今回が初めてですか？
浪川です。アナキン・スカイウォーカーのボイスアクターやってます。よろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうよろしくお願いします。
はい、もうすごいこの熱気すごいですね。初めてなんですけども参加させていただいて。
初参加で。
初参加です。はい。
私も麻生方のボイスアクター伊藤静香です。私も初めてで、もうなんか幸せ空間ですね。
お楽しみいただき、
ハッピーです。
お楽しみいただけて何よりです。
はい。
どのくらい前からスター・ウォーズの作品に出会いましたか？
そうですね。僕はアナキンをやって25年ぐらい経つので、それぐらい前から。はい。
すごいですね。
そうですね。はい。
私もアソーカに出会ったのが15年以上前なので、はい、その時に初めてアソーカに出会って、スター・ウォーズはそれまで実はちゃんと見たことがなかったんですけど、そうなんです。でもアソーカに出会ってアソーカを演じるようになって一気にハマってしまいました。
もう大ファンだと、
はい、
ご自身のライトセーバーをお持ちしているということは、もう
マイライトセーバーです。
そう、マイライトセーバー。
素晴らしいです。ポーズでもしますか？
ポーズ。いや恥ずかしいです。
いや
May the Force be with you. いや恥ずかしい。ありがとうございます。いやいいですね、スター・ウォーズ。はい。
アナキン・スカイウォーカー、そしてアソーカ・タノーという非常に人気の高いキャラを演じてられますが、この役が初めて挑まれた時、どのようなお気持ちでしたか？
最初はアナキンってすごく天才で可愛らしくてピュアでっていう感じだったので、普通の青年がっていうところだったんですが、やっぱダークサイドに落ちた時からやっぱり顔つき目つき全てが変わってって、それでもなんか寂しさとか、だからそういうのをちゃんとヘイデン・クリステンセンがすごく上手に素晴らしいお芝居をされてたんで、そこは丁寧にやりたいなとは思ってました。
素晴らしいです。
はい、アソーカは本当に少女時代にアナキンの元にやってきて、生意気にずっと修行を続けてたんですけども、そこからずっと少女から大人になって今ロザリオが演じてるアソーカまでずっと吹き替えをやらせてもらっているので、なんかこうアソーカと一緒に私も成長してきてるなって思ってますし、こうね、さっきアソーカのパネルでシーズン2も発表されたので、それも本当に楽しみです。
Shizuka-san just mentioned that Ahsoka season 2 is announced, so let's give it up. 声優というお仕事の中で特に魅力を感じていらっしゃる点はどこですか？
声優の魅力ですか？
はい。
声優の魅力、そうですね、よーく観察できるんで、自分のアナキンとかヘイデン・クリステンセンとかをずっと見ることができるんで、だからこんなに人の顔を見ることがないぐらい見て、それでこうスター・ウォーズのようにこうやって世界中から愛される作品に参加できるっていうのは、声優冥利に尽きるというか、声優やっててよかったなって思います。はい、
いいですね。
そうですね、声優って年を取っても声がちゃんと出れば、今でも少女時代のアソーカの声もやりますし、 一気に急にその大人のアソーカもやりますし、それができるっていうのは声優の強みだなと思うし、声優ね、いくら例えば私が60、70になってもこの声を保ち続ければずっと演じていけるっていうのはすごい声優の面白いとこでもあるし、でその分人生を重ねた分そのお芝居にも深みが出てくるようになるのかなって思うので、積み重ねられるっていうのはすごくいいことかなと思います。
すごいです。グッときました。
ありがとうございます。
ヘイデン・クリステンセンさんとロザリオ・ドーソンさんのパネルをご覧になっていかがでしたか？
いやーすごいスタッフの皆さんも俳優陣も愛がね溢れてましたし、
すごかった。お話止まらないしね。
止まらないし、ヘイデン・クリステンセンの色気がすごい。
かっこよかった
ね、もうすごすぎる。
ロザリオもすごい素敵だし、さっきステージ終わって私出てくる時にすれ違って挨拶させてもらったんですけど、失神するかと思いました。
本当にすごい素晴らしいみんな、はい、
あともうお客さんのこの盛り上がり、ステージ見てるお客さんの盛り上がりも本当にすごくって、
いやすごい、本当みんながスター・ウォーズ大好きっていうのがすごいフォースの力を感じた。
感じる満ちてる、ここはフォースに満ちてる。
そしてファンが心待ちにしているアソーカシーズン2へのご期待をぜひお話しいただけますか？
さっきね
ヘイデンがカムバック言ってたんでアナキン出るかもしれない。まだわかんないです、僕も何にも知らないんで何にもわからないですけどワクワクしちゃってますでもまあアソーカ2を見れるっていうことも楽しみですので、
そうですね、もうアソーカのまあ1を見た方はまあほとんどの方が見ていらっしゃると思いますが、エズラを助けて星に残ってしまって、あの後どうなるのかもそうですし、1の時にアナキンとあれは狭間の世界なのか精神世界なのかはちょっと明言はされてないのでわからないですけど、でもああやって会ったことでまた自分とサビーヌとの関係も変わってくると思うし、でそういうところを描かれてそれをまた演じられるのかと思うと、もう今から興奮で眠れない日が続きそうです。
お楽しみですね。2人とも今日はどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。
Thank you for joining us. We are just getting started here at Star Wars Celebration Live, so don't go away.
ありがとうございました。
Hello there. I'm at the Bandai Spirit show floor with none other than Obi. How are you doing?
Doing fantastic. Thanks for coming to say hi.
Oh, thank you so much. All right, tell us what you have going on at the Bandai Spirits booth.
Cool. So for those of you who don't know us, this is Bandai Spirit's Tamashii Nations division, and we have just a whole bunch of action figures from the Star Wars lineup. We have basically every item we've ever released from a bunch of series that you can come check out. Some of those are available for purchase around the back. We also have world first exclusive, never seen before, that you can just come and check out for stuff that's coming up. It's a great series. Articulation, detail, everything's amazing, and we would love for you to come and check it out here in Hall 3.
Fantastic. And can I just ask you a personal question?
Yeah, go for it.
Is it just fate that your name is Obi?
Oh, I know, right? Like, to be doing this and having this, and I do want to say just a quick off story. In Japan, the word for dogs, the barking is one. So I have a dog. So my dog is Obi-Wan.
Oh my God, worlds collide!
And it's so great. It's just a great place to be working, and it's a great place to be here with everybody.
That's amazing, Obi. I love it. All right, so the Bandai Spirits booth, we have so much more going on. We're gonna take a walk a little bit to the other side and look at our plastic model kits. Now we're on the other side of the Bandai Spirits booth with Taro-san. よろしくお願いします。よろしくお願いします。Can you please tell us a little bit about the event exclusive plastic models?
はい。今日この会場で買える商品がこちらでございます。まずクローントルーパーを、1つ買うと、この7つのクローントルーパーが再現できるセットと R2D2 と X ウィングがセットになった商品がまずはエクスクルーシブの商品でございます。 で続いてポイントの2つ目です。なんとこの会場で初お披露目になった N1 スターファイターのプラモデルがあるので、それもぜひチェックしてみてください。でさらにポイントの3つ目です。なんとこの会場にはプラモデルを射出成形するインジェクションマシンが来ておりますので、そこでプラモデルがどうやって作られるのかがその場で見れますので、ぜひバンダイスピリッツのブースにお越しください。
Back in 2021, Light of the Jedi launched fans into 3 phases of the High Republic, introducing us to a whole new era of Star Wars. Here to tell us more about the current goings-on and the upcoming end, we have Lydia Kang, Tessa Grattan, and Lissa Wong. Thank you so much for joining me today. How is it being back at Star Wars Celebration? Wide-eyed.
This is actually my first time.
Your first, Tessa.
And I'm completely losing my mind.
Same.
Yeah, I don't even remember what my expectations were. They've been so far surpassed.
Absolutely. How about you, Alyssa?
This is remarkable. Like, everyone is so excited and so happy. I don't know, it's amazing. And also, it's my first time in Japan.
Wow, welcome. I hope you enjoy it.
It's amazing.
And Lydia, how about you? What is it like being back?
Oh my God, it's amazing. This is my second celebration. My last one was in London.
Very international.
I love seeing some familiar faces here. I'm loving the energy and just the Star Wars love. It's been fantastic.
Let's just jump right into it. What can fans expect from the end of the High Republic? Without spoiling it, which is hard, I know.
Lots of surprises, heartbreak, I must say.
Yeah, it's going to be very intense. We've been building this up for years, and it's so special to finally get the chance to bring it all to fruition. I can't wait to see how people are going to react, because it's been a journey for us too, and it's been so special.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, that must be so exciting to know that it's coming to an end and to actually put it all together finally. How about you, Lydia?
Oh, it's really exciting. It's kind of surreal that after all these years and putting all these stories together and intertwining them, that we're coming to the end. So it's really bittersweet. I think fans can definitely expect that. If you guys know the High Republic, you know it's always a roller coaster ride, and so we plan on taking you on the steepest of roller coaster rides. So just, cinch the belt in, get ready. We're gonna go.
Buckle in. Now, this is a little bit of a curveball, but what about the High Republic have you not written that you like or are excited about?
Oh, I am super excited. I'm just gonna jump in there.
Absolutely,
Is that
please.
okay?
Yes.
I am so excited for Tessa's book that's coming out, The Crystal Crown. More Jord, more, everything from the Acolyte that I wanted more of, I get the view from before. So I'm super excited about that book. Cannot wait.
Yeah. I can't wait for Trials of the Jedi to come out. I've read some early versions, but I can't wait to have that final version in my hand and read the hardcover. And it's the culmination of everything that we've been working for. And I don't really know quite what it's going to feel like, but I think I might cry a little.
It's okay. Crying is absolutely welcome.
Yeah.
I'm going to cry so much, I'll be honest. I'm just going to ugly sob everywhere. This is a bit of a curveball answer, too, but I'm really excited to see how the fans react. They've been so invested. We've seen so many people wearing High Republic cosplay, which is incredible.
They look amazing.
And all of these bracelets I'm wearing, I had to put them on both arms because I ran out of room on one arm. But those are all from fans who came and brought us bracelets because they were just so happy and they had so many feelings about the stories that we've been writing. And so, as someone who also has a lot of feelings about the stories we've been writing, it's very rewarding, and I hope that they enjoy a very explosive ending.
Explosive ending. Oh, can't wait. That sounds so exciting. Lydia, you've been writing the exploits of Joss and Pika Adren. What can fans expect in their final clash in the Neil? And how has your day job played a role?
Well, the day job comes in very handy. So as a doctor, I was like, should we put a little bit of a medical emergency into the chaos of the ending? And the answer is yes, I will be doing that. Also, being sort of a biology nerd, I get to play around with Mon Calamari biological sort of background, and so I have a little bit of a horror moment with a Mon Calamari and water and maybe some Nile being pulled into the water, so it's going to be great. Like I said, roller coaster stuff.
Incredible, fascinating to have a biologically, scientifically accurate sense of that.
Exactly.
Amazing, doctor approved. Alyssa, speaking of the Neil, the Battle of Eriadu one-shot plays a pretty key role in the battle. What can you tell us about that, and why are the drill ships so key? The overpowered drill ships so key.
Oh my god, I love a drill ship. The drill ships are so cool. The eviscerators are basically war crimes in ship form that have been outlawed for over a century. Because they are just too scary and dangerous. They're ships that are built to be indestructible and rip other ships in half. So you get to do a lot of really interesting battle choreography with that. I love a ship that can rip another ship in half, and that's not something I knew I wanted before going in, and now I'm like, I need it desperately.
I think maybe you wanted it. You did say explosive before. It seems like that's like totally in your realm.
I do love a wild action scene. Like I adore a wild action scene.
We all do. We all do.
The Battle of Eriadu one shot is really fun. It's a story that's very near and dear to my heart. It is about a pair of childhood friends, former best friends who end up on opposite sides of the war. One is a Jedi, one is a Nile, and they're both like young teenagers too. So they've been separated by the war, and they are being hurled back together for a reunion that is either going to fix things, or rip them into pieces.
Would you say it's explosive?
I would say it's probably pretty explosive. I mean, yeah, this is a story that we started building in Escape from Valo, which was the first middle grade novel of the High Republic Phase 3, this final phase. And we've been following their story through comics, through prose, and they're characters that mean a lot to me. So I cried a lot while writing this, and I'm sure it'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about it. It's probably fine. Just a couple of kids ripped apart by war. It's probably fine.
I'm sure everybody's going to cry reading it. Exactly what you want.
Crying is like part of the writing process.
Of course.
It happens.
It's not
Many
good unless you
tears
don't
are
cry.
shed. Like, no joke. Seriously, when we were writing these things.
Yeah. So, Tessa, you're going further down the High Republic timeline with the Crystal Crown. What are Padawans Yord and Jeki up to?
They are mostly trying to avoid each other. Jeki knows that she's not really allowed to have a least favorite fellow Padawan, but if she did have a least favorite fellow Padawan, it would be Yord.
Did you think that their chemistry in Acolyte was like exactly how you imagined it?
I was really excited. I was writing the book while the show was airing, actually, so it was neat to play with what, the character concepts that I had been given, and then watch how they interacted and be like, oh, I gotta make a joke about that. I gotta make a joke about that. Definitely lots of, why is Jeki so concerned about Yord steaming his shirt? And then, of course, about halfway through writing, I started making a lot of jokes about death. Mostly for my own therapy.
Amazing. I really loved their like almost sibling rivalry, but it was masqueraded in so many other complexities in the show that you almost couldn't tell, like, is one of them bad? I loved that. And I think that's thanks to your writing. What does Star Wars, and more specifically the High Republic, mean to each of you? Lydia?
Oh gosh. We are all the Republic. I mean, that I think is like the heart of these stories, is that every one of us, we can find ourselves in each of these characters. And there's so many universalities to the different storylines, to the different people. There's something there for everyone. And I feel like the High Republic has just been so like welcoming that way, just not even just as a writer, but for fans, for everything. So yeah, it's been everything, really.
Love that. Alyssa?
For me, it's potential. It's so rare to get to build new, interesting, completely fresh people, locations, storylines in a much beloved property. It's cool. It feels like living in Star Wars, and I think in that sense, because we've had so many people come up to us and tell us, hey, the High Republic means so much to me. I feel like I've seen myself in Star Wars for the first time. I think for me, the High Republic is about community. It's been amazing to see people come together around what we've built and build something of their own. And that's so special.
Absolutely so special. I mean, clearly, community. Look at everybody out here. And Tessa, what does the High Republic mean to you?
Oh, I've been a lifelong Star Wars fan because my parents were huge Star Wars fans, and I didn't really think that I would ever write for Star Wars. It just didn't occur to me that that was a path that I would take, despite loving it as a fan. But I think that my mom always kind of wanted me to. And unfortunately, she died right before I started writing for the High Republic. But being able to, always think my mom loved Star Wars. What did she love about Star Wars? And it was the Jedi, and the High Republic is, the golden era of the Jedi. And so really being able to put everything that she loved and that, she helped me love into the High Republic it's been life-changing, and everyone, like all the fans, everyone is just adds to that, so.
That was so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Your mom is so, so proud of you. Oh, thank you ladies so much for joining me.
Thank you.
We are all the Republic. Thank you for everybody for Light and Life. If you want to keep watching for even more Star Wars Celebration live.
The machinations of the Empire are vast and unknowable. And here at the Dark Empire, they are running a ramen shop. Teresa, is there a reason? What is the Empire up to?
I mean, if we told you, we'd have to kill you. So yes, absolutely not. This is Ankokomen. Welcome to Bachimaku and Kokomen, the dark side. Come to the dark side. We have ramen.
Peter, this place looks wonderful. Tell me about the idea for the Dark Empire running a ramen shop.
Well, actually, Brian, the CEO of the Japanese garrison, his first idea when he created this Bachimaku town, his first thing he thought about and wanted was a ramen shop. So he presented it to us and we're like, yeah, we can run with that. And so we have the ramen shop during the day, and after hours it becomes a haven of the underworld. They come to pick up their bounty from the bounty wall and then gamble away with Sabak and Kazak.
Amazing, and you have some wonderful details here. Your bounty wall and some of your scrolls here are actually members of your,
Yes, so Peter had done the lion's share of all of our art for us. And all the posters that you see are taken from members' approvals, turned into Japanese-style art.
It's amazing. And some of the other details you have here are wonderful. I love that you've got everybody's cards that you can pick up. I love that there's full food out here.
Yes, and our travel posters, so there's little missives on the wall. So if anybody wants to stop by and take the time to read our walls, there's written in Sith Common or Orabesh, which we have translator cards for you. If you want to take the time to read them, there's some fun quotes on those walls.
And in addition to kind of coming here and uncovering the lore, Peter, what can people do here at the booth?
Well, they can pick up, we do have chopsticks giveaway, custom Dark Empire featuring Darth Ramen. And they can also listen to custom music that we've made to our member approval photos as well, and look at all the Sith relics, and then, as Teresa said, read all the missives and read the Sith code on the wall.
So come on by the Dark Empire, get your stamp, and take a look at some of the wonderful things they have here. Peter, Teresa, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Ankokoman and Celebration 2025. Thank you.
Where are all my comic fans at? We're here to chat all things Marvel Comics with CB Cebulski, Mark Guggenheim, and Ethan Sachs. Welcome, everybody.
Hello. Great to be here. Everybody doing?
Konnichiwa. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for being here. Now, I know it's been a pretty exciting 2 days of Star Wars Celebration Japan for all of you. CB, Marvel is in the process of relaunching all of the Star Wars titles, which sounds easy, like that's just a regular Tuesday for you, I imagine. What can fans expect from the legacy of Vader?
So, you know, Marvel's been publishing with Lucasfilm now for 10 years. It's great to be back, you know, and doing the comics with the characters we love so much. The first kind of iteration was between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. Then it was between Empire Strikes and Jedi. Now we're moving on past Jedi. So now we all know what happened to Darth Vader there and what's going on. So we really couldn't tell a Vader book. But exploring the legacy of Vader through Kylo Ren's eyes is extremely important. You know, Kylo, everybody knows and loves Kylo Ren, yes? All right. So, you know, as he becomes the character that we know and love, he had a lot of questions about his past, his grandfather, why did his grandfather do what he did, and The Legacy of Vader by Charles Soule and Luke Ross really goes back and explores what Kylo did, where he went to follow his grandfather's legacy, and it's just an amazingly written book that fans will love.
Ooh, I cannot wait. And please tell me what is next for one of my favorites, Dr. Aphra.
Dr. Aphra. Oh, wow, it's always a thrill for us when one of the characters that we created in the Marvel Comics takes on such a life with all the fans. She's even an action figure out there. But Dr. Aphra is going to be relaunching with a new #1, Dr. Aphra Chaos Agent. Again, exploring a different part of her life by Cheris Chen. And it's just going to be a wonderful book that puts Aphra in a light you haven't seen before. She's always got that shades of gray, you know, is she good, is she bad? And this is going to explore a little bit of her younger life before she became the character that everybody knows and loves.
But she's always been chaotic, I imagine.
The title really, really fits the character, as you know, as the fans know.
It really does. Yeah. All right, and anything from the Star Wars flagship, too?
Oh, the Star Wars flagship. We're so thrilled with what's going on in that book. You know, Star Wars is traditionally associated with May. It's when the movies always come out, May the 4th. So, you know, with no theatrical release this year, Lucasfilm said, why don't you guys take it? Let the comic be the flagship. Let's launch like we're just doing a big movie. And it's going to follow all the characters, you know, Luke, Leia, Hans, 3PO, Lando, R2, post-Jedi and what happened in that era. You know, leading up to some of the stuff that we know and love through some of the new series and the new movies that we've seen. And it's really just for fans of that characters. We're exploring places that have never been explored before. Lucasfilm said, why don't you look at this? And why don't you talk about this? And we went, wait, you're going to let us tell those stories? They're like, go wild. So, you know, Alex Segura is right in that book. And it's just going to be a real masterpiece that I think Star Wars fans are going to love, expanding on the canon.
Oh, I cannot wait to read all of those.
Thank you.
And that's not even everything that Marvel's working on right now.
These gentlemen have something to talk about, too.
Yes.
You're writing Jedi Knights, which is just wall-to-wall Jedi lightsaber action, I imagine. Which Jedi has been the most challenging to write for you?
That's a really good question. You know, I guess Mace Windu, actually. Mace is like, he's such a man of few words, but when he speaks, it's like, it carries a lot of import, and like finding that balance, too much, too little, that's been hard for me.
All right, fair, yeah. And also I feel like when you read it in Samuel L. Jackson's voice, like you gotta not swear in the comic.
It's very, well, you know, I'll write the swear words in and then I take them out before I hit send on the email.
Wise, that's very wise. Which team up has been the most fun for you?
Ooh, you know, it's funny. I just did the lettering draft for issue 5, where it's basically really a team up between Yaddle and Count Dooku, and that was it's a blast because it ties directly into the Tales of the Jedi episode, where, you know, spoiler alert, Dooku killed Yaddle, and Yaddle's in a position where, obviously before she's killed, to save Dooku's life. So it's one of those like, this decision is not going to work out too well for you, Yaddle.
Listen, you had me at more Yaddle. Obviously.
I love Yaddle. Writing her is so much fun.
Love Yaddle. And a spoiler, if you will, who's trying to kill Qui-Gon Jinn?
I can't tell you that.
Come on, I thought we were
I can tell you the name of the
buds.
character, but
All right.
well, his name is Corlys Wrath, and I actually have the issues 9 and 10 will be our first like sort of true two-parter, and it takes place in like 2 different time periods, and takes you back to Qui-Gon's Padawan days. And that will answer the question of who is Corlys Wrath and why he's trying to kill Kylo.
All right. And earlier today, speaking of Jedi I love, Kelleran Beck himself, Ahmed Best, stopped by to talk about all the amazing work that he's done. You've revealed that Kelleran is actually going to be featured in issue 8 this October. So what can fans expect from that particular issue and from how you've written Kelleran Beck?
Well, I have to say, issue 8's probably my favorite of the issues thus far. It's all told literally through the eyes of this youngling that is brought into the Jedi Order. And, spoiler, Kelleran ends up saving her life. And so he's got some, yes, because that's what he does, right?
That is what he does.
And he's just got some really cool, badass Jedi moments in it.
Amazing. All right, I can't wait. Can't wait to read that. I hope he does a lot of martial arts and amazing moves. And
he's got some moves, and
he has got some moves. We know that. We know Kelleran Beck's got some moves, right? Yeah. All right, Ethan, you've been so patiently just waiting down there for your turn. I appreciate it. What is Beyond Victory, and how did this collaboration come together?
Before I answer that, I just want to say, Kono Gingake de Saikyo de Saiko no Star Wars fan no minasan, o genki desu ka? Total pandering, but
love it.
In answer to your question, though, it came together quickly because this is a mixed experience, mixed reality experience that is in the works, is absolutely amazing. It involves pod racing, it involves criminal intrigue.
From our friends at ILM.
Friends from ILM and MetaQuest. And I'm pleased to announce, by the way, that tomorrow at 2 o'clock at the MetaQuest ILM booth, just down that way, myself, Shogo Aoki, Steve Cummings, 2 of the 3 artists on the book will be doing a signing, and the comics are free. So please stop by tomorrow at 2 o'clock and get your signed copies. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. And that's only available here.
Only available here.
Only available to fans in Japan. Ethan, pod racing is such a visual, visceral sport that we know and love from The Phantom Menace and a few other choice places that we've gotten to experience it, including Beyond Victory very soon. But how did you approach getting that speed and intensity onto the page in a comic book form?
Well, I cheated because I had 3 great artists, the 2 I mentioned, and Will Sliney, who's my brother from another mother. We worked together on Halcyon Legacy and Galaxy's Edge.
Halcyon fans in the house?
Halcyon fans. So he works fast. He works almost as fast as a pod. So between the 3 of them, we got it covered. It looks really great.
Oh, I can only imagine right now, but for folks on the floor, you can grab a copy over at the ILM Meta booth and see for yourself. All right. Just one more question to wrap us up here, because I know you all have a lot of comics to get finished before those can all be in our grabby hands here. So what does it mean to you to be here in this moment with all these wonderful fans at Star Wars Celebration Japan? And CB, I'm going to start with you. I'm looking at you. So
All right.
I'm going to start with you.
Japan is really my second home. I went to school here. I lived here for 5 years. Anyone from Kansai? Yeah, right. My family's still in Kobe, Go Hanshin Tigers, and coming back here is just it's so near and dear to my heart. Everyone in Japan is so just gracious with their time. Everyone's so thoughtful. The fans are the best in the world. So for me, it's just so heartwarming to see everyone and embrace us as we embrace the Star Wars universe together.
Love it. Mark?
Well, I love Japan. It's my second time here, and it's always amazing. And it's just, for me, it's so surreal. Like, 6-year-old me who saw Star Wars for the very first time, like, to be here and, talking to all the fans and talking to you, it's like, 6-year-old me can't believe it.
Love it. And Ethan, how about for you?
Yeah, so today is the 30th anniversary of my father's death. He died in Tokyo. On his way to visit me, I worked in Japan at the time. So it is an honor and very important to me that I spend today, this very important day to me, with my Star Wars family, all of you. So, thank you.
I love that. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, all three of you, for spending some time with us here. Ethan, thank you for spending time with your Star Wars family on this day. And thank you so much for coming by. We're so excited to see all the upcoming comic releases. And the fun isn't going to stop here because we have even more Star Wars Celebration Live coming up.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm here with the Rebel Legion Japan. Good morning, fellas. How's your celebration going?
海外のセレブレーションは何回か行ったことありますけれども、日本のセレブレーションは17年ぶりなのでとても興奮しています。
I'm going to translate it. He's been to the. He says I've been to the celebration outside of Japan before, but it's the first time in Japan in 17 years, and we're so excited.
Oh, well, we're so excited to be here, and we're so excited to be here with the Rebel Legion. Tell me about this space y'all have. This is amazing.
This is ここは隠れたシークレットベースです。なんでここを発見しても帝国に通報しないでください。
This is a secret base, so if you find about you see anything, but don't tell the Empire anything you see.
We will keep it secret. We will keep it secret. If people come by your space, what are they going to see here, and what can they do?
秘密基地で隠れたレベルの反乱の兆しを見ることができます。これから作戦を練っているところを見ることができます。
We're creating our strategy here to strike the Empire here.
I love it. If people are here and they're from Japan and they'd like to get involved with you and they'd like to join Japan base, how do they do it?
ヒーローのコスチュームに憧れている人はぜひジャパンベースのシャツを着た人に話しかけてください。私たちはいつでも誰でも歓迎します。
rebellegion.com, please access.
So we are Rebel Legion and we welcome anyone who is interested in the hero costume. So if you see people in this shirt, let us know and we welcome everyone. We are Rebel Legion Japan base, rebellegion.com.
Amazing. Thank you so much. This is a beautiful space and thank you for talking to us, fellas.
Thank you very much.
Last year, a new baddie entered the galaxy of Star Wars, red lightsaber in hand and a permanent twisted grin on his mask. He may be known as the Stranger, but we all know and love the man behind the mask. Get those lightsabers up and get them red and give a warm welcome to Manny Jacinto!
A Jedi live in a dream. An Acolyte kills the dream.
Entrance.
Oh man.
You're too cool for me.
Oh, love you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, well, welcome back, Manny. We're so excited to have you here. Last time you were at Star Wars Celebration London, Star Wars Celebration Europe, you were very cagey about what was coming in the Acolyte. You could barely say anything at all. And so I'm thrilled to have you here in a moment where we can talk a little more in depth about the Stranger and all of that. But how does it feel for you to be back here with the fans in this moment now that they know the depth and breadth of your story in The Acolyte?
Oh, man. I mean, it's such a relief to be able to talk about him. Because, I was talking just in a panel before. I kept that secret for 2.5 years. Not being able to talk to anybody about it, my family, my closest friends. I remember being up here, and if you watch back that YouTube video, like Daphne and Charlie kind of maybe had a slip that my character had a bit more than meets the eye, and it was at least now I get to just relax and just show some love.
We all know you are
Thanks,
a very fine actor, so I feel like if that did happen, you didn't show the panic on your face at all. You were just like, whatever these two are saying, it's fine. Those two are kind of chaos agents, too. I love them, but especially during that interview circuit. What do you think it was about the Stranger that really got fans so excited about that character? It's such a fan favorite coming out of the Acolyte where there's so many fan favorite characters.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for saying that.
I'm not alone in this, clearly.
Thanks, guys. What was the question? No, I think we wanted to bring something different. We wanted to take a risk and bring it back to, the original trilogy. Like, we wanted to feel the props. We wanted to interact with the puppets. We wanted to get down and dirty with the choreography, and I'm just so proud of it. So proud.
And you should be. It's such a beautiful 8 episodes. I love it so much.
Thank you.
If you can take us...
Thanks, guys.
A lot of Acolyte fans in the house. Well-deserved love. If you can take us back in time for a second to when you were filming The Acolyte. Do you have any fond memories that you want to share about that time?
Oh, man. I remember first stepping on set and just being in awe. It was like Disneyland, but 1,000 times more excitement and just also mixed in with anxiety and just this nervous feeling of trying to do the fans, trying to do them justice. And I cherished every single moment from that first scene in the cantina to the fight, the 5 versus 1 in the forest. To that last moment where Amandla and I are holding hands, looking out to the sea.
I feel like you're being a little modest, too, about how hard you worked to work on that series, how much you trained, how much you all worked to be able to do as many of your own fight choreography stunts as you could.
I mean, we were set up to succeed. Like, we had the best team, from the stunt choreographers to the vocal coaches to the movement coaches, and we wanted, again, it was like we were birthing something new and different, and we wanted a breath of fresh air, and everybody was so excited, and we gave it our all.
No, absolutely. I love that between every question we have to pause for all the love and the shouting.
Oh, man. Thanks, guys.
Now, I have had the distinct pleasure of getting to talk to you so many times about your work on this series, including, I believe I was the first person or one of the first people
You were.
who got to go in depth with you in a very
You were.
who got to go in depth with you in a very sequestered office
Yes.
in Lucasfilm headquarters
Yep.
in Burbank, where we could talk all the spoilers and get ahead of that amazing reveal.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get to talk about this afterward, I think, but can you remember what it was like for you when... So we had that conversation, then you got to lock it down again because you can't talk to anyone else about it.
I did.
And then a few short weeks later, you see the reveal and the floodgates open and you get to talk about everything. Do you remember that moment when you first saw that happen, that unfurl?
I kind of blanked out. I would get random messages from loved ones, it means the world, from whether it be a cousin or an uncle or a close friend. And some people that I haven't heard from in years. So I think just getting that love, I was like, oh, it's working. The journey has begun. It started. And yeah, if I could bottle that feeling and give it to everybody here, it's wild.
Yeah, and I feel like, I imagine nothing really prepares you for stepping into the Star Wars galaxy, and then and that reaction, that amazing, just love that you can feel it pouring off of this crowd too. Just everybody is so
100%.
excited to have you here with us today.
Hey.
I'd also be remiss if we didn't touch upon your amazing costume for this series, because I love the design of the Stranger. I just love everything about it. And Star Wars fans are also really phenomenal with their costuming. I think we're seeing amazing cosplay here in Japan. I've seen some really detailed and spot-on Stranger cosplays just over the course of the last year or so.
Yes.
How is it meeting them and seeing these creations come to life? Like, what does it feel like when your character walks towards you?
I never would have thought that people would want to dress up like me. It just goes to show how powerful this character has touched people, and it's just, thank you guys. I see you, right there.
There's a stranger now.
Yes. The masks, they're not even out yet, and like people have put in hours of work and love into these costumes, and it really means the world. And I never would have thought I'd be able to shake their hands and because I see the hard work that they put into it, and it's not a comfortable costume. They're probably sweating inside, but it's just
that firsthand.
You can't see, you're bumping into people. But they made it with so much love, and again, it means the world to be able to, whether it be to just shake their hand, give them a hug, or to sign the mask. It's been the biggest blessing.
Well, that's fantastic. Yeah. I also remember the first day we met. You told me that you didn't take anything from set. You didn't take anything. You should have taken something from set, Manny.
I always feel like someone from Disney, there's a sniper somewhere just ready to take me out at any moment if I, make a wrong step or take something I shouldn't have taken. The secrecy of Star Wars. I think that's also a part of the magic. You just got to be careful, but I wish I could have taken even my lightsaber or my mask, but I mean, getting to share it with everybody is the best.
Well, I got to tell you, and I think I speak for this crowd when I say this, you are a gift to all of us here. We appreciate everything you do, and we actually wanted to give you a little gift, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm hiding it over here.
Oh my God. Oh my gosh.
What could it be?
Wow. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. You're welcome. This is the Hasbro replica helmet. It is not available yet. We wanted you to be the first recipient here on Star Wars Celebration.
How do I put it on?
Oh, yeah. Out of practice from being the stranger a little bit. Hang on one second. Let me here. Let me light it up for you. There you go. All right. Amazing.
This is incredible. I finally got my mask. Thanks, Kristen.
Oh my goodness, you are so welcome, Manny. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Thank you for everything you brought into the Star Wars galaxy. We just simply adore you and the stranger.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Now that the stranger has been reunited with his helmet, you don't be a stranger because more Star Wars Celebration Live is coming right up.
Just do as I say. Never can be too cautious with strangers out here. Then again, you're no stranger, Lady Ventress.
We got a problem here. Just saw him right in.
What's the situation?
He was your best friend. Things have changed.
You took everything from me.
Who are you?
I was Count Dooku's lead assassin. I don't want that life anymore.
Bane? No one needs to die.
Get them.
You're gonna pay for what you did.
This revenge, I hope it was worth it.
It will be.
the Star Wars timeline is your favorite, there's a Star Wars book just for you. And our guests right here now are proof of all of that, from Darth Vader to Andor to deep dives into the Galactic Empire. Let's say hello to Adam Christopher, Phil Shostak, and Chris Kempshall. Hey guys, welcome back to Celebration.
Thank
Are
you.
you enjoying it so far?
Thank you for having me. Oh my gosh, it's incredible. Always incredible.
What's your favorite part about Celebration?
Everything. everything.
Good answer.
I've spent the last 2 celebrations stood right down there. So the live stage is the best bit of Celebration.
I concur. All right, Adam, you have a new Darth Vader novel coming out later this year. What can you tell us about the Master of Evil, and how does it fit into the overall timeline?
Yeah, so Master of Evil is the first Darth Vader novel in 10 years. And it's going to be an amazing, dark adventure. It's scary, creepy, but it explores Darth Vader's character very close to the end of Revenge of the Sith, which is a really interesting period for Darth Vader's character. This is when Anakin Skywalker is effectively dead and Vader rises. So this is an interesting period where nobody knows who he is. Like, the Empire has arisen, there's the new Emperor, and suddenly this guy shows up, and he's Darth Vader, he's in black with his mask and cape. Even the Imperial hierarchy, have no idea who he is.
Right.
Which is really fascinating. So, how does he fit into the Imperial military system? But also, remember, he's Palpatine's apprentice. This is the Sith Lord and Master and Apprentice. And as we know from Revenge of the Sith, Palpatine made a lot of promises to Anakin to kind of draw him into the dark side. And now that Anakin is Vader, Vader is like, well, what are these things that you promised me? These powers that you talked of and the secrets of the dark side.
Truly.
Vader is like, come on, where's the juice?
It's a time of such immense turmoil, but for Vader, in his mind, it's a success for him, right? So that's so complex and interesting. What goes into writing a successful villain?
Yeah, Darth Vader is interesting because he's the most recognizable character in Star Wars across this whole kind of universe. But the thing to remember is he's an evil villain, but the villains are the heroes of their own story. A villain doesn't think they're the villain. They are the master of their destiny. And it's important for Vader at this point because he's starting out and he's on this journey of discovering the dark side. Because if you think about Revenge of the Sith, we all know the story. It's a very quick transition from Anakin the Jedi to Vader the Sith Lord. The kind of manipulation that Palpatine managed to carry out. So, it's almost like, this is going to sound strange, it's a journey of self-discovery for Vader. But also I'm sure there's loads of people here who are familiar with the Vader comics. The Charles Soule, right, which is also set in this time period. And the comics, it's a continuous story from the end of the movie. So you're thinking, well, a Vader novel, we've seen it, we've heard it before. It's you have not heard this story. The comics are amazing, and there are gaps in the storyline. So, it starts off with the comics, and then it goes off into a whole new direction, which is exciting. As I said, this is the first Vader novel in 10 years. It's going to be a big one.
Lots of material to cover.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, so exciting. And Phil, it was just announced that you'll be writing The Art of Andor. What is it about Andor that's so appealing that would make you want to dive into the look of the series?
First of all, I'm just an incredibly huge fan of the series. It's so amazing. It's just an incredible opportunity to, interface with. In my day job with the story group, I do a lot of work with production, and they tap into both my knowledge and people like Pablo Hidalgo, Matt Martin, and other people on my team. But just an incredible opportunity when this was presented to me. And I've been working on this book now for over a year and a half. And it's been quite a secret to keep all that time. And the book will be covering both seasons, 24 episodes. So
That was going to be my next question.
I'm sorry. I stepped on your question.
No, not at all. Oh my goodness, that is so exciting. I cannot wait. Chris, you're here to celebrate the book, The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire. It sounds intense, complex. How on earth do you research such a thing?
So, The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire is an in-universe history book. So, to an extent, there are two authors. There's me, and there's Beaumont Kin from The Rise of Skywalker as the in-universe historian. And between the pair of us, we cast a wide net of everything that you could possibly want to know about the Galactic Empire. Because people, Star Wars fans, think they know the Empire, and Beaumont Kin thought he knew what the Empire was. But it turns out maybe we were all wrong in some way, that actually the Empire is bigger and more complicated and many, many times worse than what we ever really thought it was. And to do that, I looked at every comic I could, every computer game, every TV show, every film, every novel, to build up what might be the most kind of comprehensive in-universe examination of what it means to live in the same galaxy as the Empire. Wow. So if people get a kick out of Andor, which I think most people do get a kick out of Andor, then you might get a kick out of The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire as well.
Goodness, that is so fascinating. Thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Rena.
We'll see you on the pages of the next Star Wars book. More Star Wars Celebration Live. You know it. Stay tuned.
Where is Skywalker?
Race to the top.
I'll give you a head start.
For nearly 50 years, Star Wars has worn its Japanese influence on its sleeve, but perhaps nothing showcases this more than the unique Japanese art of manga. Here to talk about some of the upcoming titles are Kenny Ruse and Shima Shinya. Let's just kick it off. Kenny, what is the path of the lightsaber?
Hi everyone. Hi Spanish guy. Hi for everyone. Well, the Path of Lightsaber is a shonen manga. I'll be loving tonight, just now, and it's the story of Nayoka, and she, like in a shonen manga classical, she want to grow up and learn to become a Jedi, but in the Star Wars way and in the mood of Star Wars, but with all of the energy that the shonen manga can be.
Incredible. Tell us how you've connected the sequel trilogy to the High Republic era.
Oh, that is super interesting for me because we have a Nayoka in the middle of in the episode 8 and 9, and in this situation, the First Order control all of the galaxy, and she's only a tinkerer in a minor ship, but she discovered all this starship from the Legend era, and for her it's like she find a castle with Excalibur, a legendary knight, but there is a High Republic Jedi, and she discovered the lightsaber become to her. So for her, it's like a connection, and she feel like the old era Jedi connecting with her. And for me, it's like the new fans connected with the old-fashioned fan like me. So it is a link in between all of this universe. Like I really appreciate it. The High Republic is super interesting era. And the sequels is the era we discovered in the movie. So that connection is super interesting to work on it.
Of course, bridging the gap must have been like such an honor to be a part of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shima, you've been involved in the High Republic for many years. How does it feel to be close to the end of this era?
It's kind of sad, but also very satisfying that we have come to this closure. And I hope that you guys, the readers, will like it too. Yeah.
What did you want to show in Lily's arc as a Jedi Knight?
That she grew up to be a sort of different person. She's still Lily, but she's stronger in a sense.
Other than Lily, do you have another favorite character you like to write?
I really enjoyed writing Arkov, the Jedi Master Wookiee character, because you guys don't know what he says, but I'm the only person who actually know what he says. So
you know all the secrets?
Yes, I know all the secrets.
That is so exciting. Okay, both of you, what are you most looking forward to at the show, or what were you most excited about so far?
Wow, it's a good question because the most intensive for me is still be here with all of you guys. That's amazing. I am a guy from Granada, the south of Spain, and I want to become a mangaka. And now we are in Tokyo, the origin of manga, with the Star Wars fan, that they are my own family. Thank you for that, man. Thank you, guys. Thank you for all of you.
Yeah, so do I. I enjoy meeting all the fans and the family here, and also Andor panel. That was the main reason I'm here today.
Oh my goodness, the main reason.
Yes.
Oh, I'm glad you got everything you wanted out of it. Thank you both so much for joining me today. And let's keep this Star Wars Celebration live train going. Keep watching.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Have you ever imagined you were part of elite operatives going on missions during the Clone Wars? Well, imagine no more.
Yeah, that's right, Gil. Bit Reactor, in collaboration with Respawn Entertainment and Lucasfilm Games, are here all about the upcoming base video game, Star Wars Zero Company. Let's take a look.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration! I am Lucy James, and I could not be more honored to be here with you all today because I get the incredible job of presenting a very first look at the brand new Star Wars turn-based tactics game and lead a conversation with the creators at Bit Reactor, Lucasfilm Games, and Respawn Entertainment. Now, I'm not gonna leave you waiting. Let's get that trailer.
When people talk about the Clone Wars, they talk about the big moments, the crisis points, planetary invasions, all-out assaults, cities bombed to rubble. Truth is, there's a war you don't see. The one fought in the shadows, the war beneath the war. A war that's won with the right strategy. Surveillance, ciphers, good old-fashioned sabotage. These aren't the heroes they tell stories about. They're professionals. Setting aside their differences to take on the impossible. But that's the job, and they get it done.
Did you like the trailer? I'm sorry, I said, did you like the trailer? Well, everyone, I'd love to formally welcome you to the Star Wars Zero Company panel and to talk about this brand new game coming to PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S. Please let me introduce you to our wonderful panel. We've got Bit Reactors Greg Furch and Aaron Contreras. Lucasfilm's Orion Kellogg and Kelsey Shaw. And Respawn Entertainment's Jim Vasella. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Give them all a big round of applause, everyone. This is Readers Behind the Game. Let's go down the line and everyone introduce yourselves and what you do in the game. Greg.
Thanks, Lucy. Before we get started, we have a whole team home working on the game. You think you guys could give them a little shout out, give them a little love?
Woo!
Awesome. All right, thanks everybody. I'm Greg Furch. I'm the game director at Bit Reactor. I originally pitched this game to Lucasfilm, and my job is to oversee the entire development of Zero Company.
I'm Aaron Contreras, narrative and cinematic director. I lead the team responsible for the game's story, characters, and narrative gameplay systems. This is my third Star Wars project following Jedi Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor.
Hi, I'm Jim Vasella, a senior producer at Respawn, helping with the full production of the game. I'm a lifelong Star Wars fan. I'm the type of person who camped out for the prequels in high school and college. And as a producer, I've been making strategy games for over 20 years. And so this was a dream project for me when I heard about it, and I jumped at the opportunity to join right at the start.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelsey Sharp. I'm a creative executive at Lucasfilm. I work on anything Star Wars that has a story across our franchise, so not just video games, but books, comics, some animation as well. I'm also part of the team that oversees the lore and continuity of the galaxy far, far away, but luckily that job is pretty easy when I'm working with big fans like Greg, Jim, and Aaron.
And hey, everybody. I'm Orion Kellogg, executive producer with the Lucasfilm Games team, and I look after many of the Star Wars projects that we have in development. For me, Star Wars is all about meaningful choice, so it's about time we have a strategy game, right? Right on. And we're really excited about that. And another thing we're excited about is the continuity of this team. Kelsey and I have been working with Respawn and Aaron and some other folks in the crowd here for almost 10 years now. And we really hope that that togetherness and continuity shows in Star Wars Zero Company.
Well, what a crew! A round of applause. Well, I mean, let's get things started with, I think, the big burning question that everyone wants to know the answer to. Greg, just what exactly is Zero Company, and how did this game come to be?
Thanks, Lucy. Yeah, Star Wars Zero Company is a single-player turn-based tactics game with an original story set during the Clone Wars. We formed BitReactor back in 2021, and we had this idea that turn-based tactics games are a genre that just has so much room to improve on with innovation in storytelling and immersion, and really could reach more fans than people really think. So we really went in that direction with it. That's how we've really been focused for the past several years. While that was working, when I started, we'd been working a few prototypes, had some concepts for some games. Then when out of nowhere, I got a phone call from Vince Zampella.
Wait, how do you get your number?
Just looked it up. I don't know.
Just casually getting a call from Vince
Phone books
Zampella.
don't exist anymore, right? Anyway, so now if you don't recognize that name, Vince is the head of Respawn Entertainment and has been behind some of the biggest games in the industry, like the Star Wars Jedi franchise. Vince was asking me for my thoughts on creating a Star Wars game. Now, I've been a Star Wars fan since I saw A New Hope in the theaters when I was 4 years old. So I think you can all imagine my reaction, right? Lots of excitement followed by lots of anxiety. So we talked about the possibilities of developing a tactics game with the most beloved, most storied franchises in the world. And it's the perfect combination, honestly, one that I couldn't believe had never been done before. So now we fast forward to today. We're working really closely with Respawn, Lucasfilm Games, to leverage their history of making incredible games to make this amazing new Star Wars game. And while we're at it, I can't say enough about our partners here. They've been absolutely the best and super supportive of us. So couldn't ask for a better group.
Oh, well, right back at you, Greg.
Oh.
Like I said before, Lucasfilm Games, we're big strategy game fans here, and it really was about time, right? And with BitReactor, we have a strategy veteran like Greg and a lot of the other team members at BitReactor. They know what they're doing there. They have a lot of other extremely bright, talented devs working there. Hello to all of you watching. And they're all Star Wars fans, and it's true. And so I think when you combine that, we know they're going to make a great Star Wars game. We know they're going to make a great strategy game, and hopefully together they really innovate the genre. So, Greg, we couldn't be happier to have you in BitReactor, and we couldn't be happier to have Star Wars Zero Company.
I love this love. This is so
So
nice.
much love.
This is
It's
so
all about love.
Well, the trailer has such a different tone and vibe from what we've seen from more modern, recent Star Wars games. Greg, can you talk a little bit about the vision for the game?
Sure. When we set out to develop Zero Company, we wanted to create an experience where the deep history of Star Wars and their galaxy is married with the engaging gameplay of turn-based tactics, of the turn-based tactics genre. in that process, we established 4 design pillars that we hold ourselves to every day. The first is start with Star Wars. It sounds simple, but what that really means to us is we stay true to the franchise. Part of that pillar is working with people that know Star Wars inside and out. So not only does that mean working with Lucasfilm Games, but also people like Aaron, who works at BitReactor now. But Aaron used to work at Respawn, where he helped develop 2 of the most successful Star Wars games ever made in the Jedi series.
Thanks. Yeah, when I joined the project, Greg and the team had already chosen the Clone Wars era, which is just a fantastic setting for a turn-based tactical game.
And I think it's worth noting that we're also working alongside Gordy Habb, the award-winning composer from the Jedi series, on our music and soundtrack. And Gordy's going to bring a new cinematic feel to the tactics genre, and of course deliver on that authentic Star Wars sound.
So the second pillar that we really follow is meaningful choices, and that's where thoughtful decisions impact the gameplay.
You're going to play as Hawks, who's a customizable hero who leads Zero Company. The decisions you make, what jobs to take, who to assign to your squads, and how you fight on the battlefield will have pivotal consequences in every playthrough of the game.
And the third, and this is one that's very close to me, is we want the game to be cinematic and approachable, something that I've been kind of championing for a long time in my career. And this is where the genre, I think, can really be great. The thing we try to live by is the depth of the game shouldn't really cost you elegance in how the game is presented, right? Like depth and immersion, they're not mutually exclusive things. As players, you should expect both, and you should get them. So, you can see in the screenshot, we move the camera around depending on where the gameplay moment is and what we want you to feel as a player. So yeah, and when we first started talking about this game, I think one of the very first Zoom calls we had with Orion, I was describing, how we really wanted to change this perspective, and I described it to him, and he summed it up. So I'm kind of borrowing from him. He said that depth shouldn't cost you elegance, and it's really something that's stuck with me. And all these years later, something that we really, really try to follow.
We just want great games.
Yeah, man.
Here.
The fourth is strategy and combat. And what that really means is think high-stakes battles with deep gameplay choices where we're delivering on both the tactical and the strategic layers as one cohesive experience. It's not just something that players experience in 2 separate halves. It's something that's woven together through the gameplay along with the narrative. So all this together, and if we've done it right, and I think we have, it results in a core loop of gameplay that's got thoughtful pacing and decision-making coupled with an amazing original Star Wars story.
Amazing. And I mean, all of this is so important because getting that Star Wars feeling is so important to get right. Orion, I'm really interested to hear your thoughts. Like, what were you thinking? What was going through your head when you saw the pitch for Zero Company? Was it an email? Was it a PowerPoint presentation?
I think we probably started on a Zoom, like most things these days, right? So we started on a call, and I knew we had Respawn, we had BitReactor, and with Respawn, we've been telling stories with them for over a decade. I already talked about that. We were excited. We hope you're excited for another Respawn story, right? And with BitReactor, we knew their legacy. We were fans of the games that they have made, absolutely, and we knew what they were capable of doing, and so I was like, okay, let's do this. I'm stoked, absolutely stoked. I think that's the precise term. And so making a strategy game in Star Wars, what do we have to do? What's our role in this? Well, let's give them a place where they can make meaningful decisions in the galaxy. Let's find a spot where they can make the best game possible, and hopefully we've done that.
I mean, let's dive into the setting, because the game is set in the Clone Wars era. I mean, Kelsey, Aaron, can you tell me a little bit about why this setting is so perfect for a game like Zero Company?
Definitely. So the Clone Wars are kind of a unique part of our timeline, right? Because when you look at the stories that we tell in the Age of Rebellion or the Age of Resistance, they tend to feature almost exclusively asymmetrical warfare, right? It's like a little guy going up against insurmountable odds. But the Clone Wars are uniquely perfect for Zero Company because it's when we see 2 relatively evenly matched forces, the Republic and the Separatists. And that backdrop creates so many interesting places for Aaron and his team to set their camera for their story, right? Because we know know the conflict is unfolding across multiple planets, across the galaxy. There are multiple different forces and factions, some of which have conflicting allegiances that shift over time. There are, boots on the ground altercations, but there's also smaller strategic initiatives, and it's those kinds of clandestine missions where I think this very intimate and character-focused story that Aaron's team is working on really gets to shine. And that's why I'm so excited, why everyone at Lucasfilm is so excited for Zero Company, because if you've watched The Clone Wars, and I have a feeling some of you in this audience have, you know that we have never shied away from showing how complicated that conflict was, all the shades of gray, but I really think Zero Company is going to be one of the first times that players actually get to go hands-on with that, the war beneath the war that was mentioned in the trailer.
Yeah, we're inspired by the political intrigue of Andor, the gritty battlefield perspective of Rogue One, and of course the mythic pulp adventure of the original trilogy. We love how all of those stories respect the intelligence and attention of the Star Wars audience, and we aim to do the same. None of the characters in Zero Company are flawless or immune to a fatal case of blaster poisoning. You'll have to lead your team with care and conviction, and at times make difficult decisions with permanent consequences.
Ooh, well, I'm dying to hear more. I'm dying to hear more about the story. Aaron, what can you tell us about the story and who we're going to play as?
Yeah, you're going to play as Hawks. They're a disgraced former Republic officer who now leads Zero Company. They're an elite outfit for hire, specializing in strategic investigations and high-risk tactical missions. The operators under Hawks' command are a ragtag band of hero, outlaws, and exiles from all walks of life. You'll have to unite them against an emerging threat that, if left unchecked, will spread across the galaxy and consume everything in its path. Ooh. Set against the epic backdrop of the Clone Wars, you must lead Zero Company in a shadow war against a corrupting force that no conventional army is equipped to counter.
Yeah, if there's one thing we know from Star Wars, it's that those who seek power and control will also seek opportunities and opportunistic allies. And the face that they wear when we first meet them might look very different from the face that they wear by the end of the story. And it's those kinds of questions, like the big questions: who are my true allies? Who are my true adversaries? What do my adversaries actually want? That we think the players and Zero Company are going to be chasing down answers to together.
Yep, but Hawks can't find those answers alone, and that's where your team comes in. You'll build your squad from a mix of custom characters you create and original Star Wars characters authored for the game, and all of them will have a story that evolves as you play through the game.
Ooh, well, it sounds like we're going to have plenty of options to build our very own version of Zero Company. We got a little bit of a tease of some of the members of the squad. Can you and Kelsey maybe tell us more about them?
Heck yeah. So this is Trick. He's a clone soldier whose laconic wit masks a haunted heart. Trick has been with Hawks since they both served in the Republic military and was injured in the same disaster that cost Hawks their career.
Yeah, it's not a Clone Wars era story without a clone character's perspective, and as our Celebration audience knows, the clones might all look alike, but each one has their own personality, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun getting to know Trick, because as Aaron alluded to earlier, the members of Zero Company can be drawn from all around the galaxy, and that includes from across battle lines. So one particularly incendiary member is Luco Bronk. He is an Umbaran sharpshooter who still hasn't forgiven the Republic for invading his homeworld, but that shadowy adversary that we alluded to earlier is going to be such an intimidating threat that we'll actually see a Republic clone trooper like Trick and a separatist Umbaran soldier like Luco teaming up on the same side.
But if left unchecked, those divisions on the squad could escalate into conflict or worse. Next up, we've got Clyde Calervo. They're an infamous Mandalorian gunslinger and one of the last surviving members of the ancient clan Verminoth. She joined Zero Company because she sees him as the most direct route to completing a very personal vendetta.
I love that design. I want to join Clan Verminoth. And something tells me that if this audience is excited for a Mandalorian, you might be excited for a Jedi too. So in this case, it's our Padawan, Telria. Telria is on a quest to finish her fallen Jedi Master's final mission. Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like Tel's character design was actually one of the first pieces of character concept art that we saw from Star Wars Zero Company, and she hasn't really changed very much since that very first submission. Of course, I love all Star Wars aliens equally, but why a Tognath for Tel?
Why not Tognath, Kelsey? I don't know. It's always fun to see a different alien species as a Jedi and explore their unique perspective on the Force.
Awesome. Yeah, one of my roles at Lucasfilm is working on our lore and continuity team, and so I'm always excited to see a character like Tel, because if you're familiar with the species of Tognath, really the most known Tognath character that we have from the brand is Two Tubes from Rogue One and from Andor. Yeah, woo, Two Tubes! But obviously, like, he and his brother represent a very particular hardline perspective on the galaxy because they're part of Saw's partisans, and so I love to see a character like Tel, right, who was raised by the Jedi, who probably has a very different perspective on the galaxy. I mean, spoiler alert, she does. Because one of my favorite things is getting to remember that in Star Wars, it's not just the humans who are the characters, it's the aliens as well.
And she has 2 lightsabers. That's pretty cool.
She also has 2 lightsabers.
You noticed that.
So these are 4 of the operators you can recruit into Zero Company over the course of the story, and we'll have more to reveal as time goes on. But you're always free to create, recruit, and deploy a full squad of entirely custom heroes if you want to.
Ooh, well, I mean, Hawks in the trailer says, and I'm gonna murder this voice, I'm sorry, they're professionals. Setting aside their differences to take on the impossible. I'm not available for voice work, don't even try. But that, to me, sounds like maybe they're not the best of friends.
You are exactly right, Lucy. Not everyone in Zero Company sees eye to eye, but the more they work together and face adversity, the deeper their bonds grow and the stronger your team becomes. You'll see that reflected across both story and gameplay.
Well, you mentioned gameplay there, but before we dive a little bit deeper into that, I do want to come back to something I heard Aaron mention a couple times. Greg, did he say customization in a Star Wars game?
He definitely did. So you can personalize the appearance and voice and class of Hawks. So as you can see, you know, this is a hallmark feature from the best tactics games, and we're ecstatic to see what Star Wars fans make with it. You can play as any combination of Hawks that you want, and it's just super powerful. So we're providing players with this deep customization system that extends to individual characters you can create and recruit in Zero Company as well. So you'll choose from a variety of archetypes, select their species, range of authentic Star Wars options like custom astromechs, Rhodians, humans, and fully customize their appearance and outfits. You can even rename them to your liking.
What if I wanted to go all astromech?
Well,
D-Squad.
You can actually do that.
Yes.
I love that murderer's row of astromechs. And I also love what you were saying about customization, Greg, because we had so many conversations during production about how, as fans of this genre, you really want to feel like, well, these are my characters, this is my Zero Company, and the choices that I make in gameplay mean I'm going to have a different playthrough from the playthrough that you're going to have because of your choices. But at the same time, as Star Wars fans, we're always kind of wondering, like, well, how does this impact the larger story? Do my choices really matter? And I think you and the team at BitReactor have done such a good job at really threading that needle so that every player is going to understand how their Hawks and their Zero Company are impacting the larger Star Wars timeline.
Yeah, for sure. We can tell they are really happy with being able to customize their character, customize their squad. We know at Lucasfilm Games that you've been wanting to do that, and we're really happy to let you step into the galaxy with your team. And we're also really happy to see how you're going to combine your creations with our creations and the authored characters. Not only is it going to impact the story, but it's also going to impact the gameplay. Yes, there are ramifications for rolling deep with astromechs, but I think impacting gameplay, pretty awesome too.
I mean, let's jump into talking about gameplay. Greg, what can you tell us about what we'll be doing when we're playing as Hawks in the game?
So as Aaron mentioned, this is a story about an emerging new threat, and Zero Company will have to do to stop it. Choosing your best squad for each mission is key because the stakes are just so high.
I mean, so high, in fact, that even permadeath and the limited ability to save your game are available on certain difficulty settings. Now, that being said, if you are first and foremost a Star Wars fan, and if you are maybe a newcomer to the strategy genre or the tactics genre, we'll have difficulty settings so that you can also enjoy the story and get through the game. But no matter what difficulty you choose to play on, you'll have the most fun by creating a versatile strategy and utilizing all the variety of weapons and abilities and more to be successful.
So that means my Tel can live forever, right?
The Clone Wars is a dangerous time for some Jedi.
All right. So in between adventuring across the galaxy to embark on these missions, you'll return to Zero Company's base of operations, a place we call the Den, which is located on the Rancho Obi-Wan, which you may remember from Rogue One.
Yeah, and here you'll be able to socialize and catch up with your team, as well as recruit, customize, and outfit all those new operators. And throughout the game, you'll be able to upgrade this space to really fit the needs of your playstyle for Zero Company. The Den also has this incredible galaxy map where you'll get to choose what strategic tasks and tactical missions to go on next. Players are going to always balance risk and reward to stay ahead of their adversaries and gaining a leg up in the next fight. As you all well know, the galaxy is always shifting and changing as the Clone Wars progresses, and so you as a player will have to be adapting your strategy as well.
Well, Orion, can you elaborate a little bit on how this game fits into the overall Star Wars galaxy?
Well, yeah, like I said before, our job at Lucasfilm was to give BitReactor this huge playground to play in. And, as Kelsey was talking, the Clone Wars, huge campaign, so many things going on, really an infinite platform for all the stories the player can wrap their arms around. So in the Den, when you're interacting with the galaxy map, on scale alone, you're dealing with the biggest and most immersive map we've ever put out in a game. So while it's early in development, we did want to give you a sneak peek at the place where you're going to see how your choices impact the galaxy, and we think that doing that in this time frame with this squad is going to really stand out and make Zero Company really special.
That's right, Orion. And this is going to provide us some exciting innovation opportunity for the genre with how you can influence your journey through the story. And alongside interacting with the map at this broader level, a selection of these planets will also be viable for the tactical missions you go on, allowing players to deep dive into richly detailed, authentic Star Wars battle locations, both new and familiar. And Orion, say, might be infiltrating a separatist base on one planet, while Kelsey might be raiding a pirate outpost on another. And these are a few examples of the types of missions and locations you have to go on throughout the Star Wars journey.
Jim, I think in one of the first in-person conversations we ever had, which was, I believe, at a restaurant in San Francisco during GDC.
He was wearing a bib.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe some cioppino was being eaten at the time. But you mentioned how, as a fan and a producer, you were so excited and geeked out about translating our very expansive galaxy map into this really cool, immersive, and interactive feature. And I think well, first of all, I just think you're all going to have so much fun, going through the interactive map, seeing all the planets that you recognize. But that level of fidelity also means that you're going to get to have some really fun gameplay on planets that you might recognize from some of our other storytelling. So, Greg mentioned earlier that the Den is based on the Ring of Kafrene from Rogue One, and you might have heard it shouted out in a certain episode of Andor Season 2 if you happen to be in that panel earlier today. Woo! And then I'm excited to confirm that the planet that you saw the heroes disembarking on at the end of that trailer is Seralonis. So Seralonis was originally developed for the Clone Wars and then first seen on screen for the first time in Bad Batch Season 2. And you'll get to go to some other, cool deep cuts and Easter egg type planets as well. Snowy Vandor from Solo, as well as a newer planet, Mapuzo from the Disney Plus Obi-Wan Kenobi series.
And more.
So many more.
Is that a Nexus?
It looks like it. Wink.
You teasers. You absolute teasers. Jim, earlier you mentioned that you could socialize with your squad mates. I'm dying to see the Zero Company group chat, but I really want to know how those social dynamics come into play when you get to the gameplay.
Yeah, sure thing. Every decision matters for you and Zero Company, from the next mission that you choose to go on, but more specifically, what squad members you choose to send on each one of those missions. An important factor in the dynamics of those choices and their consequences is how the squad members will bond together over time, where you can turn, enemies and rivals into trusted allies. For example, as Aaron and Kelsey were mentioning earlier, Trick, our clone trooper, and Luco, our Mbaran, don't exactly seem to get along. But if you choose to invest in that partnership by sending them on missions together, they may be able to improve that bond over time, and that could ultimately decide their fate in the game.
Yeah, this is, when I was talking about found family earlier, this is really where that comes into play and impacts the gameplay. I think it's the kind of thing, these battles forged on the battlefield evolving is the kind of thing that means no two playthroughs are alike. And I think that's going to make everything really special.
Yeah, and additionally, it's really important to emphasize that this bond system applies to both the authored characters, as you saw in the trailer, but also all of the custom characters that you create yourself. So as all of these characters grow more experience as they go on battles together, you know, they're going to unlock new combat synergies, such as, say, teamwork reaction shots. And this has been one of the real treats working with Greg and the team at Bit Reactor, is that they're bringing their expert experience in making strategy games to Star Wars Zero Company, and we've seen this manifest in the gameplay with features like this.
No, couldn't agree more. I mean, pillar number one was start with Star Wars, right? And I think when you plant those seeds early, as the game starts to develop and the abilities and characters start to get fleshed out, you see the Star Wars emerge. So you might be playing a tense mission where one of your characters is about to permanently die. And one of your astromech buddies might roll in and be able to toss them a healing stim. And that's a very Star Wars moment. Or you might be rolling with, I'm sure Kelsey will be rolling with Tel, and Tel will be able to use the Force and push somebody out of cover so that a sniper can take them down. And it's those kind of moments that just emerge as you're playing that make it not only a really deep strategic gameplay experience, which is really, really, really important, but also feel like one that could only happen in Star Wars.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving hearing you all talk about this game. It sounds like it has definitely been designed with the Star Wars galaxy in mind and all of the fun that that unlocks for all of us players. Very excited to get my hands on it. What do you reckon? Do you have any other little reveals or hints you want to give this wonderful celebration crowd?
Maybe.
Maybe? You're going to make them work for it?
I mean, that's why we're here in Japan, right? Yeah. Yeah, in Star Wars, ships and droids are built to last and almost always bring this strong sense of history and personality with them. And Zero Company, of course, like everyone, needs a ride to get from the den to their missions. So I'm truly excited to say we've created our own new starship for Star Wars Galaxy. This starship is a great example of the approach and care that the team has put into every environment, every detail, every character, their personalities all the way down. So lots of attention to the detail in there. So we really do view this ship as a character, right, when we're making it. So it's built with the idea that we want to have a personality and we want to think that it's got, if it's really well in the Star Wars universe with all those iconic ships. So this is the Kson.
Yeah, I just want to shout out the Bit Reactor art department quickly, because obviously there's always iteration when you're designing something new for Star Wars.
Yeah.
But like they, woo, art departments everywhere. But I feel like they really got sort of the heart of Star Wars design very quickly. And one of my favorite parts of my job is getting to open up an email or a new Jira ticket and say like, oh wow, amazing art for me to look at.
It's an awesome experience because like you know you go from being fans, right, and we're all fans, to then being students for several years of it and really diving deep into it. And you guys make it easy. You know, you guys keep us on track and give us some great information as we're studying the lore and really getting into the Star Wars of it.
And clearly every ship needs a go-to pilot. Could you give us a little bit of an insight on how you landed on
there.
droid
Well,
to pilot the Kson?
So while we're at it,
like him.
I mean, you're making a ship, right? You may as well make a droid. So yeah, when we thought about, you know, the ship, we were thinking, well, who's going to drive it? So we realized we had an opportunity now to not only just make a ship, but now we can make a droid too. So how often does that happen, right? 4-year-old me was cheering. So, you know, we got to create our own ship and the droid that lives in Star Wars gameplay forever. So we knew the ship had to be versatile to accommodate all the different missions that it could be taking Zero Company on. Of course, we wanted our pilot droid to have a really unique personality too. So after, you know, lots of conversations between our team and the teams at Lucasfilm, and just maybe a couple iterations, we came up with the Caisson, and it's a pilot, Mevo, who will be joining Zero Company on this journey through the galaxy.
That's M3VO, Mevo.
So cute. Who doesn't love a new droid to fall in love with? No, we are kind of wrapping up here, folks. But do we have any last words to say from the group?
Sure. If you couldn't tell by now, hopefully you can see how passionate we all are when it comes to Star Wars and Zero Company. We can't wait for players to experience our authentic Star Wars story through every aspect of the game, from choice and consequence to customization, down to the course of tactics and strategy. This game genre in general just blends so nicely with the galaxy, and we really just can't believe nobody's done it before.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun collaborating with the teams at BitReactor, Respawn, and Lucasfilm. I am incredibly proud of the fantastic writers, designers, and cinematic artists on my team, and we hope all of you enjoy playing Zero Company's story as much as we did making it.
Right, and you know, Star Wars at its core, it's all about characters, right? And as we keep coming up with new gameplay scenarios and new stories to tell, there are going to be all sorts of opportunities for surprises that we'll announce in the future. But we can't wait to hear what you all speculate, who we might run into in this game.
Yeah, so as you can tell, we're just getting started talking about Star Wars Zero Company, and we are excited to share more of what we're building when we're ready very soon. So, and Star Wars Zero Company is releasing on into 2026. Wow, it's coming close. On PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S.
Amazing. Well, you heard it here first, folks. A new Star Wars turn-based tactics game is launching next year. Can you believe it? A couple of final things before we go. We are doing giveaways of this wonderful announcement poster here at Celebration. So don't forget to claim one in Hall 7. There are limited availability, so get one before they are gone. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you to our wonderful panelists. Give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Lucy.
Yeah, thanks,
yes,
Lucy.
and thank you to everyone out there in the crowd. Appreciate you all.
Thank you, everyone. How's about we roll that trailer one more time?
Let's roll it.
When people talk about the Clone Wars, they talk about the big moments, the crisis points, planetary invasions, all-out assaults, cities bombed to rubble. Truth is, there's a war you don't see. The one fought in the shadows, the war beneath the war. A war that's won with the right strategy. Surveillance, ciphers, good old-fashioned sabotage. These aren't the heroes they tell stories about. They're professionals. Setting aside their differences to take on the impossible. But that's the job, and they get it done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to grab your posters in Hall 7. Thank you so much.
Give it up one more time for these fabulous creators. Yes. Now remember, you are getting a gift, so on your way out.
You know, one thing that's really cool about Star Wars Celebration is that we get to combine so many fans from all around the world. I know we did this a little earlier, but we're going to recheck in. How many are from, let's do the continent check.
I'm here at the Topps booth with Aaron, where I am being given a mission.
Yes, we've got a lot of card knowledge to bestow upon you with this exclusive product that we have here in Star Wars Mayo. But our booth experience is pretty captivating, I would say, in talking all about our history with Topps trading cards and specifically Star Wars, as we are the longest running partner of consumer products with Star Wars, starting in 1977.
Wow, that's awesome. Longest running Star Wars partner. That's gotta feel cool.
It is really cool, especially to come here and see it kind of all like from the origins, come all this way to Japan and see kind of the growth of what trading cards have become with Star Wars in mind as well. It's awesome.
Yeah. So tell me about Mayo. What is going on with this?
Mayo is, we wanted to make something that really felt like it captivated the spirit of Japan and also kind of tied into a lot of the thematics of Star Wars with honor, you know, that hero's journey that you see in a lot of old Japanese art, but then bring that into kind of what we do with Star Wars and trading cards. And it's the first time that we've really been able to experience and explore those themes, I think, in trading cards, and again, bespoke specifically to this celebration.
Okay. I'm feeling it. It's a fascinating concept. What does it look like?
Let's open the box. Let's rip some packs, man.
All right.
You get which side? Which side? Which side?
I'll take left.
All right.
I'll take left.
All right.
So how many packs are in the box here?
There's 6 packs in a box for this exclusive SKU here for Celebration, and then there's also some exclusive content such as the Manga Madness 2, which is a growth of all the different characters in a specific manga style that we got commissioned specifically for Celebration.
Oh, that's cool. All right, I want to see what this looks like. Let's crack them open.
All right.
Ooh!
There you go, Andor.
Boy, you're starting strong with Cassian Andor.
All right, let's see. All right.
Oh.
There we
There's
go.
a Vader. Oh, there's a Dio. Oh, this is my boy right there.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
A numbered parallel. Guaranteed 2 of those per box. And then lastly, we have the Imperial Honor. So again, this is to tie into the concept. So Mayo comes from the Japanese term, which means honor. And so we wanted to tie into more just of like honor throughout all of them. You know, if you're an imperialist, you're going to have a little bit more of a feel of honor as part of the Imperial. But if you're a rebel, you're going to have honor as like the Medal of Yavin that you have. We have a die cup for that. Okay. So there's a lot of honor that kind of ties into this as well. It's a little all encapsulating.
Oh, these are cool. And these look great. Oh! Galaxy's best dad. I got him. Pulled him. Galaxy's best dad #1.
Little Organa.
Oh, you gotta do Bail Organa. Oh, I'm crushing it. I'm crushing it and I'm cushioning it. What else we got? Come on. Come on. These are all good. These are all good.
Let's see the parallel.
Woo! Oh, we love a Snoke's Lieutenant. Look at this mysterious little guy. Look at this creepy little guy. I love it. Oh! Supreme Leader right there. Supreme Leader right there. And then...
Ooh, that's cool.
That's not a plant. That's not a plant. That's my luck with opening cards. That's just how I am.
I love it.
That's where I come from.
Some gems.
Yeah, these are great. So you were talking about these parallels. What does that mean now that I've pulled this Snoke?
So what a parallel means in the trading card world is there's a color change to it, something either a substrate change or a color change, and each of them has a rarity tier. So if you see there, there's a numbering mechanism to it. So you have, what would that be? Card number 20 of 99. So only 99 of those purple parallels exist, and you have the 20th.
I won Topps trading cards.
You did.
I'm the winner of Topps trading cards.
Yes, perfect.
Amazing.
You did
this
great.
Is so cool. Great, so these are, like you said, these are available in these special boxes here at Celebration. But what are your plans post-Celebration for these?
Post-Celebration, there's going to be a larger offering for people that couldn't be here, but there's some cool exclusive content for this. This is the only place that you'll get it with this specific build in this specific box with these specific packs.
And then, you know, we talked a little bit about this mission in the beginning. What's going to happen for people when they come to this booth?
So there's a whole experience we've built. It kind of takes you through the history of trading cards with Topps and Star Wars, and it really educates you on what trading cards are, the different kinds that we have. You have the base set, which you saw was that one where it was kind of the common flipping images and designs, and then you have inserts that are the honor die cut and the honor cards that we have in there, and then you've got some really cool hits that you can get. So there's autographs of some of the names like Mark Hamill, Harrison Ford, some of the big names that we've put in there, and then sketch cards, which has really been a huge thing for trading cards. But you get to kind of experience that through here. We show you a few examples. You get to build your own deck, and then you come over here after that educational piece, and you get to put that to the test. And after you pass it, if you pass it, you're on the light side. If you don't, unfortunately, you fall onto the dark side. But either way, you're all a winner. And then you come here and you can get one of 3 exclusive pins. So every single day there's a new pin. Today there is a Luke pin. Tomorrow is a Darth Vader pin, and then the last day will be a Leia pin.
That's awesome. Oh, thank you so much, Aaron. It seems like you all have a lot of amazing things going on here at the booth. Yeah, we appreciate you, bud.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
I know what you're thinking. How could Grogu get any cuter? Well, we're about to show you with Grogu cutest in the galaxy. Thank you so much for joining me today. 今日はお時間いただいてありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ブランド名にふさわしく、このグローグは本当にギャラクシー一可愛いですね。可愛らしさを高めるためにどんなところにこだわりましたか？
そうですね。皆さんご存知の通り、スター・ウォーズっていうのは強く日本のカルチャーからこうインスパイアされてますけれども、侍とかそういうことだけではなく、もちろんこう可愛いっていうカルチャーもインスパイアをされているというところで、こういうパステルカラーとかデフォルメっていうのをすごく日本の可愛いポップカルチャーに合わせてデザインをしています。
素晴らしいですね。色もちょっとパステル系なので、確かにポップみたいな感じで可愛いですね。
はい。
そのハッピーとても可愛くてお似合いですが、デザインはどのように決められたんですか？
このハッピーっていうのはですね、ご存知の通り日本でお祭りの時などに着る衣装の一つなんですね。
わっしょい。
そうなんです。なんで今回のこのスター・ウォーズセレブレーションの2025のお祝いにふさわしい衣装だということで、これを着てみんなで盛り上げたいと思います。
楽しいですね。これはスター・ウォーズセレブレーション限定品なんですか？
そうです。ここでしか買えないものなんですけど。
ここでしか買えないんですね。
よろしかったら今日プレゼントを持ってきました。
いいんですか？ありがとうございます。ではぜひ。
来てから。
It feels amazing. ブースではオリジナルのトートバッグも作られると聞いたんですが、本当ですか？
そうですね。これがそのオリジナルのトートバッグ。デザインが3種類あります。日付のスタンプが押せるようになっておりまして、今日、明日、明後日と別々のスタンプが押せるようになっております。まさに今日だけの記念です。
今日だけのですね。That is incredible. So I'm sure you guys have seen Grogu Cutest in the Galaxy's booth, but at the booth you can get a daily stamp, and each of them are dated, so they're exclusive to the day. That is amazing. I love it. 毎日違うコレクティブルのピンがあるとも聞いたんですが、それも毎日限定。
私も昨日と今日とゲットしたんですけど、これが昨日の18日の日付のピンズ、これが19日の日付のピンズで、ここに明日の日付のピンズがつくんですね。これおかげさまでちょっと今日の分はもうソールドアウトしておりますので、明日の朝最終日の分をお求めください。
楽しみですね。本当に集めたくなります。このコレクションについてもう少し詳しく教えていただけますか？
はい。その他にはですね、このようなクッションがちょっと可愛いワンアクションついたクッションなんですが、ちょっとこれを
デモしてください。
はい、グログの口にカエルが入るクッションでございます。そしてこのマンドの中からはこのようにグログが寝てる姿が出てきます。こういったワンギミックのクッションが大変人気です。
That is so cute. とっても可愛いですね。Be sure to check out Grogu Cutest in the Galaxy booth. It's actually right over there. Thank you guys so much for bringing these adorable items to show off. For everyone here at the convention and in Japan, check out this and more from Grogu Cutest in the Galaxy.
Cutest in the Galaxy!
is Skywalker.
Race you to the top.
I'll give you a head start.
Star Wars is made up of amazing designs, from ships to planets to your favorite locations. Our next guest is responsible for a lot of those designs. Please welcome to the stage, Doug Chang! Chang, I know you're a very smart man, but you are smart enough to pause and relish the moment and take a couple of selfies in a video, which I appreciate.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm here because of you guys, and no, I'm having just as much fun. Really, it's kind of like I enjoy these events because we finally get to share what we've been working on for so long. And so much of what we do is always secret. And it's only at events like this that I get to finally, talk about it and share it with you guys, because for me, I'm like one of you guys. I'm enjoying this just as much.
Well, welcome to Star Wars Celebration Japan, Day 2. We're so happy to have you here.
Thank you very much.
We might talk some secrets if you want to, but I also want to talk about an amazing occasion that we're celebrating this year, which is the 50th anniversary of Industrial Light and Magic. Doug, for you, how is it looking back on your time and your part of the legacy in ILM's history?
It's actually very surreal. I mean, my dream when I was 15 years old, when I first saw Star Wars, and then the making of the year after, was that I wanted to work with George at Industrial Light and Magic. And honestly, I mean, to actually be here now and actually to have participated in that is still surreal, because it's kind of like I'm living my dream. And the crazy thing is that being part of this, you don't realize how important being at ILM is, because it's an industry-changing company. And I always look at it as, my part is very small, and I'm just lucky to be there. But then when I look at the history of it, especially with the documentaries like Light and Magic, you realize, wow, it's such a time capsule to look back and see what a wonderful time it is. Because for me, it brought back so many memories. Because, when you're there and you're working day to day, the pressures kind of get to you, and you just have to focus on getting the job done, and you can't really stop and enjoy it. So now it's like only at moments like this where I can really kind of like pause for a little bit, take it all in, and go like, wow, this is amazing.
It really is. And when you're watching Light and Magic Season 2, out now on Disney+, do you ever see old footage of yourself from, working on, prequels or, any of those moments and think, oh, I wish I could tell this young Doug some things right now?
Oh, yes. No, that's why it's so surreal, because when I look at those, I mean, I look like I'm 12 years old, and I probably was. But the crazy thing is that when I was there, I try not to focus on that part of it, because, I was really just focusing on doing a really good job, because this was kind of my dream, to work with George, and then especially working on Star Wars. And so when you get into that zone, it's rare that you get a chance to like step back and relax, because I was really worried that, okay, one, did I earn this? And two, can I actually live up to the expectations of all the fans? And for me, it was really like, okay, well, now that I'm here, I don't want to disappoint anybody. And subconsciously, that puts a lot of pressure on me. So during those times, even though it looks like it was fun, it was very stressful for me.
I can imagine. I can only imagine. But I think having seen everything that you have done for Lucasfilm and Star Wars, especially recently with The Mandalorian and all of those series, I think you've lived up to it. I think you've lived up to it. What do you say? The fans have spoken. Do you want to hint at anything that we can expect from Light and Magic Season 2?
Oh, wow. I think it's already aired, right? So we've already seen it, or hopefully you guys have seen it. I think the one thing to look back on is the appreciation for George. You don't realize the impact that George had on the whole industry, because when we were there, I mean, he set the bar so high, but then he was also really challenging us to bring our best game to our best of the game, really. And I think it really comes across. Joe Johnston did a terrific job telling that story, because you don't realize all the innovation that we did. And the fact that many of the things that we were doing have never been done before, and they were the first for everything, and we had no idea what we were doing. I mean, we were all young kids, really, and the fact that we got so many smart people in the room together and kind of figured it out was quite remarkable, because when I look at that documentary, that's why it's very surreal, because I look at it and it looks like I'm looking at somebody else. And the amazing thing is that George actually really pushed everybody and encouraged everybody and empowered us to do the best that we can. And I'm just glad that that story is being told.
Amazing. I'm glad it's being told by Joe Johnston, of all people. You know,
Yes.
Joe Johnston, another legend in his own time, in his own right, and someone who was there in the room where it was happening and has a really unique perspective, but has also just gathered so many great stories, you know, to pull together for this documentary. You've also very recently worked on Star Wars Skeleton Crew. I just got some new Neil merch this morning, actually, very excited about that. But Skeleton Crew, you worked as production designer. You created some amazing new planets, locations, you know, the pirate hub of Port Borgo, you know, just so much great stuff in that show. But what were some of your favorite things to design for Skeleton Crew?
Wow, there was so much in Skeleton Crew. And I have to say, I mean, Skeleton Crew was one of my best design experiences for Star Wars. Because, you know, Star Wars is about fun. It's about fun adventure. And that was the brief from John Watts and Chris Ford, was to bring that sense of fun adventure again. And we really want to tap into that Spielberg-Amblin quality and blend it with George's vision. And that's why, you know, I was really sort of drawn to Skeleton Crew, because that in itself was really appealing, because in some ways, I want to make fun movies. I want to make fun movies for the fans and for myself to enjoy. And Skeleton Crew had many of that. We had fun characters, new environments, cool spaceships. And for us, it was kind of a blend of old and new. I mean, the fact that we got to do stop motion sequences and models, you know, in addition to practical puppets. I mean, it was like the best of old school Star Wars.
Absolutely, yeah, the mama crab and the matte painting and just so much, such a richness to the tapestry of, you know, everything you pulled together, right on up to the, you know, modern innovations and ILM's amazing work on the series. So bravo. You also, you're so busy. I don't know how you fit it all in, but you also have a new book coming out, which I'm super excited for. Who's excited to pick up Doug Chang, The Cinematic Legacy and The Star Wars Legacy? A lot of people want a 10-pound book. I'm happy to hear it, but Doug, what will fans find within some of those pages?
Oh, they're gonna find a lot of embarrassing art. No, honestly, it's still a little surreal for me, because, I mean, Star Wars had such a profound impact on me, especially the artwork of Joe Johnston and Ralph McQuarrie. I grew up with their art. I got inspired to be a film designer because of them. I fell in love with cinema because of George. But Joe and Ralph really kind of inspired me to be a better artist. And for me to actually, you know, be able to share that now and kind of share part of my journey, which was very convoluted. But the fact that, you know, I can actually, you know, have a part of that legacy is very meaningful and special to me. And that's why, you know, it's a 2-year labor of love. Because originally, I was in Paris at a conference, and the two writers that I met, Alex and Gilles, they approached me and they said, you know, we can do a book on you. And I was like, no, me, right? Really? There's so many other better artists. And they said, no, you know, it's time to tell your story. And I just went with it. I said, okay, if you guys believe in it, I'm just going to follow your lead. And in putting it together, it was surreal, because I literally collected everything from high school, from college, all the way to my early films prior to Star Wars. So you're going to see all of that. You're going to see 53 years of art. I mean, there's probably like over 2,300 pieces. And it's just kind of strange in the sense that when I look at it now, it feels like I'm looking at somebody else's artwork, because it doesn't seem like it's me. But you're going to see everything. You're going to see my flaws, you're going to see my successes, but you'll see the journey. And what I'm hoping is that the reason it was important for me was that I want to show that there's many paths to this industry and to inspire younger versions of me to be artists.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. I can't wait to pick it up. I can't wait to see it. Could you give us a bit of a tease of, you said you went all the way back to high school, maybe even middle school. What is the earliest piece that you put in that book, and what is it of?
Oh, my earliest probably was in, I would say middle school. And they were just sketches. I mean, because, you know, I grew up in Detroit, Michigan, and we had long winters. And back then, I was painfully shy, so I really didn't have a lot of friends. So I would spend my days at home just drawing. And it was my escape, you know, because I didn't enjoy the real world, and I wanted to escape into my mind. And so I drew, you know, things out of my imaginations, and I love nature. So my earliest drawings were actually wildlife drawings, pencil sketches. And it's really fun because I love nature. And I think one of the things that I love about nature is that there's the complexity in there. But for me, it was easier to break it down to mechanics. And that's where I started to combine nature with mechanics. And that's where I found my style. And that's what George saw in my portfolio.
Oh, I love that. Was there a reason you didn't go back further? Could you not bear to include elementary Doug Chang art in this book?
No, I wish I had. But I don't have any access to those. I mean, we didn't keep a lot of that. But I do remember, doing a lot of doodles. I doodled in all my textbooks. And so somebody has all of those, my math books, because I would draw on all the edges. And obviously they're the school's notebooks, so I don't have any of those. And I wish I did.
I wish you did too, but you know what? I'm still really excited to see middle school Doug Chang, sketching nature, seeing what that looks like. Now, you've had 2 panels so far during this Star Wars Celebration Japan. In your panel today, you dove a little bit deeper into your creative process, which I always find fascinating. I love hearing all of these brilliant creators talk about their process and break it down. From hand-drawn art to digital, can you share some more about what you told the folks who were lucky enough to be on that panel?
Yes, I mean, it's interesting because I get asked this a lot, which is like, how do I get into the industry? And for me, there's many different paths. And the path that I took was that, when I was growing up and trying to sort of aspire to Joe Johnston and Ralph's work, I thought you had to be the best. I thought you had to be the best artist in order to get into the industry. And I struggled with that. So I set the bar really high for myself. And what I realized was that you don't have to. You just have to be a better version of yourself from yesterday. And so it's really about improving yourself. And that was the big lesson that I learned, was that when I got the job at Industrial Light and Magic, I was the rookie. I was the most inexperienced person in a room full of really seasoned artists, some of the best in the industry. And I couldn't keep up. I didn't know if I was going to get fired. And so part of my strategy was to just work really hard. And because at that time I thought I had to be the best. I had to be the best in the art department, otherwise I was going to get fired. And slowly I realized you don't. You just have to find your own voice. You have to be a better version of yourself. And if you find your style, you will get sort of the opportunities that you want. Because for art, it's not about being the best artist, it's about being the better version of yourself.
The best version that you can be. That's great advice. I love that. I hope folks here can take that to heart. And is there anything else that you want to tell these fans that have gathered here today over at Star Wars Celebration Japan live stage? Anything that you want to share?
Oh, I wish I could share everything. No, it's terrific. I'm just so happy to be here and to enjoy all this. It's kind of, for me, I'm one of the biggest fans as well. I feel very lucky that I get to work and enjoy exploring this universe that George has created. I mean, it's been over 30 years, and every day is still really fun. I still smile every time I do a new drawing. And I hope that never goes away, because I think that childhood sense of wonder is the magic that George brought to everybody.
Well said. And are you able to tell us what you're working on now, or what's next?
I don't think I can talk about what I'm working on, but obviously it's the Mando and Grogu film, and then also Ahsoka Season 2. So both...
That's quite a pair. All right. Well, we're super excited to see your work on that. I can't wait to watch The Mandalorian, Grogu, and Ahsoka Season 2. I think it's going to be phenomenal. Thank you so much for stopping by, Doug. We really appreciate it. Let's give one more round of applause for Doug Chang.
Thank you.
And the Star Wars isn't going to stop. We have even more Star Wars Celebration Live coming on up.
Thank you.
Our next guests are one of our favorite father and son duos in Star Wars. Clones, bounty hunters, Fets. Please give a warm welcome to Tamora Morrison and Daniel Logan.
A couple of surprises for you.
Anthony, good to see you again, brother. Been a long time. Sorry about that. I hope we never scared anybody. Oh, morning, Daniel-san.
What's up, what's up?
Tamora-san. Kia-ora. Kia-ora.
Yeah.
Kia-ora. Come to New Zealand.
Oh. I think you did it. I think we're all coming. We're coming to New Zealand, yeah? But right now, I gotta ask you, how's it feel to be in Japan, Tam?
Wonderful, wonderful to be back. Wonderful people, beautiful sushi. Beautiful, and you know, they are so generous and so respectful. And they have still the old values of the samurai. So much respect, and I am very blessed to be back in Tokyo, Japan, and much love to all the fans. Not only from Japan, but all around the world.
And Daniel, it is lovely seeing you as always. It's always good catching up, man. How's it feel being in Tokyo?
You know, it's a wonderful feeling. Being surrounded by so many fans of Star Wars. Collectively, I see a lot of prequel love here. And it's a good time to be a part of the prequel, so thank you guys for coming out, supporting us, and joining us here at Star Wars Celebration Japan.
Yeah. You know, something I love is that the two of you are truly close and have been for years, for decades now.
Well, since the year 2000 when we first met. I was cast by Robin Gurlin as Jango Fett, obviously.
Woo! Yeah, Robin.
Then we needed a young Boba Fett, and that's where we got to meet. And look, I must tell you the truth here. Daniel's had a pretty upbringing, and his it was pretty tough on Daniel. You know, just some of his. He never really had a father figure. So when we first met, I said, Daniel, I'm gonna just act like your real father. You treat me like your real dad, and I'll treat you like my real son. So we've had that close bond since the year 2000. He's growing up to be a beautiful man. He left New Zealand and now lives in America. And we've always kept in touch. He's a beautiful father, got a lovely wife, Katie, beautiful son. So I'm very proud of him, very proud of him. And
yeah. I mean, you've actually, you and I have talked about this before, Daniel, about how you found your family on the set of Star Wars, and that must have been a wonderful thing for you.
Yeah, you know, Tim's been a big role model in my life before I even knew him, and getting to meet him in person, and he just embraced me like his son, you know, and he still does to today, you know, and I'm very blessed for that, the opportunity to be his son and play Boba Fett in Star Wars, but yeah. I'm still just waiting for my child support payments. You know, they haven't come in since 2000. So I hit them up every year, like, hey, another year's gone by.
Just a card with a couple bills in it. That's all I'm asking for.
Exactly.
But no, this is. I mean, you know, you hear so much about how the industry can be a rough place for a kid when you're growing up, and how it can be not the greatest place. And it seems like not just you two, but everybody on the prequels really got along beautifully, and everybody is still close.
I got to bring up this little moment I had. I got asked to come in to play Boba Fett in The Mandalorian.
Yes.
And I couldn't help but think about this guy. But anyway, I got all dressed up as Boba Fett.
Yeah.
And I had to go and see Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni, all dressed up as Boba Fett. And I remember walking into the room, and John looked at me, Dave looked at me, I looked at them, and I'm all dressed up as Boba Fett, and I could see them giving me the nod. Then they're nodding at one another, yeah, and I'm nodding at them. And it was like they made the right choice. We got the right guy.
Yeah.
So I'm nodding like this, they're nodding at me. And then I said, don't tell Daniel. He was the last person I wanted to know because I knew he was going to kill me.
No, actually, to be honest, if there was anyone else that I would wanted to play Boba Fett, it had to be Tamora Morrison. I'm a huge...
Yep, Boba Fett on his bantha.
Exactly.
Well, I'm cruising on my bantha on the sands of Tatooine, yeah. I'm heading for Mos Espa. I've got some business with the Pike Syndicate, yeah. Well, I'm a badass bounty hunter. My best friend's my bantha. You better watch out, or you'll become bantha fodder. Like a bantha.
You better not let Ming-Na hear that bantha's your best friend. You better not let Ming-Na hear that.
Don't tell Ming-Na that. She owes me. She was stuck in the sand, and I got her ass out of there, so she owes me big time. She owes me big time.
But when you did, I mean, obviously, when you did get the role and you spoke to Daniel about it, how did it go?
I still haven't told him.
No. Oh, man.
I still haven't told him.
Okay, there's this thing, it's called Disney Plus. Okay. All right? And you can get Star Wars on it. And
we're doing this right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And unfortunately, there's a whole Boba Fett show. Were you aware of this?
No. Where have I been? In the Sarlacc pit?
Yeah. Actually,
oh no, he got out.
Actually, got out of the Sarlacc pit, strangely enough. And yeah, that was Tem. That was 6 episodes of Tem. He didn't tell you?
No, but I did see a bit of it, and I thought that guy was a bit too good looking. I didn't even think it. I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Oh man, but so now you guys, you've come up together. You know, at Star Wars Celebration Anaheim, I got to meet your son. You know, Caden.
Caden, yeah.
I got to meet Caden, and then you know, what was it like when you first met Caden?
Oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah,
it was beautiful. Yeah, beautiful thing. And he became he's a very great father too. So like, you know, I think. You say something. Yeah. You say.
He always does this. He's like, "You talk, son." No, it's a blessing to be a father. You know, it changed my perspective on life and priorities and stuff like that. And he's 7 years old. We brought him out on stage last time, and my wife had made him a young Boba Fett outfit.
I have my daughter over there. There she is over there.
Now this is
That's
Tim's
my
daughter.
Little girl. And her name is Wai Punarangi.
Hi.
That's my little girl, Wai Punarangi. Come over here,
Come on
darling.
up.
Now, what's interesting is her name is from the Pleiades.
Okay.
Her name is from the Pleiades, which the Japanese call Subaru, you know, like the 7 stars.
Yeah.
So that's where her name comes from.
Oh.
Hello.
Don't you think she would make a great young Omega? Say hello.
She's stealing the show.
Oh, you fets are crafty. It was a sales pitch all along. It was a sales pitch all along. This is a family business. It's a family business.
She's stealing the show.
Oh, the camera loves her.
And you know what was weird? Way back in the Attack of the Clones, you know, we used to do our lines, for example. Jango Fett would say his line, and then George would ask us to go like this at the end of the scene. Shh.
Right.
Of course, they're going to propel me up into the sky with my jetpack.
Yeah.
So after you finish your dialogue, you sort of have to go. But I realize sometimes in life, you've got to take off and have that take-off attitude.
Yes.
So that would be my message to all the fans. Just have a little bit of tenacity and take off. Just that attitude, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Anthony?
man.
That take-off attitude.
Yes.
Yeah, brother.
I love this. I love this. Daniel, if you can, if you're able to get your mic back, I don't know, she's a natural.
Hey, she's gonna be a singer.
She's gonna be a singer. She's gonna be in a Star Wars.
Are you gonna
It's
sing
all
a
gonna
song?
happen. But if you would lend your microphone to Uncle Daniel for a moment.
Actually, technically, I'm her brother.
Brother? Whoa, that's right.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'll be Uncle Daniel. This is a weird family dynamic we got going on here.
Hey, you know, that's what happens with cloning. It's tough to keep track of who's who and who's, you know? Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans here at Star Wars Celebration?
You know, I've grown up Star Wars. I was one of the only 2 kids in the prequels, you know, well, that had lines in a kind of a larger role. And being able to grow up with you all, it's been an honor, you know. And I find it fun now that these kids that I took a picture with 20 years ago that were her height now are 20-something-year-old with jobs, and then coming back and showing me pictures of me when I was, you know, 14, 15 years old. And
yeah.
I just want to say thank you for the support all these years. It means a lot. It means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Oh, it is always wonderful to talk to you all. It's lovely.
Oh, good. Let me just, Daniel, let's sing our song, Daniel.
Oh,
just finishing
all right.
up.
They've
Song
got to
from
sing a
New
song.
Zealand. Come to New Zealand. E papa waiari, taku nei mahi, taku nei mahi, he tūkuroi mata, iaue, i ka mate aho, e hine hoki mai ra.
The Fets, everybody! The fun doesn't stop here. We've got even more Star Wars Celebration coming up. Stay with us.
Star Wars Celebration is absolutely amazing because fans don't just come out to experience Star Wars, they build important moments of their lives around Star Wars. These two are on their honeymoon. Hi, how are you? What are your names?
My name is Ivy.
Ivy.
And Josh.
Josh. You're having your honeymoon here in Japan at Star Wars Celebration. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I hear that you also had a bit of a Star Wars wedding.
We did have a Star Wars wedding. We did clone trooper suits for his groomsmen. He had Anakin's Clone Wars colors for his suit. I had a beautiful white sparkly dress with like detached sleeves.
Yeah.
And I did Leia hair for my hair. We did the braided like Andor for that, and it was
gorgeous.
It was beautiful.
Handmaidens too.
Yes, and all my bridesmaids were handmaidens, like Padmes. They're all wearing the beautiful purple and everything.
Oh, that's so lovely. And so you're here experiencing your honeymoon at Celebration. What are you excited to see?
Well, we spent the entire day at Live Stage yesterday just going crazy.
You were amazing. Cam was amazing.
Much fun to watch.
Thank you, thank you. I gave them $5 before this started. And what's crazy is $5 does not go far.
No.
Further here,
that's right. So you did Live Stage yesterday.
Yes.
You're taking around the floor today. Are you going to take a little extra time later here in Japan, or are you heading right home?
We have until Wednesday we leave. So we're going to try to do Disney as well.
Yep.
A little ambitious. We'll see if we can do it, and then maybe either Kyoto or Osaka. We'll see.
We're gonna try for another
Beautiful.
place, yes.
So listen, if you see these two on the floor, buy them merch, buy them drinks, buy them anything they want. They're on their honeymoon. Thank you so much, y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah. So good to see you again.
You too.
On top of being an absolute ray of sunshine, our next guest is known for voicing the playful and courageous Jedi, Ahsoka Tano. Creating the fashionable safe space that is her universe, and wanting to get the dance party started. Get ready for your heart to grow 3 sizes as we welcome our next guest. You know her, you love her. She's Ashley Eckstein. This is all for you.
Y'all are literally the best fans in the world. Star Wars fans are the best fans.
Absolutely. Welcome back to the stage.
Thank you so much, Kristen.
Twice today.
I know.
2 Ashley hugs. That's a record. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for being here. How's your Star Wars Celebration Japan going?
It's incredible. It's truly incredible. Star Wars Celebration is literally one of my favorite events ever. Japan is one of my favorite places to go in the world ever. And Star Wars fans are the best fans, so this is just a dream day. I'm gonna put Ahsoka, Brickhead Ahsoka right there. And I got to announce that I'm voicing Ahsoka again.
That is a good day for us all, right? Right? Yes. All right. The love for Ahsoka is so strong with these fans, especially the ones in this room. Yeah.
Yes.
What do you, Ashley, think it is about this character that fans gravitate towards?
You know what it is about Ahsoka is, you know, she's literally represented Star Wars for an entire generation. Oh. It's like, okay, it's not closed yet.
Not yet.
I'm still talking. We're still here.
We're not done yet.
You know what? Ahsoka lives in all of us. And that's because she's been around now for an entire generation. How many of you did your Star Wars origin story start with Star Wars The Clone Wars and with Ahsoka. Yes. How many of you found Star Wars through Ahsoka? So many people. And I think that's it. We watched Star Wars The Clone Wars through Ahsoka's eyes. And so many people have experienced Star Wars through Ahsoka. And I think that's why we all feel so connected to her. And that's why I say Ahsoka lives in all of us. Because after all of these years, we relate to her. I mean, I think I've met so many of you in my line and heard so many stories about how Ahsoka's changed so many lives, and that means the world to me. And so I don't know if I answered your question fully.
You did.
We were told that it was closed for the day, and then my thoughts left my brain. But I hope I answered your question.
You did it beautifully, and you know what? End of day 2, all thoughts have left the brain.
you.
All gone. It's all good.
Thank you, I love you too.
You talk about all of the fans who discovered the Clone Wars through Ahsoka's eyes, and it's so true. There's so much of that story that unfolds, and it's very specifically, tied to her journey. But how does it feel for you, through your eyes, to see all this love for Ahsoka over all those years?
Whew. It's such a responsibility that I do not take lightly. I realize how important Ahsoka is to you. I realize how important Star Wars is to you. And, I want to call out actually Anthony Daniels because he's such an incredible ambassador for Star Wars, and he's obviously been a part of it from the beginning, and he's still here being the most incredible ambassador, and I look up to him and how much he's represented for Star Wars, and I want to do that. To me, Ahsoka is not just a role, it's a responsibility. And, we're about to celebrate 50 years of Star Wars in 2027, and yes, and I'm looking towards the next 50 after that. And I view being a part of Star Wars as such an honor and responsibility where I want to help be an ambassador, just like Anthony Daniels, and I want to carry it forward through the next 50. And so, you mean the world to me. Star Wars means the world to me. I hope I can be a Star Wars ambassador for you. You're stuck with me, Star Wars fans, and I hope that's okay.
I think they're fine with that. They seem to be all right with that, yeah. No, and you travel the world to all of these different conventions. I mean, you're here with us in Japan, but I'm constantly seeing on your social media, you are just everywhere being the best Star Wars ambassador that you can be. And Mama and Papa Tano going all over the place. You and your Clone Wars family constantly reuniting. Can you talk a little bit about what it means to you to have your in real life family and your in real life Star Wars family, coming together so often, in support of this mission of yours to be this wonderful ambassador?
Well, you know what? Star Wars is about family. It's about the family that you're born with, but it's also about your found family. And my life forever changed the moment I became Ahsoka, and it's not because I get to voice Ahsoka. It's because of all of you. And people ask me all the time, what's my favorite part about being the voice of Ahsoka? And it's this. It's all of you. And what I think is incredible about being here in Japan, I've met so many of you from all around the world. So many people don't speak English. But it doesn't matter, because Star Wars is a universal language. We don't have to speak the same language, because we all speak Star Wars. We do. We all speak Star Wars. Yes. And when I look at you in the eyes, even if I only speak English, I wish I spoke Japanese, and I wish I spoke so many other languages. But I look at you in the eyes, and we connect because we understand each other. We share the same joy, we share the same passion, and we share the same hope. So thank you. I love my found family. I love you all. I love Star Wars, and I'm just honored to be here.
Oh, we're honored to have you.
Thank you.
I know we very briefly mentioned your Clone Wars family and those reuniting with them at all those conventions, but I gotta bring up the dance videos that have started to come out. I simply love all of these amazing videos that you put together with Sky Guy and Obi-Wan. And I need to know all the details. So fill us in. How many takes does it take? How much convincing do you need to do? Or are they just like, all right, yeah, we're going to just tell us where to go?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for bringing up my Clone Wars family, because I would be remiss if I didn't go back to that. Matt Lanter, James Arnold Taylor, D. Bradley Baker, oh my gosh, Kat Tabor, Sam Witwer. We are all a part of a Star Wars family, and my Clone Wars family, they're so special to me. So yes, we have fun whenever we get together. We travel all around the world together, but I make them dance. And you know why? Because dancing just makes you happy. Whether you're a good dancer or not, that's me. I don't have good dance moves, but we don't do very many takes. Actually, it's just one take. That's the rule. One take. You just have to move wherever it takes you. And I don't know, do we have any music? Do we have music that we can play? Can we play music? Is there a song?
It's a song in your heart, I think.
A song in our heart? A Star Wars song? No? Okay, well, okay, so here's the deal. I'm gonna dance to no music, but I'm a big advocate for mental health, and Star Wars is all about mindfulness, and being a Jedi, or I'm no Jedi, it's not just about the physical training, it's also about the training of the mind. And part of that is just being silly and having fun. So I just dance. Okay, dance, come on, dance with me. Yes. All right. Isn't this so fun?
It's so fun and very unplanned, I will say.
Thank you for the music.
They kept that under wraps. I didn't think they were going to do it.
Thank you.
Amazing. All right. I didn't realize this interview was going to come with a dance party, but not mad about that. Thank you. Ashley, every time you're here, I also want to make a moment to talk about Her Universe, because I know that is also so near and dear to your heart. A wonderful extension of all of the work that you do. And just recently, Disney Parks announced around Season of the Force an amazing new collection. So can you talk about what's coming next for Her Universe?
Oh goodness, I am so proud of Her Universe. We launched it at Star Wars Celebration in 2010. And it started out as just a Star Wars collection for female fans. And now it's grown into so much more. We have Her Universe. We have a sub-brand called Our Universe, because this world that we love is for everyone. And we have styles for men, boys, unisex, women, and girls. This jacket that I'm wearing today, this Ahsoka jacket, is, let's see.
That's a good
Ahsoka
jacket.
From Her Universe. And I designed a brand new collection that's launching at Disney Parks. Oh, somebody in the crowd, yes. So I designed a collection that's launching at Disney Parks just in time for May the 4th and Seasons of the Force. So definitely check out heruniverse.com. We have some styles here in the Celebration store. And thank you so much for always being a huge supporter. Thank you all for supporting it. It means the world to me.
Other than an impromptu dance party with a friend, thank you for that. Do you have any other advice that you would like to give folks, who might be struggling a little bit with their mental health, or do you just need a little boost?
Okay, I'm gonna say two things. First of all, to me, Ahsoka represents hope. Star Wars represents hope. And one of my favorite fortune cookies at the beginning of Clone Wars, it says, never give up hope, no matter how dark things seem. And in a world that feels like, you could be surrounded by in a world where it feels like you could be surrounded by darkness, hope is always there. Light is always there. So look for it. Even if you can't see it, I promise it's there. But the other thing I wanted to say, there is a loneliness epidemic happening right now. People are lonely. If you're feeling lonely, you're not alone. So many other people are. But look around. Look to the person to your left. This is my left. I'm looking to the left. Look at the person to your right. You might not know each other, but we're all connected, and we are social beings. We are meant to connect with one another. We are all connected through the Force. To me, personally, the Force is real to me. It's an energy that connects us, that binds us. We are all connected here right now. So if you are feeling lonely, you are not alone. Look around. And maybe we could actually all connect through the Force right now, do a little exercise. Let's all reach out. Reach out through the Force. And close your eyes. And breathe in. Breathe out. Reach out through the Force and say, I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Say it together now. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. One more time. I am one with the Force, and the Force is with me. Doesn't that feel so good? Don't you feel more connected than ever to everyone in this room? So reach out and connect. That is what we all need. And that's what Star Wars is about. We're all connected. No one is alone.
Absolutely. Well, Ashley, thank you for coming by. Thank you for connecting us all through Ahsoka, through her universe, through that dance party, through that wonderful exercise, through your wonderful videos. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
There is someone, and she's now one with the Force, but I mentioned her at Star Wars Celebration Chicago. Her name was Miranda. And today would have been Miranda's 22nd birthday. And so she's up there watching over us, but her parents, Arlene and Mike, are here, and I just want to make sure that together, can we all say happy birthday, Miranda? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Miranda! Thank you.
Oh my goodness,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, I think we got more Star Wars Celebration coming at you live, so stick around.
want to fight? Or you want to win?
Last night a dream
now.
What a swell party this is.
Remember this moment. You're here, you're right here, and you're ready to fight.
Would you like to know the probability of you getting extra hyped for our next guest? It's high. It's very high. From Imperial security droid to smack-talking rebellion member, give it up for Alan Tudyk!
There are a lot of explosions for two people blending in.
Freeze, right there.
You're right. I should just wait on the ship.
Hey, everybody. Hey! Woo! All right, Alan. All right, great. Cheers. Sorry, cheers.
Hi. I'll be over here. I'll be looking this way.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking of you. All of you.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing day. What an amazing day for Andor. What an amazing day for you.
Yes.
How's it been?
It's been amazing.
Yeah.
I think you nailed it.
Great. Triple amazing. That's
Lots
all I
of
had.
highs, lots of more highs, and then you come down a little bit, and then you get high again. It's like a concert.
It's
in that way.
Yeah.
Constantly getting high.
It's great to see K2 again. No. Alan.
Yes.
Focus up.
Yes.
It's wonderful to see K2 again.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, right? Yeah.
He has become such a fan favorite, and I feel like he is a character that you embody so well, and he is such a smartass.
Yeah, right?
Right, and so I'm wondering, is that there's any overlap there?
Is that who I am?
Yeah,
Yeah,
is there any?
Well, Diego and I were talking about it today. It's been so much fun hanging out with him and hanging out with the whole cast of Andor. I felt so much like a guest in their house. They're the ones who made this show, and I made a movie, Rogue One.
Right.
I've
seen it.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Great. Hey guys.
Yeah.
Still thinking about you. We made Rogue One, and then they made this great show. And because it runs into Rogue One, they invited me in at the last, in this last season, to connect the dots.
Yeah.
And it was very generous, and it was great to hang out with them. But Diego and I have been reminiscing all day, and yeah, because I'm CGI, I mean, he doesn't have a mouth. I mean, he's got a lot of great things going for him,
Yeah.
K2SO, but he's got no mouth. He's just got a grill there. He's got a cool grill.
That's right.
And and the way it works is I'm there in my little motion capture suit, and they will put K2 over me, so I can say whatever I want. I have to say the line once right, and then they have to suffer with listening to me come up with different lines because they're gonna take me out. But everything they say is on film, so they have to be, it has to be exact.
That's kind of interesting because the tone of Andor is maybe a little more on the serious side than Rogue One was. Yeah. So how do your fun little improvs go over, Alan?
I was in Andor. I'm a bit more. I live in the world of Andor, so.
Yes.
I kind of like to think about it as comic books. Like sometimes you'll have the Amazing Spider-Man, you'll have the Incredible Spider-Man. They're both Spider-Man, but they're a little different versions of Spider-Man. In Andor, there's the K2. K2's a badass. He's got a little bit more badass on him, which is a lot of fun to see at that point in the show.
And he had some badass on him in the film too, so that's not out of left field.
It's true.
I have to say, you got the honor of not just kind of like throwing off some really good one-liners, but you got to do the Star Wars one-liner. You got to say that you had a bad feeling about this.
Right?
Yeah. How did that feel?
That was great. It was great. I got to do all kinds of, I got to do the statistics of, there's a 39.7% chance of us all dying. I got to do all of those types of lines. It's tough when you're in a Star Wars movie. Everything you say in the scenes, you feel like it's important.
Yeah.
You kind of have to get over that, I guess. From when you first start filming, because it's, like this. This thing is great. It kind of looks like hibachi. We don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
It's like a wheel. That's shoddy. That's shoddy workmanship right there.
Hey,
you're not gonna find that on the set of Star Wars. That's gonna be.
We gotta build ours fast,
That's
Alan.
gonna be screwed in. But everything that's there is within the world. They're pieces of art. I mean, this is art.
Mm-hmm.
It's not great art, but it's good art. But when you're in a...
Can I get you, Alan, just lean over one more time and talk about the work of our crew.
I just wanted to say this is not a good piece of art.
They can't do it because of insurance. They can't do it.
Insurance.
No, Alan Tudyk's too valuable.
I take it back. That's a beautiful piece of art. It's got novelty, so it kicks it over the.
He's too valuable to Star Wars. We're not allowed to hurt him.
But it's when you're in the world, you feel like you're on a Star Wars movie. Every little button, every little sensor has been curated, and it's hard to just think you're doing some other movie. You're doing a Star Wars movie.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. It's a huge world. Yeah, and we're so excited to have you back in it, Alan. It's so wonderful
kind of you. Thank you.
to have K2 back. Is there anything you want to say to the fans before we take off today?
I guess I just can't wait for everybody to see Andor 2, and I know this is a group of people who are looking forward to seeing it. So. I wish I could just give it all to you, but I don't. I can't. Yeah, it's going to be fun. And then once you watch it, Rogue One is going to be forever changed. It's going to be informed by all of Andor. So you'll get a new movie, kind of, once that's over. So,
it's amazing.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to it. Alan Tudyk, thank you so much for stopping by. We cannot wait. Keep watching for even more Star Wars Celebration live.
Yeah. Bye, guys. Bye. Oh, yeah.
Emergency broadcast, if you can hear me!
We are not who we were when we started.
Imperial ships are already landing.
We need to speak out. We need to stand up.
Is there no one who can help us?
We need a pilot. A soldier.
Everything I did for the rebellion.
Revolutionary movements are spontaneously happening all over the galaxy. How those come together is the stuff of our story.
If season 1 laid the track, then season 2 is the juggernaut.
The Empire cannot win.
Well, they haven't won yet.
We're building a real army.
The rebellion's everywhere now.
Galaxy of opportunities.
The insurgents have weapons at this point.
We're counting on it.
These 12 episodes are going to take us over the next 4 years into Rogue One. The complexity of the show, the possibilities of the show. It has to be all in.
Nobody's allowed in here.
You're thinking like a thief.
I'm thinking like a soldier.
Think like a leader.
The size and scale of this production is unparalleled. The sets and the costumes are breathtaking.
Everyone does the homework. Everyone takes the time, and you can tell.
Proceed.
This is it. This is what you live for.
It's human, it's incredibly truthful, and it just happens to be in a galaxy far, far away.
It's the urgency of the situation. Not palpable.
Lock it down!
If we do not stand together, we will be crushed.
This is the end. Have no expectations.
Day 2 of Star Wars Celebration Japan might be over, but we're still just as hyped as we were when the show started.
That's right. We sat down with the cast and crew of Andor, Ahsoka Tano herself, Rosario Dawson, and the one and only Manny Jacinto.
That's right. Anthony, your favorite person in the world, Anthony Daniels, also made time in his very busy schedule to stop by and see you, didn't he?
How lovely.
Wait, I thought I was your favorite person.
Well, let's not talk about it, okay? Cam, how are you and the fans feeling about today, bud?
Oh, my goodness. We have been having an amazing time, right, everybody? Come on. From cosplay to stars to product reveals and much, much more, it has been a day to remember. And you know, I think Ashley Eckstein said it best just a little while ago, that we are not just, the Force is not just an energy, we are a family, right? A family of many colors and shapes and sizes and beliefs, and we get to all come together and look right at that camera. All the love right there. And we can't wait to give you more of that love back here tomorrow. We'll see you then, everybody.
That's right. Thanks, Cam. Keep up the good work. Cookie and Okie, are you two feeling just as good about today's guests?
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Do you need a refresher of all the news of the day? Are you guys caught up with everything that we've done? If not, head on over to StarWars.com, where our top reporters are delivering the breaking news.
All right, we will. Thank you very much.
And don't forget, keep the following along the official Star Wars social channels for even more Star Wars Celebration Japan updates.
That's right. And thank you for tuning in at home. We'll see you all back here for the third and final day. Video game and Disney Parks fans, not going to want to miss it.
Ending with another cryptic message, I see. Fine. See everybody tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Well, well, well. That was rough. Oh, how did you watch the entire thing, Gray? I feel like I'm a zombie right now. Oh, man. Gray's built different. You know it. You know it, man. You know it. We're having so much fun. I will say this. I mean, it's like normal Star Wars Celebration. Tons of ups, tons of downs. Right? I had a lot of laughs, especially with you guys in chat around that Grogu segment. I mean, probably thinking, which one, Gray? But the last Grogu ad that they were doing, you guys were cracking me up, man. That was funny. But yeah, that was a lot longer than the one yesterday. And we got like half the announcements. I can't say I'm really happy with anything that got announced today. I really don't care about anything that got announced today. But let's go ahead and go over the recap. So the first thing that was announced was, well, I mean, there was basically some more information with Andor Season 2. We already know Andor Season 2 is coming out. They just basically said that, we already knew that it takes place over the course of 4 years, but they specifically said that each episode, or sorry, every 3 episodes, so each drop, is going to be a span of 1 year consecutively. So basically, the first 3 episodes are going to drop on the 22nd. That's going to be 1 whole year. And then the next 3 are going to be a whole another year after that. And then the next 3 episodes are going to be a whole year after that. And then the last 3 are going to be like, I think they said a span of 2 days, if I'm not mistaken. That leads right up into Rogue One. So it's going to be like action-packed all the way through. Stuff like that. And then we got some Old Republic information. We basically got a like update video where they were just kind of talking about a lot of the new things that they're going to be adding to the game, / they have already kind of added to the game. I think it's their 8.0 update, could be wrong on the number, but basically they added a lot to the story there. They announced Season 2 of LEGO Rebuild the Galaxy. That's supposed to be releasing later this year. And then they announced Ahsoka Season 2, obviously. And then the last thing that they pretty much announced today was the Zero Company Bit Reactor strategy game. They just released some, I mean, we already knew about that, but they basically released some more info about it. And we got our first official trailer with that as well. So all that stuff will be coming out on the channel as soon as possible. I'll also timestamp Star Wars Celebration here on the stream once it ends. So if any of you guys missed, you know, anything from today and you want to go back and watch it, you guys can. Because for whatever reason, I don't know why Disney has, or Lucasfilm, whatever you want to call it, ended up like taking down their Star Wars Celebration thing off the stream. I have no idea why they're doing that, but anyways. Yeah, and that's about it in terms of like all the news and stuff. Your guts serve you well. Something to tell me it is hot garbage. I mean, I just explained everything that was basically announced today. Everything else was just a lot of talking and things like that. Yeah, man, there were some moments that, you know, definitely gave me a laugh, though. I had a lot of laughs today. Some of it was just like, I can't believe what I'm watching. And then some of the laughs were like actual, like, it was funny, you know. Oh, it ended finally? Yeah, it just ended like right now, basically. Dude, this went way overboard. Way overboard in terms of time. According to the panel, it was supposed to, like on their website or whatever, it was supposed to end over an hour ago. Like, do you guys remember, what's it called? The Bit Reactor panel? And then after that, all that they have on here is the Star Wars cosplay showcase, which they, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they necessarily showed that. I mean, we see a bunch of people dressed up, so I mean, I don't know what they meant by the showcase, but they brought in like a bunch of people that have already talked in Celebration earlier again. So they brought them back out again. Hey, man, they're getting their money's worth, I guess, right? But they brought them out again. and just asking them more questions. I'm just like, in my head, I mean, I'm sure there's some scheduling thing, but I'm like, why didn't you just ask them those questions when they were here the first time? But that's besides the point. I did really enjoy the interview with Tamora Morrison and the kid that plays Boba Fett. Forgot his name. Starts with a D. I'm brain farting here. Anyways, so some of their interview or some of their what they were doing was interesting. You know, definitely laughed a couple times there. But yeah, I mean, overall, I feel like we made the best of it, right? I mean, obviously, we all want better stuff than what they're putting out, but you know, people have different interests, and hey, man, they're able to make a pretty darn good business apparently out of this. So there's that. I'm not a Star Wars fan anymore after that. I feel you. I've never been so bored of Star Wars. Yeah, could have at least gotten a Jedi 3 teaser, man. Yeah, maybe we might get something tomorrow. I'm not counting on it though. I was really hoping that during the Bit Reactor Star Wars game, because they kind of they mentioned Bit Reactor and they said Respawn and Lucasfilm Games. I understand Bit Reactor is a part of all that, but they were using the word and like maybe there'd be something else. I wasn't expecting it, but I was just like maybe. I was really hoping during that panel, but no. It was just the Bit Reactor strategy game. And I am really trying to decide. I think I'm leaning more towards no, which I've never really done on the channel before. Y'all know I try and buy the new Star Wars game and cover it all and all that stuff, but I just don't even want to buy this new Star Wars strategy game. What's the name of it? Zero Company. Like I'm just totally disinterested in it. I don't even think I'd have fun. And I'm like, if I'm not even gonna have any ounce of fun in it, why buy it? You know, like I understand to cover it, and I still will. I'll cover it as best as I can without actually owning the game. But I don't know, man. It also depends on the pricing. Knowing them, they're gonna probably charge $60 at least. You know, and yeah, nah, I don't know. Why so long? I'm not sure. Maybe, you know, some of the panels lasted a little bit longer than what they were supposed to. It seemed like they were on track at, you know, all the way up until the end there. You know what I mean? Oh wait, no. Yeah, no. The last thing on the last thing on the list was the Bit Reactors panel. Believe it or not, because that cosplay showcase was happening at the same time the Bit Reactor panel. It was supposed to end at 5:30 Japan time. And what time is it in Japan right now? Let's see. Yeah, 6:39 p.m. Which, I mean, we already knew that they were going overboard, because did you guys hear the announcer when the voice of Ahsoka, Ashley, was out and they were talking? The speakers were like, "We are now closing." Everyone started exiting the building. It was hilarious. And they still had like people to come out after her. It was, yeah, so they were definitely behind schedule for a few parts there. So what's new from it? I just ended up recapping it. You skip it back a little bit. That took 6 hours to announce? No. It's like closer to 9 hours, man. I've been streaming for over 9 hours. Go to sleep, Gray? I am. Well, maybe another hour. I gotta get out some stuff, man. I gotta start. I got at least a little bit of sleep last night. Not much, but a little bit. I really should have just put the trailers out before I went to bed, but I was just tired. I'll try and at least get a couple out. I'll probably leave a couple of them for tomorrow morning. But we'll see what happens there. I don't want to post them all at the same time either, because I mean they're already going to be killed in the algorithm. But you know, I might as well give it a small chance to at least you guys will get notified of it. You know what I mean? Because if I post a lot all at once, for whatever reason, at least from my experience, YouTube does not like to notify you of everything. So if I at least wait like an hour in between, like 2 hours, kind of like what I did today before the stream, it at least was notifying people. So to sum it up, nothing interesting pretty much. Are you sure? Yeah. I get people have different interests, but like why favor a minor part of the community while the major part of the community starts for content? I agree with you, Ladison. I 100% agree. Like what you're saying makes perfect. That's logic, right? That makes perfect sense and is logical. But I mean, they're obviously making money. I mean, Shishaloo, man, it's kind of stupid. I agree. I don't like the stuff that they're really putting out, like at all. You know, like why are they making Ahsoka season 2? Like I didn't even bother with Ahsoka season 1. And keep in mind, man, I'm a Star Wars fan. Like, they fell down a long way to get to the point where I'm at right now. Like even from the announcements yesterday from like the Darth Maul animated show, like a part of me really wants to be excited for that. And then the more I think about it, I'm just like, when have they succeeded though? It's like, oh my, a diamond in the rough. Come on, man, come on. I gotta keep my expectations in check. Like I want to be excited about it, I do, but I'm like, I know what they do, and I know that the trailer is gonna be good too. It's gonna look good, and then I'm gonna get to the show, and then it's gonna suck. You know, that's just how they roll. I hope not, but that's just how history is, man. Given what Star Wars has done. What's up, Charles, bro? Hello. What happened to you? I was wondering what happened to you. No, this time I was just. I mean, I was here the whole time. I was reading chat the whole time and watching and everything. At one point, dude, I think it was around the 4 or 5 hour mark, I was really wanting to like doze off, and I'm like, no, come on, stay in it. Don't. Once I doze off, dude, I know I'll be out for the rest of the night. So I was like, no, I gotta stay awake, you know. But yeah, no, I just ended up doing it with no commentary this time because that was what was requested from the last stream. So if you guys preferred what I did the first one that I did yesterday, let me know in the comments down below. There's still one tomorrow, and we'll kind of just see what you guys want. You know, this is my first time streaming it, so like I said, there will be a completely updated video on Monday as well, just going over everything, the entire recap of Star Wars Celebration. Like I said, I'm also going to have research. I'm going to be going into the interviews and all that good stuff, gathering all that info and making it into one nice video. I'll have timestamps, so if you don't care about a particular thing, you can just skip over it and all that good stuff. So you guys don't have to wait the entire 9+ hour celebration streams each day, you know? I got you guys. They need a Star Wars Direct. I mean, that's basically what this is supposed to be. But I mean, like I said, it's just kind of sad that the content and the stuff that we're getting, it's a little unfortunate, but you know, it'll be what it be. When's the next Battlefront 2 stream, Gray? Hey, I'm glad you asked that, because we got a really cool Battlefront 2 stream coming Wednesday, so stay tuned. I'm gonna be doing let's just say a crazy challenge. All right, so stay tuned for that. It'll be fun. I'm so glad they fixed the hacker stuff, man. Sheesh, it'd be a whole different stream if they didn't fix it. Pretty sure they threw a trash bag into space. Mando season 3 really sucked real bad. Yeah, I mean, Mando season 3, I mean, that's just one thing. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, I'd say most of their stuff sucked. I mean, I think it's easier to name the things that were okay rather than all the things that were bad, in my opinion. I know some of the things I think are bad, some of you guys actually like Bad Batch. I don't understand how you guys like Bad Batch. That's crazy to me, dude. How do you not realize that Sid ruined that show? I mean, to me, like, I think it started off really good. I think there's certain parts about it that are really great, but at the same time, it's very bad just based off of the story alone, in my opinion. You know, I think the music was great, animation was great, the characters at first, even the story was good at first, you know, but then they just kind of turned the Bad Batch into a bunch of dummies, and that's not what they were. You know, we saw them first in Clone Wars. We started that character development, and then they carried that over in the start of Bad Batch, and we were starting to see how they were, and it's like, that's cool, okay, we're with it. And then all of a sudden you have like Tech like being like a stupid idiot, doing stuff for Sid. I'm just like, bro, what? It's not even making sense. And then they, like, their reasoning behind it was because they were in debt. That's why they keep doing jobs for Sid, and they were in debt because Wrecker was like so hungry he stole some like space popcorn or something. Like, what are we doing here? It's just like, dude, I know a 4-year-old kid that can write better than this stuff. But anyways, let's not. Yeah, then we got Omega. Let's not get on that topic. Let's not get on that topic. We've had past streams about that. There'll be future videos as well. Eventually, I don't know when, but oh man. No commentary was a bad idea. Stream felt so dead. I mean, honestly, it's done better than the one with commentary so far. But we'll see. We'll see how it does within the next day. I mean, the comment that was left on my last stream, apparently my commentary ruined it, which is totally understandable in the aspect that, you know, given that Star Wars took down their Celebration stream. See, I would automatically just have my commentary because that's why you guys are tuning in to Star Wars Celebration on my channel, is for my commentary, you know. And if you just want to watch without commentary, then go watch it on the Star Wars channel, you know. But then they took it down. I don't understand that. That makes no sense. Star Wars took it down. That's what I'm saying. Disney's so dumb, man. They just took it down. Why? Everything's public at that point. It's just like, you'd want more eyes on your stuff, don't you? Why else would, I mean, that's why you're streaming it to begin with. No? Like, am I going nuts here? Or I don't get that. Plus, you know, free advertising, in return you're getting more money, more views to your channel. Like, I don't comprehend. I try. I'm putting myself in their shoes. I just don't comprehend it. I don't get it. They took it down. That's the bottom line. It was requested. I figured, why not? Let's do it. I didn't have a lot of people telling me yesterday anyways that they would prefer that over no commentary, which I did say by the end of the stream. Like I said, I'm not expecting everybody to watch the stream all the way through, but the people that did and responded, here we are, just trying it out. We'll see. We'll see what happens tomorrow as well. I prefer commentary. I started to lose interest real hard without you talking. Stream wasn't dead because I was here. Yeah, we still, I mean, like I said, I actually think so far, just in terms of like likes, view wise, and even chat wise, actually, and the consistency of viewers, this stream actually did better, if you could believe that. A lot of people just don't want to hear me, which is also understandable. Where's Omni-Man? Where is he? He couldn't keep talking for like 9 hours though. Poor Gray. Dude, I will say, I'm tired. I'm trying to keep awake right now. Yeah, but it's like one comment saying your commentary is bad. Yeah, I know. Listen, I understand where he was coming from. I'm not saying that I'm not talking because that one comment is saying it's bad. I'm just saying that in terms of the reasoning as to why, because the Star Wars Celebration taking it down, it's like, who else is gonna stream it with no commentary? I don't think anybody else. Plus, like I said, I'm doing this for the first time. It was more of an experiment more than anything. It's just trying it out, you know? But if you guys prefer commentary, I can do that too. But, maybe we'll do like a mix or something. I don't know. We'll see. Who doesn't like Gray's beautiful commentaries? You guys are too nice, man. You guys are too nice. I appreciate you guys. Anyways, I am gonna end the stream here and get a couple more things done, and then I'm off to bed. I want to try and I'll give it a 40-minute run. I'm just gonna knock it out, 40 minutes, and then I'm off to bed. All right. I will see you all later. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. You guys really do make Star Wars Celebration that much more bearable. So I appreciate all of you. All right, have a good one. Thank you all for watching. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Remember, Jesus is the way. Don't forget to love each other, and may the Force be with you always.